It all begins when monsters surge from gates, spreading chaos across the globe. However, humanity is saved by hunters, individuals who awaken special powers through the system. By clearing gates, hunters level up, and with the backing of constellations, 7 of them reach the 9-star rank and take control of the world. The MC reveals that he was the first hunter in history to reach the 9-star rank entirely on his own, without needing the support of any constellation. Because of this incredible feat, the ruling families and the constellations themselves began viewing him as a massive threat capable of shattering the global order. Now, the great eastern capital lies completely devastated and engulfed in flames. The MC reveals that the enemy forces came with a single objective: to take him down. The Romanov family, who is actively fighting for control over the entire continent, decides to step onto the battlefield to join the onslaught. And in the middle of that war zone, the MC is completely battered. He had already lost an arm, yet he was still clutching his pocket watch tightly. Filled with rage, he curses Dmitri for everything unfolding around him. And the very person behind all this destruction is sitting right across from the MC. This is Dmitri Romanov, the incarnation of the god Odin, who mocks the MC, stating that a warrior without a constellation has finally met his end. Completely baffled, the MC asks why they are so desperate to eliminate him. He questions whether it is because he lacks a constellation or because he refuses to submit to the families, and Dmitri confirms it is both. He explains that the constellations demand his downfall, because if someone can grow that strong alone, their very existence becomes pointless. He adds that someone like him, known as the King of the Undead, is a terrifying necromancer and a threat the ruling families simply cannot control. The MC merely scoffs in annoyance, muttering that the whole thing is pure nonsense. The villain fires back, claiming that controlling the fallen defies the natural order of the world. Dmitri then begins chanting a spell, declaring that a constellation's blessing determines victory, but the MC chose a tainted path and was abandoned by the stars. Ryoga mocks his arrogance for leaning entirely on Odin's power and asks if he wants to know why he stayed quiet through all that talking. Right after, he raises his hand, warning that he is about to show him the real reason. Just like our favorite Shadow Monarch, the MC starts summoning an army of skeletons. He activates a signature ability known as the Field of the Fallen. In an instant, the MC brings forth an entire legion of skeletons, leaving Dmitri stunned to see a technique powered purely by spirits. The villain admits he did not expect him to have so much energy left and prepares to unleash his ultimate spell to wipe out the MC once and for all. A brilliant golden light begins radiating from Dmitri's hands. The MC realizes he is about to cast the Eye of Odin, fully aware that his Field of the Fallen stands no chance against that divine might. After the Eye of Odin is activated, an ominous red glow fills the sky, and a massive wave of power comes crashing directly toward the MC. Even in the face of certain doom, the MC shows zero fear, deciding it is time to play his final trump card. Dmitri is utterly bewildered to see that, even staring oblivion in the face, the MC is still smiling. The MC then pulls out his pocket watch. He raises it straight toward the incoming blast. That watch is actually an ancient temporal relic of Kronos, designed to absorb divine energy from rival constellations. Once fully charged with that immense power, the conditions are met, and the system announces that the player will begin his temporal regression back to the past. Time begins winding backward, revealing that the requirement was for the user to be a 9-star rank hunter. The hero smirks, thinking that since he lacked a constellation of his own, all he had to do was borrow an attack from some clueless fool. A blinding burst of light erupts from the pocket watch. In sheer panic, Dmitri screams, asking what on earth he just did. Having absorbed Odin's raw power, the MC declares that he will put every bit of that energy to good use, and he swears that in his next life, he will crush every single one of the ruling families. Time begins rolling backward. A massive flash of light bursts from the watch. Suddenly, the entire surroundings shift, and the MC jolts awake in his bed, catching his breath. He places his hand over his chest, realizing that something truly unbelievable has just taken place. Looking around, he recognizes the furniture and realizes he is back in the home where he used to live. He then inspects the temporal relic, wondering if his regression gamble actually paid off. He immediately vows to get even with that jerk Dmitri for trying to wipe him out over something so petty in the future. The system displays that the pocket watch of Kronos is now shattered, and as the price for temporal travel, time can never be turned back again. He lets out a relieved grin, realizing his plan to trigger the relic using his rival's attack worked flawlessly. He figures out that he traveled 23 years into the past, right to the day he left the orphanage, and the system prompted him to pick his starting class. Upon opening his level 1 status window, he reviews his base stats alongside a passive trait called Clear Mind, which protects him from mental disruptions. The glowing blue interface prompts him to choose between 3 basic starter classes: Warrior, Mage, or Priest. The young man recalls that in his original run, he blindly chose magic without much thought, as only the basic classes were available back then. But this time, he decides there is no need to rush, determined to make smarter choices to secure his survival, right to the very end. Throwing on his jacket, the hero resolves to use every ounce of knowledge he accumulated as a future 9-star hunter. He makes his way to the Natsuhabara Hunter Market, a massive trade hub where high-end gear and rare items change hands. Stepping inside one of the equipment shops, a friendly clerk greets him with a warm smile. While she shows off their premium swords and rings, Ryoga cuts right to the chase, asking specifically for the Ring of Gloom. The staff member is caught off guard, looking visibly startled at the mention of that particular relic. She stammers a warning that the item carries a terrible curse, but the MC simply brushes it off, saying he is well aware, and asks for the price. A short while later, the MC walks out of the shop carrying a small black box. He recalls the clerk's disclaimer that the shop takes zero responsibility for any misfortune caused by the cursed jewelry. Ryoga pops the box open to reveal the ring, thinking that dropping 2 million coins on an item with so many penalties looks like pure madness to anyone else. The system details that the Ring of Gloom harbors abyssal forces, and equipping it will slowly consume the user's mind with relentless curses. Yet the hero knows this ring conceals an invaluable secret that nobody else is aware of. He slips the ring onto his finger, and a wave of dark smoke swirls outward, revealing that anyone who withstands the curse will inherit the knowledge and power of necromancy. Immediately after, an ominous surge of energy radiates from the ring, pulling his consciousness directly into the artifact's inner realm. He realizes the physical manifestation of his inner curse is about to materialize right in front of him. To his surprise, a spectral projection of Dimitri appears before his eyes. The Phantom calls the MC a vile creature who manipulates decayed flesh, openly taunting him and asking if he really thinks he can overcome a deity without the blessing of a constellation. He sneers that a forsaken outcast like him could never even scratch a divine avatar, and that even after turning back the clock, his fate is doomed to remain the exact same. Dimitri then hurls an attack straight at the MC, declaring that he will never be strong enough to take him down. But before the strike lands, the system notifies him that the mental intrusion has been completely neutralized. Thanks to his passive Clear Mind trait, Ryoga gains total immunity against the psychological illusion. The dark illusion begins shattering into pieces, and a system prompt confirms he has passed the trial of the cursed ring. Right after, the system announces that the dormant necromancy legacy sealed within the ring has fully awakened inside Ryoga's body. The young man knew all along that the secret was to accept the curse rather than resist it, and now he is confident he can take on the ruling families without relying on divine handouts. In fact, he is planning something far bolder, creating his very own constellation, one tailored specifically to empower a necromancer. The system notifies him that the item has jumped from rare rank straight to epic rank, unlocking the ring's true hidden potential. Thrilled with the massive payout from his very first gamble, the hunter glances at the ring on his finger and smirks. Now, the system's class selection window updates, displaying the exclusive Necromancer option alongside the usual starter choices. The interface explains that the class utilizes remnants and spirits as a medium, grants the passive trait Reaper's Guide, and converts all mana into spiritual energy. This brand new passive trait slashes the energy cost to summon and maintain his minions in combat by 20%. The MC grins, noting that this is a fantastic starting point for his fresh journey. Upon opening his skill menu, he is slightly surprised to find only 2 active abilities unlocked for the time being. Those skills are Raise Undead and Bone Control, reminding him that his raw stats have also reset back to square one. Even though he retains all his past memories, he understands he must still play by the level and rank restrictions enforced by the system. He remembers that hitting 7-star rank is doable by following the standard rules, but unlocking 9-star divine power demands unconventional shortcuts. He reflects that securing the Necromancer class so early is a massive advantage, but he still needs way more firepower. With absolute resolve, he declares that he must track down a formidable guardian constellation if he genuinely wants to crush Dimitri. He then sets off toward another destination. He arrives at the Temple of Kronos, which nowadays serves as nothing more than a standard tourist attraction. The hero explains that ancient deities lost their divine radiance after being overthrown during the Great Celestial War against Zeus and the Olympian gods. While some swallowed their pride and bowed to Olympus, other titans outright refused to bend the knee. Tuning out the nearby sightseers, Ryoga steps directly in front of the stone altar. He pulls out his cracked pocket watch, thinking that the divine entity tied to this relic is completely different from the rest. He gets ready to make first contact with this long-forgotten divinity. Next, he slams the pocket watch hard onto the stone altar. A warm golden glow begins pouring out of the artifact, and a dimensional rift slowly starts tearing open on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he finds himself standing inside a colossal hall. A booming divine voice echoes out, demanding to know who dares trespass in his domain. The deity is visibly infuriated by the sheer audacity of the MC, but instead of trembling before the god's presence, Ryoga stays completely composed. He greets the entity, saying it is an absolute pleasure to meet the former king of the Titans, the god Kronos. The ancient god glares back with genuine curiosity, surprised that a mere mortal knows his true identity, and immediately spots the pocket watch resting in his right hand. Kronos asks in disbelief if this fragile mortal is truly the one responsible for turning back the hands of time. Displaying the shattered watch in his palm, the MC casually confirms it. The deity admits he must have been an exceptionally capable human to pull that off, but questions why he went through the trouble of waking him up. Ryoga is well aware that Kronos lost everything to Zeus and must be burning for payback against the Olympians who cast him aside and disgraced his name. So the MC looks him in the eye and asks if the Titan wants his revenge. The former king of the Titans is momentarily stunned by the bold offer. Ryoga proposes that if the god agrees to become his guardian constellation, he will help him settle the score with Olympus once and for all. Annoyed by his impudence, Kronos snaps that a mortal without the blessing of Olympus has no business sticking his nose into divine affairs. But our MC refuses to back down. He fires back, reminding the Titan that he climbed to the very peak on his own, and reveals that Zeus is also on his personal hit list for the future. He explains that it is not just the Romanovs. All 7 global ruling families that betrayed him are now his sworn enemies. By dismantling the Karamanlis family, the Olympian gods will lose their grip on Earth, proving that the hunter's ambition knows no bounds. Kronos finds it ironic that someone begging for his divine favor would choose to walk the grim path of necromancy. Ryoga flashes a grin and explains that while time is unique, things make total sense when you remember Kronos' original role as the god of the harvest. The system clarifies that contracts are forged through resonance, and Kronos is the ultimate authority overseeing both time and the harvest. The harvesting scythe doubles as the iconic tool of the Reaper, proving that the harvest and the afterlife share a perpetual cycle that bends the rules. Kronos flies into a rage over the daring comparison, shouting at the kid to watch his tongue before linking the Reaper's power to his divine throne. As the entire chamber begins shaking and crumbling, the MC warns the god that he does not have the luxury to sweat the small stuff. He challenges the deity, asking if he truly wants to spend eternity forgotten, stripped of his name and his former glory. Ryoga states that he came here trusting the Titan would adapt for the sake of payback, urging him to reclaim his might so they can tear down Olympus together. Deep down, the kid is breaking into a cold sweat, knowing this crazy gamble is his only ticket out of a dead end. The ancient Titan god lets out a heavy sigh, finally taking the human's words to heart. The Titan confesses that he never let go of his grudge and decides to see if this human is actually tough enough to shoulder his divine might. He finds it amusing that he has to twist his own divine essence just to become an entity that challenges the fundamental laws of life and the beyond, extending his glowing palm. He warns that altering his divinity will cause excruciating agony, but if the kid survives, he will serve as his guardian. Ryoga is caught off guard by how fast the deal is struck, bracing himself as a roaring torrent of divine energy surges straight at him. The mighty Titan god formally declares the hunter as his personal emissary and his brand new saint on Earth. Ryoga is completely breathless, stunned to realize he has just been crowned the saint of an active constellation. The young man begins radiating a brilliant glow as he receives the sacred authority reserved for direct divine avatars. He is hit with overwhelming pain as the dark energy of necromancy clashes violently with the sacred power of a saint inside his core. The hero grits his teeth to stay awake, fully aware that passing out right now means blowing his only shot at success. Clenching his jaw while drenched in sweat, the MC repeatedly tells himself that he just has to tough it out. The scene abruptly shifts, revealing the polished floors of a bustling modern airport terminal with luggage rolling by. A casual traveler dressed in jeans and sneakers strolls through the arrivals lobby, pulling a gray rolling suitcase behind him. With a satisfied grin on his face, Ryoga thinks to himself that there is no place quite like Japan. A tiny, chibi spiritual form of Kronos appears floating right beside his shoulder, curiously remarking on how drastically the world has changed. The ancient god glances around in wonder, stating that the flow of time really is a terrifying force. He asks if his contractor feels the same way, just as a system alert pops up announcing that a new rogue deity star has registered in the pantheon. The kid playfully teases the god, noting that he talks a big game for someone who cannot even grant a proper buff yet, finding his chatter hilarious. Even though he has returned as a constellation, the god currently has 0 followers and none of his old power, yet he still seems genuinely happy. Ryoga knows Kronos lacks the renown needed to pack a punch, meaning they will have to build their legendary reputation from scratch together. The pocket-sized titan floats with his arms crossed, arguing that it is only natural to feel sentimental after being forgotten for so long. Kronos demands that the hunter spread his divine name across the world, but Ryoga cannot help but chuckle at how bizarre their unique dynamic turned out. The hero muses that priest and saint classes are typically advanced ranks, finding it hilarious that a god bestowed sacred light onto an active necromancer. His character screen displays the Saint of the White Knight class, which eliminates all penalties and allows him to freely convert holy power into spiritual energy. The life drain ability siphons vitality from targets to heal his body or boost physical attributes, wielding sacred power touched by dark energy. He realizes that handling holy light and necromantic power simultaneously is completely unheard of and virtually impossible for ordinary hunters. He is pleasantly surprised to discover that mastering 2 opposing forces side by side makes him ridiculously overpowered. The god chuckles proudly, claiming he planned the whole thing and bragging about his genius as the former king of gods. Ryoga rests his hand on his chin, already planning his next move to test out his brand new toolkit. Flashing a confident smile, the young man decides that the smartest move is to seek out a low-tier beginner gate. He sets his sights on the gate known as the Ancient Garden, viewing it as the ideal playground to test his hybrid abilities. Standard gates are unstable anomalies that collapse the moment the boss and the dimensional core are taken down. But the Ancient Garden is a permanent fixed dungeon, restricted exclusively to rookie hunters holding a 1-star rank. Because of this low entry threshold, the location is constantly packed with beginners looking to grind their skills. Watching other hunters assemble their squads, he recalls doing the exact same thing years ago, even if he could never get into a solid party. Out of nowhere, a friendly warrior approaches him in the courtyard, striking up a casual conversation. The man notices he is flying solo and warmly invites him to tag along with their raid group so they can clear it together. Showing 0 interest, the MC politely declines the offer and keeps walking straight toward the glowing blue portal. The party leader looks slightly embarrassed by how quickly the young rookie shot down the invitation. Feeling a bit concerned, the warrior mentions to his teammates that the kid looks like a greenhorn, wondering if he will actually survive on his own. One of the female fighters tells him not to sweat it, pointing out that the guy chose to brush off their help and go in solo. Ryoga smirks, fully aware that for this level of difficulty, a single-man army is more than enough. The blue system prompt flashes on his screen, confirming that he has successfully stepped through the gate and entered the Ancient Garden. As he begins walking through the dense woods, he notes just how eerily quiet the surroundings are. He reflects that in quiet spots like this, it is standard for wild beasts to leap from the bushes attempting a surprise ambush. Keeping his guard up, he smiles, knowing his first test subject in the forest has finally made an appearance. Right on cue, a green creature drops down from a high tree branch, lunging straight at him with a blade. It is a feral goblin, screeching at the top of its lungs as it tries to land a sneak attack on the young man. Without breaking a sweat, Ryoga sidesteps the aerial strike, letting the monster crash harmlessly past him. The goblin lands clumsily on the dirt path, letting out an annoyed grunt upon realizing it completely whiffed its target. The hero taps the creature on the back, thanking it for its service as the system triggers his White Knight passive to convert his spiritual energy. The blue interface displays the parameters of his life drain skill, ready to be executed on the enemy. Life drain activates, and the goblin begins screaming as a radiant stream of vitality is forcibly pulled from its tiny frame. The MC calmly analyzes the ability, noticing that channeling holy power feels surprisingly similar to the magic he used in his past life. He is enveloped in a luminous mist rising from the goblin's body, which flows directly into his energy pathways. The system notifies him that the monster's life force has been fully drained, permanently bumping up the MC's core stats. He grins after bagging bonus agility and strength, realizing this technique permanently siphons attributes from every defeated foe. Looking at a small cluster of fallen goblins, he calculates that taking down 25 of them yields the stat boost, equivalent to gaining an entire level. Mini Kronos pops up again, floating cheerfully right next to his contractor's face as he checks out the training results. The Titan laughs, asking if the kid likes his divine gift, and the hero readily admits the skill is top tier. The pint-sized deity begins celebrating, demanding praise for his greatness, and Ryoga figures he has to give credit where credit is due. Looking down at the motionless goblin on the grass, the young man notes that now that he has a fresh vessel, the real test can officially begin. With his palm glowing with dark necromantic fire, he calmly states that the true experiment is about to unfold. Dark energy wraps around the goblin's remains, causing electric blue sparks to flare from its eyes and mouth. The MC commands the creature to answer his call, triggering his Raise Undead skill. Suddenly, the green monster's fingertips begin twitching among the wildflowers. The goblin pulls itself up from the dirt, fully reanimated by the dark forces of necromancy. The hero inspects his brand new minion with a deeply satisfied grin. The system announces that the zombie's completion rate is exceptionally high, boosting all of the minion's attributes by 97%. The blue screen specifies that the minion is now an active zombie belonging to the undead race, holding a 1-star combat rating. The MC thinks to himself that with this level of power, the creature is more than capable of tearing through this garden. Moments later, rustling noises from the bushes catch the attention of both the hero and his new servant. 3 more armed feral goblins burst out from the foliage, charging to attack the human intruder. The monsters freeze right in front of the guy and his zombie, visibly confused by what is going on in the middle of the woods. Folding his arms, the hero calls this the perfect opportunity for a combat test and orders his minion to attack. The zombie goblin sprints forward toward its former allies with clenched fists and pure aggression. The undead servant lands a devastating punch right across the first enemy's face, sending a spray of blood flying from the impact. The remaining 2 goblins rush the minion with their daggers, attempting to hack at its back to bring it down. They slash deep gashes across the undead minion's spine, splattering dark fluids all over the surrounding grass. The MC explains that the monsters are totally freaked out because, as an undead, the minion does not care about taking hits to vital spots. Seizing the opening, the zombie completely ignores its wounds and grabs one of its attackers by the throat. Ryoga blinks right behind them, activating his White Knight technique once more to siphon the energy of another opponent. The hunter moves like lightning, swiftly taking down the final goblin that was frantically trying to fall back. Meanwhile, the zombie uses its razor-sharp fangs to tear right into the neck of the enemy it was holding down. Fluids splatter in every direction as the servant rips through the foe's throat. He pauses over the fallen monster, deciding to test if life drain also works on targets that have already been defeated. His stats tick upward once again, confirming that his drain ability has a generous tolerance and works perfectly fine on fresh remains. With a determined look, he decides it is time to pick up the pace and speedrun his hunting. He recalls a famous saying that for a necromancer, taking down the very first enemy is already half the battle won. Standing calmly beside his green minion, the MC finishes his train of thought with a cold smirk. Ryoga raises his hand once more, casting his ability to bring back every single goblin that was just wiped out. He knows the hardest part is crafting that first minion, and from here on out, his undead squad will snowball almost automatically. 4 more zombies are raised with elite base stats, expanding his personal squad of loyal minions. Watching his crew multiply around him, the MC murmurs with confidence that things are progressing smoothly. He smirks, thinking his class is absolute top tier, and sends his pack of minions forward to continue the sweep. His minions dash through the forest, ambushing every living goblin they spot along the trail. One servant lands a brutal strike on the back of a fleeing creature, taking it down before it can even raise a guard. Another undead in the pack impales an opponent straight through the chest with its own weapon, wiping out the remaining resistance. The skirmish turns into an absolute beatdown across the woods, leaving fluids over the foliage as the minions push forward. Floating beside him, Kronos remarks that he would prefer to see a bit more elegance and dignity in his contractor's fights. Ryoga fires back, telling the god to get used to it, since messy brawls are the standard operating procedure for a necromancer. A blue system alert pops up, warning him that he has hit his cap of 20 active undead under his control for his current level. He glances at the black ring on his finger, which continues smoothly channeling that massive reserve of dark energy. A focused horde of 20 green zombies stands quietly, awaiting their master's next command. With a swift mental command from Ryoga, the entire undead squad surges forward to sweep the rest of the noisy forest. The surviving wild beasts begin fleeing in utter terror upon seeing the relentless army sprinting right behind them. In another part of the dungeon, a female archer draws her bow, charging a flaming arrow for a ranged shot. The fiery arrow strikes a fleeing monster right in the chest, bursting into flames and dropping it onto the forest floor. The beginner party hunting nearby is caught off guard when two dark aura zombies suddenly pull up right in front of them. The MC steps out from behind his minions, calmly telling the onlookers to stop hiding and show themselves. Slow, careful footsteps crunch over dried leaves and low wildflowers in the middle of the mysterious grove. It turns out to be the exact same beginner party from before, staring at the guy and his undead summons in complete shock and confusion. Ryoga gives them a chilly look, while Mini Kronos floats into view beside him, playfully asking what their problem is. Ryoga scans their faces and realizes he recognizes them from somewhere, identifying them as the twin shadow hunters. He distinctly remembers that these two fighters were the exact mercenaries hired to assassinate him in his previous timeline. Known as Yuma and Yuka Rendo, these fraternal twins were professional hunters famous for their stealth tactics. Although dealing with them was a huge headache in the future, the hero notices that right now, they are surprisingly weak. He notes that both are still sitting at 1-star rank and finds it odd that there are 3 people present, since he only remembered 2. Kronos suggests taking out these future threats right now, but Ryoga declines, figuring they were just guns for hire with no personal beef. Yuma steps forward with a worried look, directly asking the MC if he is the one pulling the strings on that zombie. Ryoga knows it will take a long time before the Necromancer class becomes common knowledge to the general public. Keeping things vague, he simply replies that the zombie is just his personal summon. He jokes that he needed a hand carrying his loot, pointing out that most people only become hunters for the paycheck anyway. The MC catches Yuma completely off guard by casually inviting him to team up, leaving the warrior visibly confused. He proposes that they handle gathering all the dropped loot and mana stones in exchange for an 80-20 profit split. The hero asks if they are down for the business deal, while the 3 young rookies exchange uncertain glances. Yuka whispers a warning to her brother about trusting a total stranger, while their buddy chimes in that he has never even heard of zombies before. In the background, the MC lets out a yawn as he watches the group whisper and debate among themselves. He rolls his eyes, thinking to himself that this team huddle is dragging on way longer than it should. Seeing that the hunter is about to walk away, Yuma makes a quick call, asking him to hold up and announcing that they accept. He tries to negotiate the cut, suggesting a 50-50 split on the grounds that everyone's share would be fairly small. Ryoga sets a hard boundary at 70-30, warning that if they do not agree, the partnership is over right here. Yuka asks her brother if he has lost his mind, while young Haibara, the third party member, trembles nervously beside them. Yuma tells them to trust him, arguing that if the guy wanted to take them down, they would already be gone, especially seeing how he entered without gear and radiates pure confidence. The team leader adds that if they just stick close to him, they will end up making far more coins than on any standard dungeon run. Later on, deep in a flowering meadow of the garden, an exhausted voice pants, claiming he cannot take another single step. Young Haibara flops face first onto the dirt, begging for a break while clutching a handful of red mana stones. Yuka also slumps down against a tree root, admitting she has hit her absolute physical limit on this trek. Yuma drops a massive pile of glowing red mana stones they collected along the way onto the ground. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yuma thinks to himself that he knew all along this mysterious hunter was no ordinary guy. He admits the hero's combat prowess blows away anything he ever imagined for a rookie hunter. With a totally calm face, the hero points into the distance, casually letting his tired teammates know there are more lucrative targets waiting just ahead. Forcing an awkward smile, Yuma asks if they could please take a quick breather first. Paying zero mind to his allies' fatigue, Ryoga's undead legion keeps charging forward, wiping out any monsters that dare step up. Ignoring their exhaustion, the MC points off to the side, highlighting yet another fallen goblin ready to be stripped of its loot. Wearing a relaxed grin, the hero playfully remarks that he does not want to rush them, telling them to take all the time they need. Hearing that, all 3 rookies look utterly horrified, thinking to themselves that this hunter is not even human. Looking over the clearing full of defeated monsters, the MC casually notes that it looks like most of the sector is fully cleared. He decides it is a great time to check his progress, popping open the floating system interface to review his stats. The dashboard shows his strength has climbed to 13, agility jumped to 15, and his other attributes gained solid boosts as well. He celebrates gaining 20 stat points in just 3 hours, realizing his life drain ability is ridiculously broken. The hunter looks back with satisfaction, noticing his overall system level has also skyrocketed thanks to the massive farming session. With sharp focus, he decides it is time to push down the sunlit path to confront the area boss. Further down the trail, the hunters spot a stone outpost serving as the forward base for the goblin sentries guarding the main entrance. The goblin shaman leading the post clutches a bone staff, scoffing that yet another foolish human has wandered into his domain. Ryoga mocks the creature, remarking to his party that the little monster is acting all high and mighty like he owns the place. Yuka nervously tries to talk him down, warning that the goblin shaman is the South Sector boss, and it might be smarter not to provoke him. With glowing red eyes, the shaman commands his minions to bring the intruder to his knees and drag him forward. Receiving the direct order, a mob of enraged goblins draws their blades and charges straight at the hunter party. The chieftain orders them to rip the enemy apart until nothing is left, but Ryoga stays cool and signals his undead squad to move in. The two goblin forces clash head-on, kicking off a chaotic brawl across the lawn of the ancient stone temple. One of his zombie minions gets taken down during the clash, prompting a system notice that his active summons dropped to 19. Without missing a beat, the hunter raises his hand cloaked in black mist, commanding a fresh minion to rise. Dark smoke carpets the ground as a new servant stands up, bringing the system counter right back to its cap of 20. The newly reanimated goblin charges forward without hesitation, locking onto the arm of one of its former living allies. Yuma watches the whole spectacle in total disbelief, unable to comprehend how they are winning and wondering if the guy can turn any remains into a loyal minion. Watching his entire squad get wiped out in record time, the goblin shaman decides to step up and intervene. The enemy boss raises his skull-topped staff into the air, loudly chanting an incantation across the woods. A massive stone totem shaped like a skull plummets from the sky, slamming violently into the earth. The system announces that the totem of bravery has been triggered, buffing and rallying all nearby goblins for the offensive. The shaman brags, claiming his relic weakens foes while supercharging his allies, demanding they witness the true wrath of his tribe. But the zombie goblin simply smashes the totem clean in two, while Ryoga mockingly asks what he was just bragging about. The goblin leader spins around in pure shock, completely unable to process what just happened to his prized totem. Blinded by rage, the boss screeches that a mere mortal should never have dared lay a finger on his sacred totem. In response, he hastily summons 3 smaller skull totems that crash down around the battlefield. Wasting zero time, the zombie minion rushes forward, planting a heavy punch right into the center of one of the new stone pillars. The minion obliterates the second totem, making it clear he will not let the enemy keep a single buff active on the field. The shaman begins shaking with pure fury and frustration as he watches his defenses get dismantled one after another. Watching the monsters melt down up close, Ryoga wears a smirk, asking if he is feeling a little frustrated. In a desperate final play, the shaman hoists his bone staff and summons the mystical embodiment of pure frenzy into the forest. A shockwave of dark red energy sweeps across the entire zone, shaking the ground beneath their feet. The system confirms the activation of the frenzy hex, while the rookie hunters scramble to shield themselves from the red gale. The alert notifies that the strength and agility of all surviving goblins have been boosted by 50%. Powered by the surge, the enemies rip apart one of the hero's zombie minions, dropping his active count to 19. The frenzied monsters continue their assault, taking down several of Ryoga's zombies and lowering the counter to 18, then 15. The enemy push does not slow down, cutting the MC's forces in half until only 10 minions remain. Multiple fallen minions litter the ground, leaving the hero with just 8 active servants standing on the field. Analyzing the situation with a cool head, Ryoga realizes that the shaman's bone staff was actually his hidden ace all along. The shaman lets out a triumphant laugh, boasting that he forged the staff using the collective malice and grudge of his entire goblin race. The MC merely flashes a sarcastic smirk upon confirming that the powerful staff is crafted entirely out of pure bone. He finds the whole situation hilarious, muttering with confidence that shutting down the enemy's master plan will be a walk in the park. The hero extends his right hand, unleashing dark energy as he casts his second active skill, Bone Control. Much to the shaman's horror, his bone staff starts trembling violently, refusing to obey his commands. The bone skull detaches from the tip of the staff and shoots through the air like a bullet, flying straight toward the MC. Ryoga catches the relic, and the system instantly confirms that the frenzy hex has been completely cancelled out. The goblin shaman stumbles backward in absolute panic, stammering as he asks what on earth the human just did to his weapon. The system alerts that the monsters have snapped out of their frenzy, suffering a severe penalty to all their physical stats as a result. Holding the bone skull, the hero taunts the enemy leader, daring him to try using that fancy spell of his one more time. Paralyzed with fear, the monster can only repeat the same question, totally unable to grasp the young man's power. The system details that the enemy's strength and agility have plummeted by 30% due to the sudden collapse of their leader's spell. He channels mana into the skull in his grip, activating his level 1 bone control to manipulate the structure however he pleases. He is surprised to find that because of the deep grudge stored inside the skull, its response speed is far superior to standard bones. With a sarcastic grin, the MC points the modified weapon forward, telling the shaman he is about to return his lost property. He launches the dark-infused bone relic like a high-speed projectile straight at the enemy chieftain. The goblin shaman's red eyes widen in pure horror as he lets out a shriek, realizing a lethal strike is zooming right at him. The skull pierces clean through the enemy leader's chest, splattering dark fluid everywhere from the sheer force of the impact. The chieftain drops lifelessly, and the hero triggers Life Drain, absorbing a massive haul of agility, strength, and magic power into his stats. He flashes a satisfied smile, seeing that the rewards for taking down an area boss are huge for his growth. The young man cuts his celebration short upon hearing footsteps approaching his position. The rookie party walks up to him slowly, staring at the guy with a mix of suspicion and sheer awe. Paying little mind to their stares, Ryoga crouches beside the shaman's remains to casually collect the dropped loot. Holding a vial of red liquid, he mutters to himself that he forgot to harvest the specific fluids needed for his training routines. He informs his teammates that he is leaving the cleanup and mana stone gathering entirely to them, and Yuma quickly nods in agreement. Yuka looks out over the field covered in fallen monsters, asking in disbelief if they really have to clean up this entire mess by themselves. Shortly after, the scene transitions to the glass high-rises of the Natsuhabara Commercial Center. Casual footsteps echo as the MC makes his way back along the city sidewalk. Ryoga steps confidently through the blue gate, wrapping up his highly lucrative run in the ancient garden. Right behind him, the twins and Haibara trudge along completely wiped out, carrying massive sacks loaded with red mana stones. Bystanders nearby begin whispering in utter shock at the insane pile of mana stones, unable to believe just 4 rookies pulled off such a haul. The hero commends everyone on a job well done and asks if they should take the stones to a nearby shop to cash out. Yuma advises that if they want to get top dollar for the mana stones, they would be far better off handling the direct sales themselves. He asks if the hero trusts them with the task, and the young man gives him a sharp look, wondering if he should put faith in people he just met. Seeing the rookies freeze up and break into a nervous sweat, the MC flashes a relaxed grin and tells them to chill out, saying it was just a joke. Yuma asks how much he thinks the entire haul will fetch, and the MC estimates the total should land somewhere around 6 million coins. While chatting, Ryoga reaches over and pulls the shaman's skull staff right out of Yuma's backpack. The MC notes that the staff is probably worth very little on the open hunter market, making his partner curious. He explains that the equip requirements for the Staff of Grudges are awful, and the system window reveals it is a rare cursed item usable only by priests. The weapon boosts spiritual power at the cost of draining the wielder's sanity, making it useless for standard priests who cannot even channel that type of energy. Ryoga asks if he can keep the staff for himself, and Yuma reacts in surprise, asking if the guy is actually serious. The MC confirms he is, suggesting they simply deduct its market value from his cut when they split the profits. Yuma turns down the deduction, stating they never would have gotten the drop without him anyway, deciding they will calculate the split as if the staff never dropped. When he checks if the other teammates agree, Yuka and Haibara immediately back their leader's call. The hero wears a pleased smile, thinking to himself that he is really starting to respect the honesty and attitude of this little crew. He says goodbye to the party, casually calling them rookies, and suggesting they run another dungeon raid together tomorrow, to which they happily agree. The following day, a system notification confirms the hero has stepped back inside the ancient garden dimension once again. The hunt kicks off immediately, with his zombie goblin snatching and taking down a new amphibious beast in the middle of the grove. Ryoga watches the skirmish unfold with a serious look, then glances back over his shoulder to check on his party's condition. He spots the rookies sprawled out on the grass, completely gassed among the fallen frogmen, and calmly asks if they can still keep going. Yuma responds with a weak voice, admitting the party does not have the stamina left to keep fighting today. He points at their heavy backpacks, explaining that they are already stuffed to the brim with a massive haul of red mana stones. With a relaxed expression, the hero tells them to head back ahead of him, and the rookie leader thanks him with a sigh of relief. Operating solo once again, the MC ventures toward the most dangerous sector of the forest, flanked by his army of 20 zombies. Kronos pops up floating next to him, asking why he dismissed his helpers, and the kid playfully asks if it was really that obvious. The hunter explains with a straight face that from this point deeper into the dungeon, he does not want any witnesses watching his moves. The system prompt alerts that the MC has entered the north sector of the ancient garden, a swampy marsh cut by a calm stream. Suddenly, glowing red eyes light up among the foliage, and a pack of armed frogmen leaps from the shadows to ambush the human intruder. His zombie minions react instantly as a vanguard, shielding him from the monster's initial strikes. One of his servants bites down hard on a wild frogman's arm, spraying green fluids across the surrounding marshland. But a giant frogman retaliates with a heavy blow against Ryoga's small minion locked in combat. The amphibian impales the zombie's chest with a long iron spear, sending dark fluids flying from the force of the thrust. The clash gets brutal as 2 more goblin minions are destroyed, dropping the active summons counter down to 18. The battle turns into a muddy brawl, with zombies and frogmen trading vicious blows across the swamp. Ryoga watches the chaos unfold calmly, figuring that since frogmen naturally have higher base stats than goblins, this outcome was expected. Showing zero concern, the hunter raises his bone staff, casting a direct control spell aimed straight ahead. Cloaked in dark flames, the bone weapon flies through the air, piercing clean through the chest of the giant frogman leading the charge. The monster quickly activates an oil coating skill to mitigate the incoming piercing physical damage. Seeing the enemy use a defensive ability to nullify part of his attack's impact, the MC gets slightly annoyed mid-fight. With a burst of speed, the young man dashes forward, delivering a brutal kick directly against the staff's base to drive it all the way in. By infusing the weapon with spiritual energy, the piercing damage skyrockets, driving the staff completely through the giant frogman's chest. The hero lands smoothly on the muddy ground, letting out a grunt after taking down the strongest opponent in the area. With control firmly restored, his zombies reclaim the upper hand, pushing forward to wipe out the remaining wounded beasts. He notes that steering the staff while maintaining active servants burns a ton of energy, steadily draining his spiritual power on the system screen. Despite the fatigue, he casts Raise Undead once more to convert the fallen giant frogman into his brand new minion. The MC braces himself, confident that he can still manage the situation with ease. He triggers his summoning skill, bringing forth frog-like undead creatures with glowing eyes. His fresh minions swarm the remaining targets, netting him enough experience to advance straight to level 6. Pleased with the payout, the young man smiles, realizing he will reach his absolute peak of power in no time. He mutters a warning for the Mage King to sit tight, promising to dethrone him way sooner than he expects. The scenery shifts to a ruined garden, holding a glowing cube right at its center. The young man walks through the ruins, flanked by his undead legion and the spirit companion hovering close behind. He carries the greenish core of one of the fallen beasts, carefully wrapped in a piece of cloth. The spirit asks what on earth he is plotting, but the kid tells him to keep it down so he can focus. He begins pouring the harvested goblin shaman fluids directly over the frogman's preserved core. The organ instantly begins pulsing violently, radiating an eerie greenish glow. He watches the glowing core in his hands, deeply satisfied with how the experiment is turning out. Wearing a confident grin, the young man celebrates unlocking a secret zone that was only supposed to be discovered years in the future. A system prompt pops up, confirming he has uncovered the garden's hidden secret and is being warped directly to the ancient trial grounds. The young man is teleported right into the center of a massive arena, receiving confirmation that he has entered the trial grounds. He strides across the stone floor, reflecting that he never managed to discover this hidden area prior to his regression. The young man surveys the grand arena, while his undead squad and the spirit remain faithfully by his side. Suddenly, a dimensional rift crackling with blue energy and lightning begins tearing open right in front of them. A massive claw with razor-sharp talons emerges from the portal's glow, stomping heavily onto the arena floor. He inspects the approaching beast, as a system notice warns that the trial is strictly limited to one solo challenger. The interface prompts the participant to prove his courage and raw potential inside the trial chamber. With his eyes glowing a sharp orange, the young man smirks, realizing the real challenge has finally arrived. A draconic warrior steps into the arena, and the system announces that the objective is to survive the encounter for 10 minutes to claim the rewards. The system officially declares the start of the first trial of the ancient proving grounds. This trial was designed by the celestial constellations with the sole purpose of weeding out everyone except elite hunters. For this test, elite vanguard soldiers belonging to the Dragon Legion were deployed to test the challenger. The spirit mocks him, claiming that with his current stats, he will not even last 10 seconds in this fight. The companion jokingly remarks that he will need to start looking for a new saint, but the annoyed MC assures him that is never going to happen. He calculates that the opponent's raw stats are likely capped at 1-star rank, though he knows taking it down will still be no walk in the park. The draconic warrior takes a heavy step forward, shaking the arena floor beneath its massive weight. The beast charges in, but the young man raises his hand and tells it to hold up for a second. The kid asks for just one moment to finish upgrading his summons, leaving the monster completely puzzled. He jokingly remarks that in every good story, even the villains wait for the MC to finish their transformation. His summoned frog minions begin bubbling and mutating beneath a thick cloud of dark mist. The modification process is a total success, evolving the creatures into venomous plague zombies. The spirit is genuinely stunned by the transformation, and the young man reminds him that he was already a master necromancer in his past life. Fully prepped, the kid wraps up the chat and invites the enemy to bring it on. The dragonkin lets out a deafening roar before launching its assault. It leaps high into the arena sky, preparing a devastating downward smash. But the modified plague minions swarm together to intercept and cushion the aerial strike. One of the undead manages to sink its fangs deep into the opponent's forearm, catching it off guard. The minion bites down even harder, injecting a corrosive green toxin directly into the open wound. The other plague zombies take advantage of the opening, swarming in to pin down the warrior's arms. The warrior crushes one of the attackers, but doing so causes a violent spray of toxic fluid. The beast's claw begins sizzling under the corrosive acid, and the system shows it has been inflicted with level 12 venom. The young man explains that he converted all of his minions' physical stats into raw toxin, making the venom extraordinarily lethal. In a single burst, the opponent releases a shockwave of red energy to blast the clinging minions away. It manages to break free from the hold, but ends up skidding backward, leaving deep gouges in the arena floor. Wincing from the sharp sting of the acid burning its scales, the warrior roars with pure rage. The young man praises the beast's durability, genuinely surprised it managed to tank such a potent toxin. Channeling his spiritual energy, the young man temporarily overcharges the defensive parameters of his skull staff. He uses the staff's protective barrier to cleanly block a heavy punch thrown by the draconic warrior. Even while wearing it down, he realizes the opponent remains remarkably dangerous despite the venom taking its toll. The monster snarls and charges right back at the MC once again. The young man extends his free hand and triggers his bone control ability. Sharp bone spikes burst from the ground, piercing the monster's leg and stopping its advance dead in its tracks. Feeling the sharp pain of the impalement, the draconic beast lets out a pained roar. The young man capitalizes on the opening, commanding all of his plague zombies to swarm the target simultaneously. The minions leap forward, clawing and biting into the opponent from every possible angle. The warrior gets trapped under the dogpile of undead, growling as it struggles to shake off the onslaught. One of the zombie minions self-detonates, splashing a burst of acidic energy across the adversary's torso. The warrior still tries to swing at the surrounding creatures, but its body is heavily weakened by the spreading toxin. The MC smirks, casually remarking that it was a valiant effort, but the match is officially over. Lacking the strength to stay on its feet, the draconic warrior collapses to its knees on the arena floor. He retrieves his staff from the dirt as dark mist swirls around his boots. The young man turns his back on the defeated foe, considering the skirmish completely settled. He extends his hand over the fallen beast's body and begins drawing its spiritual essence. The system announces the activation of Life Drain, promptly confirming that the challenger has cleared the first trial. The spirit praises the young man for taking down a draconic vanguard using basic zombies, and the MC replies that he already told him he had no plans of going down today. The system displays that he has acquired the Crest of Resilience, a permanent transcendent rank passive upgrade. He inspects the newly acquired crest hovering before him, noting that the reward is exceptional. But the young man figures the greatest prize is the Dragonkin's physical vessel, a top-tier base to forge an elite minion. The companion asks what he plans to do with the remains, and the kid replies that he will forge a summon far stronger than the original creature. To pull off such a feat, he realizes he will need professional alchemy gear, trying to recall an active lab from this era. The narrative shifts to an urban district within the Kishu prefecture. The young man pulls up in front of a weathered gray warehouse that matches the spot he was searching for. Stepping inside, he notes that the workshop looks identical to how he remembered it before his regression. He coughs from the thick smoke hanging in the air, jokingly muttering that some things truly never change. Amidst the haze, another person starts coughing loudly, struggling to catch a breath. Hearing that familiar coughing fit, the young man smirks, knowing he found his guy. He spots the man in the white lab coat through the smoke, celebrating that he tracked him down so easily. This is Renya Shinya, the man destined to become the country's most renowned alchemist and the pioneer of mass-produced healing potions. The young man approaches, asking if he has a quick minute, while the confused scientist demands to know who he is, pointing out this is a private lab. He introduces himself as Ryoga Chinen, explaining he stopped by to borrow some of his alchemy equipment. Renya reacts with heavy skepticism, prompting Ryoga to tell him not to be so dismissive right off the bat. The young man reassures the scientist, promising this will not be a one-sided deal. He drops the bomb that he knows the scientist is researching a formula for mass-producing high-grade potions, leaving the man completely speechless. Ryoga offers to help him perfect the unstable formula, leaving the researcher baffled as to how a random kid could know so much. Test tubes filled with vibrant, colorful liquids sit neatly aligned across the experimentation bench. The apparatus begins processing the compound as the two get to work side by side at the laboratory counter. The alchemist is astonished to see the young man effortlessly stabilize a volatile mixture that was on the verge of exploding. Ryoga figures it is completely normal for the researcher to be in the dark, considering this refinement method is only discovered years down the road. Next, the young man picks up a small blade, asking if the scientist would like to test out the final product. He makes a small, shallow cut across his own forearm to demonstrate the newly brewed potion's potency. Pouring a few drops of the crimson liquid over the scratch, a gentle golden light flares, sealing the skin instantly. The scientist breaks into a massive grin, witnessing the undeniable success of the demonstration. He stares at his own trembling hands in total disbelief, hardly able to process that his life's research actually paid off. Ryoga calmly corks the vial, while the alchemist watches his every move with burning curiosity. The scientist rushes forward, grabbing the young man's sleeve and desperate to learn the exact mechanics behind the formula. Ryoga asks if he is dying to know the secret sauce, and the researcher eagerly nods, saying he wants to know everything. Capitalizing on the alchemist's excitement, the young man suggests he lend a hand with a few tasks for a little while. He proposes adjusting their deal, inviting the scientist to join his operation in exchange for teaching him game-changing potion recipes. Ryoga offers a 60-40 revenue split, taking the smaller cut for himself. Noticing the other man's slight hesitation, the MC smiles inwardly, realizing the scientist has already swallowed the bait. He celebrates mentally, knowing that from this moment onward, the two are officially business partners. The young man channels his dark magic through the glowing ring on his finger. The fallen draconic warrior rises once more, now fully under the Necromancer's command. The scientist stares at the reanimated beast, completely freaked out as he asks what kind of monster that is. Ryoga explains that he is a Necromancer and plans to reforge the vessel into an elite, specialized undead minion. He notices his partner's curious peeking and tells him to stop staring from the sidelines and help him with the prep work. The alchemist hesitates, questioning why he should pitch in when they have not even signed a formal contract yet. He clarifies that he is only lending the workspace while he considers the offer, and Ryoga casually agrees without pushing him. The tiny spirit finds the alchemist overly paranoid, but Ryoga reasons that his cautious attitude makes total sense given what he went through in the past. The young man recalls that Renya used to work for a major corporation, but his corrupt boss stole all credit for his research and forced him out. The spirit remarks on how deceitful the human world is, but Ryoga points out that celestial beings are not much better. Ryoga turns to the scientist, asking if he is second-guessing himself because he lacks confidence in his own crafting skills. He then hands him an alchemy tool, suggesting the scientist assist for a bit so he can observe the craft up close. The scientist takes the bait, and the young man begins handing out precise instructions for refining mana stones. Renya finishes the prep work in record time, leaving the MC genuinely impressed by the alchemist's efficiency. Thoroughly pleased, the young man smirks, confirming he found the perfect guy for the job, while Renya tries to figure out what he is doing to the creature. He begins pouring the freshly refined potion over the monster's frame, using it as a vital catalyst for the process. The Necromancer carves intricate magical formulas onto the skeletal frame, layering potent enchantments to amplify the undead minion's raw output. To ensure the enhancements stick, he layers the curses and runes multiple times over. The two continue working in tandem, running through several cycles of high-grade alchemy refinement. Driven by pure focus, the scientist grinds and mixes the ingredients over and over without taking a single break. After hours of intense labor, the MC finally announces that the modification process is a complete success. Ryoga remarks that the job wrapped up faster than expected, but his utterly drained partner screams that they were at it for 3 straight days. Watching the young man from behind, the alchemist wonders who he truly is and where on earth he picked up such absurd knowledge. He finds it mind-blowing that a low-level hunter can restart a fallen vessel's core using pure mana manipulation. The scientist acknowledges that the young man's methods are totally unorthodox, but admits his talent is undeniable. The MC casually mutters about the profit-sharing terms they discussed earlier, catching the scientist's ear. Renya decides to accept the original partnership proposal laid out by the young man. Ryoga asks if he is completely certain, and the scientist explains that perfecting this potion on his own would have taken at least 2 years. He admits that teaming up with the kid changes the game completely, agreeing to the partnership so long as it propels his research forward. The young man welcomes his brand new exclusive alchemist, leaving the other guy slightly puzzled by the fancy title. With that settled, he calculates that his next major milestone is tracking down the core soul of an ancient dragon. Later on, the young man answers an incoming call on his phone regarding another matter. On the other end, the contact confirms receipt of the payment, asking if he might be interested in taking on a new commission. The setting shifts to a foggy forest near the regional border. 3 rookie hunters clad in standard starter gear show up, asking if the young man was the one who summoned them. He walks past them and orders them to follow close behind, telling them to ease up and stay relaxed. One of the hunters asks why they are heading into such a dangerous area, pointing out that the woods are crawling with wild beasts. Ryoga smiles, replying that he came out here to pay his respects to an old acquaintance. He pushes aside some thick foliage along the trail, trying to pinpoint the exact coordinates of the rendezvous point. The party of 4 keeps advancing cautiously through the dense overgrowth of the secluded woods. Suddenly, a branch snaps loudly nearby. Through the bushes, the party spots an armed orc clutching a heavy spear, patrolling the perimeter. The rookies panic upon realizing it is a 2-star rank orc, but Ryoga asks if they seriously still doubt his capabilities. He decides to use this chance to test out his newly forged bone weapon, crafted from refined skeletal remains and imbued with spirits. The young man extends his palm and channels his power to control the enchanted bone, gearing up for battle. The orc detects the group's presence, its eyes flaring with an angry red glow. The monster hoists its spear with crushing force, preparing to throw a lethal strike at the intruders. In a single fluid motion, the orc hurls the massive spear straight at the MC. Ryoga watches the incoming projectile without flinching, casually remarking that he understands the creature's panic. He reaches out his hand, remarking that things are about to end poorly for the monster itself. With a flick of his wrist, he uses bone control to redirect the deadly spear off course effortlessly. A sharp bone spike erupts from behind the orc, driving clean through its torso and making it screech in agony. The young man casually remarks that he was aiming for the heart, though he admits the beast is surprisingly tough. Despite the heavy injury, the enraged monster roars, continuing to charge forward while leaking dark fluids. Letting out a deafening war cry, the orc throws a heavy haymaker straight at the MC, refusing to back down. Even as the massive fist comes barreling toward his face, the young man stands completely calm and composed. A massive protective barrier suddenly materializes, absorbing the shock of the punch and triggering a burst of kinetic energy. The rookie shield bearer steps in just in the nick of time, and Ryoga praises his teammates' sharp reaction speed. He locks his eyes on the target, suggesting they bring out 3 helpers instead of 1 to wrap this up quickly. The young man raises his hand once more, activating his bone control ability to its fullest. Multiple razor-sharp bone spikes materialize in midair, completely surrounding the beast. The spikes launch in perfect sync, riddling the orc's frame and leaving it 0 room to dodge. The massive brute collapses lifelessly onto the forest floor, right in front of the young man and his defender. The shield-bearer stands frozen in shock, stunned to see the kid take down a 2-star orc so effortlessly. The young man tells them not to just stand there with their jaws dropped, stating the real work is about to begin. The shield warrior scratches his head, questioning if this is really the right path, and muttering something about a reckless plan. Ryoga confirms that this is indeed the exact trail they need to take through the woods. The young man marches forward alongside his newly raised orc minion, now rated as a 1-star undead servant. He reveals that the individual they are looking for is located right in the heart of the fortified orc encampment. The shield hunter asks in surprise if that is truly where they are heading, reminding him that he mentioned paying respects to someone. The kid calmly confirms it once more as they steadily push toward their target destination. He repeats that the person they are searching for is inside, while his zombie trails quietly behind them. The young man smirks, adding that they will also pocket a hefty chunk of extra cash from this raid, making the trip even better. He asks if they agree with his plan, prompting the rookies to laugh nervously at his sheer audacity. Shortly after, the fallen beast's remains dissolve into a cloud of dark magical mist. A system alert flashes on Ryoga's display, showing he has reached level 13 and unlocked additional bonus stats. The control window warns that he has maxed out the attribute cap that can be siphoned from that specific monster species. Reading the system notification, he reflects that it would be pretty broken if stat draining had zero limits. Watching the sunset dip below the horizon, the young man decides they have done plenty of farming for the day. He turns to the party, suggesting they start setting up camp to spend the night in the forest. The young man is pleasantly surprised by how fast the crew sets up, praising their efficiency, though the hunters remind him they are already on day 3. During the night, he reviews his upgraded stats and plans the raid on the enemy stronghold for the following morning. The 3 rookie hunters huddle around the campfire, agreeing with the young man's tactical plan. They say goodnight and turn in, leaving the orc minions assigned to stand guard over the campsite until dawn. Under the moonlight, the 2 undead sentries keep a silent vigil right outside the tent. Meanwhile, the 3 rookie hunters sleep peacefully, snoring loudly inside their shelter. The MC chooses to stay up, perching on top of a boulder to gaze at the starry night sky. He stares at his hand cloaked in dark magic, reflecting on the new level he just secured. With that milestone, the system grants him access to the archives of knowledge left behind by the ancient Lord of the Fallen. He reaches out to touch the cover of an ancient grimoire stored in the restricted archive. A restriction prompt blocks him from opening it, requiring level 45 or higher, making him realize the system's strict progression gates. He gets slightly annoyed that he is locked into basic beginner guides, despite having been an elite 9-star mage in his past life. With no other option, the young man relents, deciding he will just have to study whatever is unlocked. He sits on the library floor, flipping through the pages in search of anything useful. He studies the ancient runes and magical diagrams etched throughout the volume. His eyes flare with focus as he absorbs every detail of the ancient tome. As dawn breaks over the mountain ridge, the system panel alerts that the young man has mastered a brand new ability. Inside the cabin, one of the rookie hunters is still fast asleep with his mouth wide open. He stirs awake upon hearing the shout that morning has arrived, and it is time to get moving. Opening his eyes, the hunter finds himself face to face with a massive orc zombie wearing full bone armor right in front of him. The archer tumbles backward in sheer panic, but Ryoga playfully teases him, saying he sees the creature every single day and is totally overreacting. The shield warrior inspects the monster up close, noting that it looks significantly bigger and completely different from yesterday. Ryoga confirms with a grin, explaining that he performed a few standard modifications on the beast overnight. The minions have now evolved into 2-star armored zombies, packing superhuman strength and crazy durability. The system specifies that the bone armor ability converts the minion's skeletal structure into a reinforced protective shell. He announces that it is time to march on the main stronghold, backed by his other newly unlocked flesh manipulation technique. The party advances through the woods under the golden morning light, ready to clear the mission. The hunters march side by side with the imposing undead orcs, who act as sturdy bodyguards along the route. They finally arrive before the reinforced wooden palisade, guarding the entrance to the feral orc settlement. An enemy lookout spots their approach and bangs his shield to sound the invasion alarm. Hearing the alert, a squad of orc warriors armed with spears rushes toward the gates to lock down the perimeter. Watching the defenders mobilize, the young man raises his left hand and triggers his bone control spell. A high-velocity bone projectile launches through the air, striking one of the incoming enemy fighters dead on. One of his zombie minions throws a crushing punch, shattering the enemy's weapon and sending him flying backward. Ryoga catches a thrown javelin out of mid-air without breaking a sweat, telling his foes to quiet down. A massive orc chieftain roars furiously from atop the palisade, brandishing a crimson battle axe. Right behind him, several orc archers knock their bows, aiming straight at the intruders gathered at the entrance. A volley of arrows rains down on the group, but the shield hunter steps into position to block the incoming fire. The archer in Ryoga's squad takes the offensive, drawing her bowstring and conjuring a flaming arrow. The blazing arrow strikes the enemy sentry, triggering an explosive burst of fire across the top of the wooden barricade. The spirit praises their performance, and the young man confidently replies that the squad's power is only going to grow from here. The hunters surge forward together to breach the enemy's fortified perimeter. Ryoga takes point, commanding his entire force to launch an all-out assault against the enemy stronghold. One of his zombie orcs winds up a devastating punch, funneling massive magical energy straight into its fist. The impact generates a massive shockwave that flings enemies aside and obliterates the main gate defenses. Delighted with the carnage, the young man smiles, realizing that the hours spent reading in the library paid off big time. The surviving enemy warriors tremble in pure terror upon witnessing the sheer destructive power of the invaders. Ryoga watches their hesitation with cold eyes, thinking to himself that this destruction is merely the opening move of his grand plan. Giving the enemies zero time to regroup, the undead minions push relentlessly into the heart of the camp. A chaotic melee breaks out in the town square, with heavy strikes traded on both sides. One of the armored zombies takes a hit to its defenses, and the system prompts that its armor durability has dropped. Ryoga extends his hand to cast his bone armor spell, reinforcing his damaged minions mid-battle. The spell lands, instantly restoring the allied orc's armor and stunning the surrounding enemies. Next, he activates his flesh manipulation skill to reshape and mend the physical forms of his active summons. The orc chieftain glares with pure rage as the young man manipulates dark energy to buff his creatures right on the battlefield. The shield hunter watches the spectacle in absolute awe, realizing the kid can manipulate fallen remains in unbelievable ways. He reflects in amazement that while the young man's raw level might not look high, his mastery over advanced magic is on a whole different level. The thunderous stomps of a colossal creature shake the earth, drawing everyone's immediate attention. The orc warriors clear a path as their colossal leader steps out onto the battlefield. The orc warlord grips his massive axe and lets out a deafening roar, seeing his stronghold overrun and demolished. The beast's eyes burn blood red as a violent aura of dark energy wraps around its massive frame. The system flashes a red warning on the screen, announcing that the mighty boss has officially triggered Berserk mode. Ryoga smirks with total confidence, mocking the threat and remarking that the boss is finally doing exactly what he wanted. The orc warlord roars with even greater intensity as the radiating aura cracks the ground beneath its feet. The status screen warns that the tribal chieftain has escalated to an extreme threat level, mutating into a special variant. Ryoga flashes a sharp grin, muttering under his breath that the big guy is finally delivering the challenge he was waiting for. The orc boss unleashes a furious battle cry, raising his heavy axe to bring down a devastating smash. He swings with terrifying force, but the young man stands his ground without showing a trace of worry. At the very last split second, the kid points his finger and triggers his bone control spell. A cluster of razor-sharp bone spikes erupts from the ground, shooting straight up toward the raging giant. The bone spikes pierce the behemoth in multiple spots, freezing the swing midair and inflicting heavy damage. The monster coughs up dark fluids from the sheer force of the impact, though the agony only seems to fuel its rage. It thrashes wildly in an attempt to snap free from the impalement, letting out a roar of pure anger. The orc chieftain snarls violently, using its raw physical strength to try and wrench the bone spikes from its torso. The young man mockingly tells him that is not happening, while the system initiates a continuous drain on his spiritual energy. Additional spikes extend, driving deeper into the beast's chest and making it howl in agony. He calmly tells the orc that it is not the only one about to fall today, telling it to quit acting so tough. The young man realizes that steering so many spikes simultaneously burns massive energy, knowing he has to pierce the core immediately. Funneling all his remaining power into both hands, he channels his bone control skill with maximum output. Even as his spiritual drain spikes to 68%, he manages to drive a massive bone spear clean through the monster's chest. Completely pinned and with its core destroyed, the giant finally collapses, falling lifelessly onto the arena floor. The extreme strain takes a toll, causing the young man to cough up a bit of blood and show clear signs of exhaustion. Wasting zero time, he reaches toward the fallen behemoth, activating Life Drain to restore his depleted reserves. A white haze of pure energy wraps around the young man as the absorption takes effect. The system displays his spiritual energy rapidly recovering, and the young man smiles as he gets his second wind. In the distance, one of the surviving orcs spots their leader's defeat and bolts to get away. The rest of the tribal warriors panic, shouting for everyone to scatter and run for their lives. With his eyes glowing a vibrant green, the young man declares that not a single one of them is making it out of here. He casts his flesh manipulation technique, stretching the muscle fibers of nearby fallen bodies to ensnare the fleeing stragglers. The tendrils wrap tightly around the enemy's ankles, slamming them hard onto the dirt and shutting down any escape. Completely pinned and immobilized by the tendrils, the surviving orcs are trapped flat against the ground. The armored zombie minions move in, raising their fists and weapons to deliver the finishing blows. Fluids splatter across the screen, marking the total annihilation of the remaining orc tribe. Silence returns to the area as the twilight sky casts a reddish glow over the destroyed encampment. The massive orc warlord lies dead on the ground with the bone spike through his chest, resting right beside his colossal battle axe. The rookie hunters stare at the greenish magic gems floating above the fallen bodies, wondering how much coin that haul will bring in. Ryoga steps forward, gripping the handle of the boss's massive battle axe, remarking that this is the real jackpot of the run. The status screen reveals it to be the Blood Cleaver Axe, a rare rank weapon with 0 equip restrictions and maximum durability. The system notes that the weapon scales in power as it absorbs fluids from combat, leading Ryoga to conclude that raiding the camp was totally worth it. The young man hands the heavy weapon to Yuma, putting him in charge of managing all the loot they collected. Yuma accepts the responsibility, suggesting the hero go pay his respects while they wrap up harvesting the magic stones. Ryoga strides across the dry, cracked earth toward the most isolated corner of the outpost. He stops in front of a colossal, twisted dead tree, quietly remarking that he has finally tracked down who he was looking for. Looking up at the gnarled branches, the young man casually asks the entity to show itself so they can have a quick chat. The massive, withered tree stands completely still against the red sky, maintaining total silence. Receiving no response, the MC lets out a sigh and gets ready to switch tactics. Flashing a cocky smirk, he warns that if it wants to play hard to get, he is going to do things his way. The young man readies his magic weapon, aiming a strike straight at the colossal dead trunk. A glowing vertical slash of green energy cuts cleanly into the gnarled tree's bark. After the impact, he jokingly wonders if he really has to be this aggressive with every single god and spirit he meets. From the dark mist leaking out of the fissure, a shadowy silhouette with glowing red eyes materializes, demanding to know who he is. Cool and collected, the young man smiles, stating it is an absolute honor to meet him. The young man identifies the spectral entity as the legendary battle mage Kashiwagi Soraku. The shadow spirit looks taken aback, suspiciously asking how on earth a random kid knows his true name. Ryoga explains that he is the hero who held down the Northern Front years ago, revealing that before the regression, the two fought side by side as allies. He recalls that it was thanks to warriors like him that the nation stood strong, noting that a grand monument still honors his memory today. Kashiwagi Soraku became famous on the front lines as a rare battle mage, flawlessly blending martial arts with high-tier magic. Hearing the legacy he left behind, the shadow spirit remarks with relief that at least he knows he did not fall in vain. Ryoga looks out toward the crimson horizon, adding that not everyone who fought ended up in the history books. Hearing that cryptic remark, the dark silhouette asks with suspicion what he is really getting at. Ryoga asks if the spirit still remembers Hakugo Naruhito, the former vice leader of his very own guild. The scene flashes back to memories of a ruined forest, consumed by a devastating blaze. In the middle of the catastrophe, a desperate young soldier tries calling for backup over his military radio. The young man shouts into the comms that countless civilians are still trapped in the southern agricultural zone under heavy orc attack. He screams Hakugo Naruhito's name, desperately waiting for an answer on the other end of the line. The frontline hunters yell that they cannot hold the perimeter much longer, begging for immediate extraction. The response over the radio is cold, stating that backup is unavailable and that 0 reinforcements are coming. The wounded soldier is left speechless, feeling the crushing weight of a betrayal that seals everyone's fate. He realizes they were used as bait from the start, and that the guild lied about the South's security just to cover their own retreat up north. The voice on the radio laughs, thanking them for buying enough time for the main force to escape safely. Horrified, he asks if the leaders sent them in knowing civilians were there, betting on the fact that they would never abandon the innocent. The voice tells him not to take it personally, showing 0 remorse. The voice mocks that thanks to their sacrifice, the guild will be hailed as heroes, and that true glory belongs only to those who survive. The radio gets smashed onto the ground, while the final line mocks that those who fall are wiped from history. Moments later, an orc lunges at the defenseless soldier, who lets out a desperate yell before the final blow lands. A massive burst of magic is triggered, marking that warrior's final desperate stand. He ends up collapsing critically wounded onto the burning forest floor, surrounded by the remnants of his fallen squad. With his dying breath, he ordered his remaining allies to evacuate the civilians from the zone immediately. His teammates hesitated to leave, looking back in agony over his inevitable fate. He shouted at them to fall back, barking that it was a direct order. The shadow spirit listens as Ryoga reveals that Hakugo, the very man who sent him to his demise, ended up being celebrated as a legendary hero. The young man adds that every record and mention of his actual achievements was deliberately erased from history. He notes that it is a pure tragedy to see someone else steal his glory, keeping his soul from resting in peace. Ryoga probes him, saying that if he were in his shoes, he would definitely crawl back from the afterlife to seek revenge. The shadow cuts him off, his eyes burning with rage as he demands the kid cut the games and get straight to the point. Ryoga smirks, offering to help him exact his revenge against those who betrayed him. The young man repeats the promise to help him settle the score with the cowards who stole his legacy in the past. He suggests sealing a magical pact so the spirit can serve as his newest elite undead minion. He funnels spiritual energy through his ring to initiate the summoning and binding ritual. The young man points at the draconic warrior's vessel lying on the ground, revealing he has already prepped the ultimate body for his soul. The shadow spirit hovers in silence, carefully sizing up the physical vessel meant to serve as his new form. The spirit admits that in his weakened, lingering state, he had not even considered the possibility of seeking revenge. Soraku lays down a single condition to accept the pact, agreeing to be deployed in combat however the master sees fit. He makes it crystal clear that he will strictly refuse any command that could bring harm to innocent people. Ryoga chuckles, recalling that he gave that exact same condition before the regression, proving his character has not changed a bit. He thinks to himself with satisfaction that this righteous attitude is exactly what makes a true hero. The young man accepts the terms with a smile, assuring him that he agrees and will honor that promise throughout their partnership. The spirit accepts the pact, fusing seamlessly into the dragonkin's body beneath a swirling vortex of dark magic. A brilliant light flashes across the screen, and the system confirms the young man has successfully acquired the soul of hero Sora Kashiwagi. He recalls that in his past life, Sora was stuck in a basic skeleton, wondering how overpowered his ally will become now that he has an elite body right from the jump. The tiny spirit inspects the finished product, praising the craft and calling it an absolute masterpiece. The reborn draconic warrior rises to his feet, figuring out that the young man had already modified and reinforced the vessel specifically for him. The status window reveals that Sora now holds the rating of a 3-star incomplete dragon, with the capacity to evolve even further. Ryoga is blown away reading the stats, realizing his ally possesses entirely new traits compared to when he was housed in a basic skeleton. The system highlights the special battle mage trait inherited by Sora, allowing him to weave warrior arts and spellcasting simultaneously. Ryoga asks his new partner how he feels regarding his brand new physical vessel. The warrior flexes his claws, noting that the body feels solid, even if it is slightly weaker than his prime form when he was alive. The young man wonders if the incomplete status stems from the fact that he replicated the dragon concept using a curse formula. Still, he smiles, knowing this starting point is infinitely better than his previous run, and more than enough for now. Ryoga decides it is time to move out, inviting his new minion to follow him on their next journey. Sora gets annoyed with the master for casually calling him a minion so coldly. The warrior stops walking and crosses his arms in frustration, catching the young man's attention as he looks back confused. Ryoga asks what is wrong, and the proud warrior admits he hates being referred to as a mere minion. The young man suggests using his actual name, but Sora explains that he has abandoned his past identity, the kid's size, calling him a handful and wondering if his quiet personality changed after remanifesting. Sora explains that he wants a name that strikes fear into the hearts of his enemies, though he admits he cannot think of a good one. Ryoga tosses out names like Fafnir, Black Dragon, or Tiamat, but the picky warrior rejects all of them for being too cliché or over the top. Annoyed, Ryoga suggests just going with Orochi, but the monster shoots that down as well. Ryoga gets so impatient with his partner's pickiness that he literally wonders if he should just punch him. Seeing his master's rising frustration, Sora backs down, deciding to settle for the very first option and adopting the name Fafnir. The young man accepts it and tells the newly minted Fafnir to follow him, thinking to himself that this argument totally drained him. Fafnir sprints after him, yelling for him to hold up and pointing out that he is practically naked. He looks around the campsite in confusion, searching for anything he can use to cover up. The warrior spots a large piece of brown fabric from an orc tent and rips it off to fashion some makeshift clothes. He ties the makeshift cloth around his waist with a sigh of relief. Now covered, the dragon steps ahead, confidently announcing that they are officially ready to travel. Ryoga stares at him in disbelief over his antics, wondering if the legendary hero was always this goofy in the past. The scene cuts back to Shinya's laboratory at night as a startled scream echoes from inside the warehouse. The young scientist is hyped to see that the specimen he left soaking in the solution has started moving on its own. He begs Ryoga to let him study the creature, repeatedly geeking out over how mind-blowing the entire process is. Fafnir gets annoyed by the hovering and asks if he can smack him, but Ryoga steps in, reminding him that the scientist is an essential partner. Right then, Ryoga turns around as another of his allied hunters calls out to him. Ryoga informs the group that they will be returning to Tokyo for a while to sort through the loot collected during the mission. He channels his dark mana through the ring over the green orc's remains to initiate another resurrection. Intrigued, the young man inspects the orc chieftain's fallen vessel, planning what kind of minion to forge out of it. Shinya drops to his knees beside him with starry eyes, asking with huge excitement what his partner's next creation will be. Ryoga asks if he is curious, prompting the scientist to quickly backpedal out of fear of the insane physical labor from their last session. Even while exhausted and complaining, the scientist's sheer curiosity drives him to grind the ingredients with absolute dedication. He looks at his partner, quietly reflecting that the kid constantly shatters his expectations. Ryoga extends his hand, casting his special flesh-severing skill to cleanly extract the skeletal frame from the remains. Under the spell's effect, all the outer muscle and tissue slide off the bone structure effortlessly. The tiny spirit floats over, commenting that having fresh undead troops in the army always helps out in a scrap. The system flashes, revealing the bone extraction was a masterpiece, granting a 100% stat bonus across the board. Ryoga asks for the refined compound, and the scientist hands over the vial to continue the procedure. He pours the stabilized extract over the bones, and the system prompts that the potion's pristine quality will enhance the final creation. The blue interface confirms the process is complete, announcing that the resulting skeletal minion will specialize purely in defense. The young man smiles, reading the interface, thinking this minion will make an ideal personal bodyguard. The skeleton guard manifests mounted on a skeletal warhorse, wielding 2 massive tower shields, rated at 2-star rank. The kid orders his new servant that moving forward, its primary duty is to guard him with everything it has whenever he channels life drain. Ryoga pats the minion's skull, praising the solid craft, prompting the skeleton to nod back happily. The alchemist asks why he went with a pure skeleton this time, and the young man explains that bones have the perk of being lightweight and immune to decay. He concludes by explaining that since life drain has short range, he needed heavy protection, and bones can last forever as long as they are fed energy. The scientist is amazed to see the young man even factored in long-term maintenance, admitting he will never get tired of studying him. Ryoga heads for the exit, asking his partner to watch over the new skeletal summon while he steps out to handle some annoying business. Shinya spins around, caught off guard and curious, asking where on earth he is heading at this hour of the night. Ryoga explains that he needs to hit the Pantheon because he leveled up and got summoned to receive divine magic. Hearing that, Shinya stands completely paralyzed, lost for words. The alchemist yells out, demanding to know what he means by receiving divine magic and begging him to hold on. He then asks in shock if the young man used to be a priest in the past, picturing a holy skeleton in his head. Ryoga repeats that they are heading to the Pantheon because he was called to claim a divine spell after leveling up. Shinya stares at his partner in disbelief, totally incapable of processing the information. He loses it again, asking what he means by divine spells and telling him once more to stop messing with him. Shinya doubles down on his question, wanting to know if he genuinely used to work as a holy priest. The Necromancer calmly replies that, in reality, he is a deeply devoted believer. The scientist screams that there is no way on Earth that is true, though he quickly starts second-guessing himself. Ignoring the freakout, Ryoga asks if he finished filing the patent for the intermediate healing potion. Shinya confirms the review process should start shortly, and the young man praises the speed of his work. The alchemist remarks that he hates procrastinating, knowing that the longer they wait, the more competitors will pop up. He explains that the only hurdle now is marketing, since the next major industry expo will not happen until next year. Ryoga suggests handing over a batch of potions so he can promote them whenever an opportunity presents itself. Happy with the help, Shinya hands over a vial of the crimson liquid, telling him to go for it. The young man holds the vial with a smirk, saying that if the plan works out, they are going to make a serious fortune. He wears an ambitious grin, thinking that at the end of the day, money makes the world go round. Seeing that greedy look on his face, Shinya shivers, genuinely questioning if the guy is actually a priest. It is revealed that the Pantheon mysteriously manifested right after the Great Catastrophe. Most people head there seeking spells and blessings from the constellations, making Ryoga view the whole setup as purely transactional. He thinks the deities are greedy for demanding constant offerings from their mortal followers in the tower. The young man senses zero divine energy from the relics scattered on the floor, wondering why anything valuable would be left discarded. Walking up the tower's spiral staircase, Ryoga complains about the total lack of escalators or elevators. He wonders if this climb is supposed to be a test of faith, realizing there are still plenty of the 108 stone steps left. The young man finds the trek excessive, jokingly hoping he does not get struck by lightning just for complaining. He asks how much further they have to go, and Fafnir replies that they have roughly the exact same distance left to climb. Ryoga groans, realizing they are only halfway up, and the tiny spirit confirms that is indeed the case. The Necromancer warns that he is going to be seriously ticked off if he goes through all this cardio just to get zero rewards. He keeps trudging up the stone steps through the dark to finally reach the summit. The young man steps into a massive circular chamber, featuring a glowing ceiling mapped with various constellations. He stands quietly admiring the starry dome while waiting for the system to respond. Multiple prompts pop up, showing that constellations like the Wealthy One, the Shrouded Death, and the Lord of Abydos are deeply displeased. Fafnir bursts out laughing at the deity's salty reactions, prompting an annoyed Ryoga to tell him to pipe down for a second. The tiny spirit announces that it is finally his turn, expanding into a massive divine figure shrouded in mist. The entity floats toward the starry ceiling to interact directly with the Pantheon's core system. The giant taps one of the radiant stars with his fingertip to officially register his divine presence. A prompt confirms that the constellation of the Giant of Defiant Skies has officially been recorded in the Pantheon. The system alerts that Ryoga has unlocked 2 divine spells, Profane Blessing and Wedge of Retribution. Profane Blessing amplifies stats using yin energy, while Wedge of Retribution stacks charges when taking hits and discharges them at a single target. Fafnir brags about granting him those powers, and the young man admits the spells are actually top tier. The proud spirit laughs boastfully, hyping up his own supreme greatness. However, a warning pops up stating that the Giant of Defiant Skies currently lacks the divine rank necessary to function as a full constellation. The dashboard notes his divine light is too faint to draw in followers, making the young man grumble about the system's strict rules. Despite being slightly annoyed by the limitations, Ryoga smirks, happy with the fact that he walked away significantly stronger regardless. Later on, the young man walks through the bustling city streets as night falls. He suddenly detects a familiar presence sneaking up from behind, sharpening his focus on his surroundings. A loud voice calls out to him, asking what on earth he was doing walking out of the Pantheon. A muscular blonde guy named Satake Shigeru steps forward with a grin, remarking that it has been ages. Ryoga turns around with a blank stare, asking who on earth he is supposed to be. Satake tries jogging his memory, claiming he used to look after him back at the orphanage and asking if he seriously forgot him. Ryoga remembers him as the bully who constantly extorted everyone, telling Satake to drop the friendly act. He flashes back to his younger days in the orphanage dormitory, where he was constantly harassed and shoved around. In the memory, Satake had him by the collar, accusing the kid of snitching on his shady antics to the director. But young Ryoga did not back down, landing a solid punch straight across the bully's face. Snapping back to the present, the young man mockingly asks if his broken nose ever fully healed, making Satake grit his teeth. The bully takes a deep breath, running a hand through his blonde hair and muttering that he almost lost his temper. He flashes a smug smile, pointing at the emblem pinned to his chest and asking if Ryoga recognizes it. Satake brags that he is now an official member of the prestigious Aragiri Guild, showing off the guild crest. He sneers that visiting the Pantheon proves Ryoga is just a low-tier scrub, warning that things will not play out like they did in the past. The Necromancer looks at him with a deadpan face, remarking that as far as he is concerned, nothing has changed. Satake flies into a rage at the comment, snarling as he prepares to throw a punch. Raising his fist, he angrily warns the kid not to get cocky with him, but before he can swing, his wrist is intercepted and locked in a vice grip by someone else. Rago Jomon, captain of the Aragiri's 7th squad, shuts down the strike, telling them to cut it out since they are out in public. Satake complains to his superior, indignantly claiming that Ryoga was stepping out of line. Jomon smirks, suggesting they take things elsewhere to settle the dispute inside an official arena. The captain thinks the kid is reckless for picking a fight, knowing full well they are licensed Aragiri hunters. Satake is surprised by the proposal, but Jomon suggests settling it in the ring since they have history together. The blonde laughs at the idea, pointing out the kid just recently became a hunter and stands zero chance. Cutting through the trash talk, Ryoga accepts the challenge on the spot, saying they can throw down right now. Satake flinches, caught off guard by the kid's absolute confidence. The young man flashes a cold grin, mocking him and asking if he is suddenly getting cold feet. The bully snaps, screaming that he will not be able to back out after acting like a complete punk. The three of them head over to a training facility, affiliated directly with the Aragiri Guild. They step into the center of an empty arena to kick off the duel under official facility. Rules. Ryoga summons Fafnir in his battle form, stating that since he is a priest, Fafnir will be fighting on his behalf. Satake laughs, asking if Fafnir is his personal summon, sarcastically complimenting the handy skill he managed to pick up. He readies his spear, warning that a basic summon is not going to save him from a beatdown. The magic circle on the floor lights up, prepping the arena for the duel. A system alert flashes on the screen, confirming the match has been authorized under arena supervision. The interface measures the combatants' health pools and defensive stats to officially launch the duel. The arena floor glows brightly as the system confirms the initialization sequence is complete. Satake grins as the system scans the defensive parameters and health bars of all fighters in range. Ryoga waits patiently, reading that an emergency barrier will trigger automatically if lethal damage is detected. The display flares, signaling that the showdown between the two hunters is officially underway. Satake rests his spear on his shoulders, openly mocking Ryoga and laughing that he looks terrified. The Necromancer scratches his head, genuinely confused as to why this guy is so ridiculously arrogant and dense. He reflects that he never expected to run into members of the Aragiri Guild under these circumstances. Fafnir steps forward in his combat form, thinking this will be a great opportunity to test the limits of his new frame. The proud warrior reasons that since his opponent belongs to the Aragiri Guild, he has zero reason to hold back. Ryoga steps close and whispers for him not to end the fight in a single blow, as he wants to test something out. The warrior feels a bit frustrated, thinking that pulling his punches is the hardest part of any fight. Satake charges in, screaming that he is about to put the MC in his place once and for all. He lunges forward, throwing a heavy spear thrust aimed straight at his opponent. However, Fafnir leaps into the air with insane agility, dodging the strike with ease. The blonde shifts into the third form of the Kairag spear technique, attempting a lightning-fast follow-up attack. The creature weaves through the rapid-fire thrusts with effortless grace, staying one step ahead of the attacker. Satake then transitions into the second form of the same martial art, aiming to shatter his guard with a heavy thrust. Jomon watches Satake's technique with approval, while Fafnir simply finds it amusing, thinking such a sluggish strike will never land. Fafnir snaps his clawed hand forward in a single motion to intercept the incoming attack. He catches Satake's spear bare-handed, leaving the attacker completely horrified. The warrior tries desperately to yank the weapon back, but realizes in shock that it will not budge an inch. The draconic fighter calls him pathetic for swinging blindly without planning his next move. He raises his fist, warning that if this were a real-world clash, the guy would already be eliminated. But Fafnir remembers Ryoga's instruction not to wrap things up too quickly, realizing he needs to tone it down. So he decides to deliver a light palm strike, yet his raw strength still blasts Satake across the ring. The guy goes flying across the arena, screaming in pain as he crashes hard against the stone floor. Ryoga walks over, recalling that in the past, the bully used to bawl his eyes out whenever his nose got popped. He smirks, noting that nowadays the guy only screams for a second before going down, remarking that he has matured. Sprawled across the floor in agony, Satake curses the MC for putting him through such total humiliation. The Necromancer looks down on him coldly, while his draconic warrior stands faithfully at his side. Satake tries pushing himself up, clutching his shattered leg from the impact of the counterstrike. The damage to his knee joint is severe, thoroughly crushed by Fafnir's heavy strike. The guy slumps onto the cracked arena floor, writhing in pain and unable to stand. Sweat and tears stream down his face as the realization sets in that he was completely outclassed. Fafnir lectures him, explaining that spamming the exact same pattern makes your moves ridiculously easy to read. He breaks down the exact moment he read the spear's path and stepped in to crush his stance. Satake's knee bone cracks under the immense strain, making the young man let out a piercing scream. The warrior towers over him with an intimidating presence, stating that their little match has come to an end. He raises his claw to deliver the final strike and officially conclude the duel. Satake sobs uncontrollably in pure terror, staring death in the face and thinking his time is up. Suddenly, a voice shouts for them to stop, freezing Fafnir's claw mere inches from Satake's face. Captain Jomon skids onto the arena floor out of breath, stepping in at the final second to save his teammate. Ryoga smirks, seeing the captain intervene even faster than anticipated, while the system declares the match over. As the dust settles, the blonde warrior lies completely broken before his opponents. Satake groans on the ground, and Jomon tells him to stay still while he runs to fetch a professional healer. Ryoga chimes in, saying there is no need to run outside when there is already a licensed priest standing right here. Jomon questions if he seriously does not know that one-star heals cannot mend broken bones, but the kid claims he has plenty of common sense. The captain looks baffled, asking how on earth he plans to fix such a severe compound fracture. The MC pulls a crimson vial from his coat pocket, revealing he will be using an intermediate healing potion. Satake freaks out, remembering those potions cost millions of coins, but Ryoga remarks that he is out of the loop, since mass production is now a reality. The blonde screams that he will not accept his charity, complaining that he has never heard of any mass-produced high-tier potions. Ryoga tells him to shut up and take the treatment, thinking about what fantastic marketing this live demo will be. The Necromancer wears a sly grin, thinking how lucky he is to stumble upon the perfect test subject for his potion. He pours the liquid over Satake's fractured leg to kickstart the regeneration process. Jomon watches in total shock as the leg completely knits together and the shattered bone mends on the spot. A greedy glint flashes in the captain's eyes, immediately recognizing the absurd commercial value of the potion before him. Spotting the captain's intense reaction, the MC lets out a subtle smirk. Knowing his marketing ploy worked like a charm, Jomon demands to know where he managed to get his hands on a mass-produced intermediate potion of that ridiculous quality. Ryoga celebrates internally, seeing that the captain took the bait hook, line, and sinker. He asks if, as an Aragiri captain, Jomon must be a 3-star hunter, and Jomon confirms with a suspicious glare. The young man proposes a duel, promising to reveal the secret supplier of the potions if the captain agrees to fight him in the ring. Jomon smirks with confidence and accepts, reasoning that he has nothing to lose since the kid promised the recipe regardless. Ryoga remarks that the previous fight was way too short, stating that this time he wants a serious scrap to test his true limits. The two take their positions in the center of the arena, locking eyes before kicking off the new match. The system signals the start of the duel, and Jomon lunges forward with lightning speed, drawing his blade against the dragonkin. The captain executes the 5th stance of the Zephyr sword style, unleashing a rapid strike against the beast's defense. He admits it is impressive that the creature reacted to Satake's spear, but continues pressing his attack against Fafnir. Jomon figures that massive frame must have agility limits, while the draconic warrior calmly blocks the incoming barrage. The system displays a continuous damage prompt on the dragonkin, signaling that its defensive efficiency is degrading. Jomon capitalizes on his speed, darting across the ring to land precision strikes across Fafnir's body. On the sidelines, Ryoga watches the scrap with his arms crossed, thinking that everything is unfolding precisely as planned. He knows Jomon's high-speed fencing style is a terrible matchup for Fafnir's heavy, close-quarters brawling body. The young man smirks, reflecting that this exact matchup was why he used the potion as bait to trigger the fight. Fafnir holds his ground, choosing to use this fast opponent to fully calibrate his heavier physical vessel. Seeing his minion's unwavering focus, Ryoga mentally commends his resolve, finding it truly worthy of his right-hand commander. The Necromancer raises his hand, declaring he will not just stand around watching, and casts Profane Blessing on his ally. The system alerts that all of the warrior's core stats have jumped by 20%, leaving Ryoga impressed by the spell's output. With his green eyes flaring, the MC smirks confidently, preparing his next follow-up spell. Captain Jomon is suddenly enveloped in an eerie green mist, feeling a heavy weight dragging down his limbs. He reads on his status screen that his stats have dropped by 10%, realizing the kid's spell applies a buff and a debuff simultaneously. The captain breaks into a nervous sweat sensing the dark aura, questioning if this kid is genuinely a standard rookie. Fafnir pops up in his mini-form to tease the Necromancer, but Ryoga fires back that the output is not bad for a low-tier deity. The tiny spirit gets annoyed at being called weak, but Ryoga tells him to shut his mouth since they are still in the middle of a fight. The Necromancer flashes a wicked grin, deciding it is time to trigger his next spell to close out the match. The system details that the Wedge of Retribution stacks Retribution, counters every single time Ryoga's minion takes a hit. The young man looks at his minion with a grin, commanding him to let loose and go completely wild. Shrouded in dark flames of pure focus, Fafnir smirks back, agreeing that this is the best possible order he could receive. Jomon continues relentlessly slashing the draconic warrior, completely oblivious that every sword strike is charging Ryoga's retribution counter. The captain figures that as a 3-star Aragiri veteran, adapting to a minor stat debuff is light work, but he is shocked to see the monster marching forward even after tanking his absolute best sword techniques. Fafnir realizes he needs to drop his old habits as a nimble human, since his new undead frame can easily shrug off severe damage. He decides to stop dodging entirely, opting to eat the incoming strikes to force a brutal infight. He closes the gap, deploying the Kanik martial art to unleash a devastating 10-hit combo right into Jomon's chest. The warrior unloads rapid-fire punches with blistering speed and crushing power against the Aragiri captain. He caps off the combo with a brutal straight punch, sending the captain coughing up blood as he is blasted backward. Crashing onto the floor, Jomon gasps in shock that a single combo wiped out half his health bar, doubting Ryoga is actually a one-star hunter. Seeing his health cut in half, he realizes another clean hit will spell instant defeat. He scrambles up in a fury, screaming that an Aragiri captain would never lose to a one-star nobody like Ryoga. Banking entirely on his raw speed, Jomon charges in, knowing summoners are typically completely helpless in close-quarters combat. He slips past the massive draconic warrior, sprinting straight at the MC to end the duel on the spot. Jomon lunges with his sword drawn, while Ryoga stands completely motionless, perfectly composed. The captain unleashes the 12th stance of the Zephyr style, aiming a piercing thrust right at the young man's chest. The blade grazes past Ryoga's cheek, but he tilts his head to dodge at the very last millisecond. The Necromancer lets out a mocking smirk, quietly remarking that he knew all along Jomon would go for that exact move. He thrusts his ring-bearing hand forward, unleashing the full accumulated power of the Wedge of Retribution directly into his opponent. All the kinetic energy absorbed by Fafnir detonates in a massive crimson shockwave, blasting the captain through the air with immense force. Jomon crashes unconscious onto the arena floor with his health bar hitting 0, and the blue system announces the end of the duel. The scene transitions to the towering glass skyscraper that serves as the headquarters for the prestigious Aragiri Guild at night. Inside the building, the camera focuses on the luxurious executive office of the vice leader, decorated with modern designer furniture. The fearsome 7-star hunter, Hakugo Naruhito, asks in pure astonishment if they can truly mass-produce high-grade potions. Jomon, his face now covered in bandages, nervously confirms to his superior that the intelligence is 100% genuine. Naruhito rests his chin on his hands, asking if the captain personally verified the efficacy of the miracle product. He explains that the potion mended compound fractures instantly and matches the quality of rare drops found only inside high-tier gates. The captain bows his head respectfully, offering a sincere apology to his superior for his embarrassing defeat in the arena. The vice leader states he will take responsibility, asking why his personal loss should drag the prestigious Aragiri name through the mud. Jomon sheepishly explains that losing to an unranked 1-star hunter severely damages the guild's public standing. Naruhito flares a heavy aura, coldly asking if the man truly believes their reputation could be tarnished by the defeat of a nobody. The captain stammers in absolute terror, begging for forgiveness and admitting he overstepped by trying to hide behind the guild's prestige. Naruhito coldly shuts down the conversation, dismissing Jomon from his office and leaving the captain utterly disgraced. He then orders his secretary to demote Jomon to regular member status and instructs her to launch an investigation to track the potion's supplier. Reviewing the footage of the arena duel on his desktop monitor, the vice leader ponders what just unfolded. He finds it completely impossible that a minion summoned by a mere 1-star hunter was capable of demolishing a 3-star combatant. Naruhito taps his fingers on the desk, intrigued, recalling that the kid claimed to be a priest and wondering if he actually obtained a divine summon. Finally, he orders his secretary to also run a background check on Ryoga Chinen. In the gym, Ryoga stretches and remarks that news about the potions will soon reach Aragiri, eager to see their reaction. Fafnir approaches him with a serious look and arms crossed, making the Necromancer wonder what is going on. The Dragonkin shows off a golden skill book and asks, annoyed, why he is the one who has to read about spear techniques. The MC explains that since he is a magic warrior skilled in combat, he thought it would be great to learn the techniques directly from him. Even though he finds it a total drag, the minion flips through the book and asks why he suddenly wants to learn spear techniques out of nowhere. Ryoga recalls how Satake wielded the spear with precision and power during their clash in the arena. Fafnir complains that if things go south, he will be the primary target because he looks weak. But Ryoga jokes that it is natural to focus on the weak link. The minion mocks Ryoga, saying he looks weaker than his own right arm, telling the kid to drink some protein shakes to bulk up. Suddenly, Fafnir's hand begins to move against his will due to the bone control skill that the MC activated by surprise. Being manipulated, the minion gives in and states that he has already grasped the technique from the book, announcing that he will now teach him the way of the spear. He tosses the book back to the necromancer and warns that his master should also engrave that crucial information into his memory. Ryoga nimbly catches the skill book mid-air to begin the direct learning process through the system. The book teaches the Verdian-style basic spear, and the MC thinks that mastering this technique will make it easier to learn the powerful death spiral later on. He remembers that the death spiral is a legendary skill created by the British spear saint, based precisely on the Verdian style. He smiles, thinking that the technique would only be perfected years from now, but as a regressor, he will master it right away in this new life. The MC activates the Verdian item on the panel, and a notification confirms that the framework of the new skill has been installed into his body. Ryoga reads about the 6 basic forms of the style now installed, and reflects that mastering all the theory in an instant, thanks to the book, is the best shortcut. Fafnir takes an aggressive combat stance and remarks with a grin that he truly makes an exceptional instructor when it comes to hands-on training. Ryoga's eyes widen as he senses the immense speed and pressure behind the sudden strike. The minion launches his way. The dragonkin leaps into the air with his weapon ready and declares that martial arts are only truly learned through raw, direct impact. The spear slams into the ground with overwhelming power, triggering a massive shockwave of dust and debris that shatters part of the training arena. Stepping out from the smoke unscathed with his spear in hand, Fafnir asks in an intimidating tone if they can finally kick off the practical training. The two begin trading rapid spear strikes, and the minion spins his weapon skillfully to test the MC's reflexes. Fafnir praises his dodge as the spear tip tears into the floor, noting that the kid's footwork is actually not half bad. But he immediately warns him that he will never truly master the weapon if all he does is dodge incoming attacks. Ryoga dodges with difficulty and complains that he is demanding too much from a beginner, pointing out that dodging is simply a natural reaction. The dragonkin chuckles, taunting his master and asking if he is holding a grudge from getting hit earlier, but the kid denies it while playing it cool. The minion attacks in earnest and warns that this is real, high-stakes training, asking if he plans on begging the enemy for mercy. Yelling for them to keep going without stopping, Fafnir charges forward again with immense force to deliver another heavy spear thrust. Ryoga spins his own spear and meets the challenge head-on, shouting for his opponent to bring everything he has got. The system announces that the Necromancer has activated the 3rd form of the Verdian-style, rotational defense, in an attempt to block the incoming attack. He successfully intercepts the impact of the opponent's spear, earning an enthusiastic compliment from the minion in the process. The MC celebrates blocking the hit and mentally prepares to unleash a swift counterattack against his sparring partner. However, the tips of the 2 spears clash fiercely, sending sparks flying due to the immense physical force behind the collision. Fafnir's spear breaks through Ryoga's guard and strikes him right in the chest, knocking the MC backward. The kid stumbles back, groaning from the impact as he clutches his chest, feeling the sheer weight of the blow he just took. The minion explains that stopping the first strike does not guarantee victory, warning him never to let his guard down until the clash is completely over. Coughing slightly, Ryoga wonders in frustration why he got hit even after executing the block properly. Fafnir explains that, while he did stop the initial thrust, he still needed to properly defend against the follow-up strike. The Necromancer complains that the minion's brute force is to blame, but the monster defends himself, stating that he adjusted his output perfectly. Ryoga takes the lesson to heart and decides that from now on he will fight at full power, warning that this round will not be as easy as the last. He activates the life drain technique to absorb energy, drastically boosting the physical attributes of his own body for the spar. The system confirms the activation of the spear style's 4th form, Shaft Strike, and the MC charges straight toward his opponent. The 2 warriors clash their spears with immense force in the center of the gym, unleashing a shockwave that makes the entire area shake. The kid confidently thinks there will not be a follow-up attack and prepares to counter, but Fafnir roars that he thought wrong. The dragonkin swiftly pivots his body, using the momentum to deliver a rapid surprise follow-up attack against his master. Ryoga lands on the ground, stunned by the minion's speed, unable to fully grasp what just happened. Fafnir points his spear and points out that his master focused solely on defending against the second strike while failing to properly block the first. Admitting his mistake, Ryoga gets back to his feet and asks for another round while the system indicates that the effects of life drain remain active. The dragonkin dashes forward once again, shouting for his master to execute the proper movement this time around. The Necromancer shouts and pushes himself to the limit to strike back with his spear, putting everything he has into the physical training. Their weapons clash repeatedly in the middle of the arena, showing the 2 combatants trading relentless spear strikes without rest. The scene transitions to the outside of a bustling Korean barbecue restaurant during the evening. Multiple cuts of pork sizzle on the hot grill, sending clouds of savory steam into the restaurant air. Sitting at the table, Yuma looks at the MC and asks in disbelief what on earth happened to mess up his face so badly. Ryoga sits in silence with a black eye, a scratched cheek, and several bandages scattered across his face. The MC sighs and vaguely remarks that a lot of things happened, leading the rookie to simply drop the subject without pressing further. Speaking from inside the ring, Fafnir praises Ryoga for sparring with him all the way through without passing out, calling his stamina impressive. The minion mentions that it was a blast and admits he got carried away, making his master suspect that he only enjoyed it because he could beat him up legally. Fafnir tells him to speak up if he ever wants to quit, but Ryoga counters in his head that he never would have started if he was going to give up that easily. As he eats, the MC reflects that while he can boost his physical capabilities using life drain, there are other ways to level up his strength. He thinks to himself that it would be a total waste to rely solely on the basic stat boosts provided by his technique. He plans to combine his high base stats with refined martial arts to become far stronger than he ever was before his regression. Noticing the smirk on his friend's face as he eats, Yuma admits nervously that he is totally creeping him out. The rookie shows his bank book and expresses his gratitude for the deposit of 15 million in 3 days, while Ryoga tells him to hit him up in the future. Ryoga changes the subject and asks if there is any major news circulating among hunters on the HunterNet. Yuma mentions that a buddy of his monitors the exclusive hunter forums and heard rumors about a fatal incident over in Kamakura. He brings up the Kagoshima Gate and several hunter ambushes, but Ryoga thinks disappointedly that none of those incidents will help him grow quickly. Since he remembers the major events of the past, he was hoping to pick up useful leads from smaller incidents to map out his next moves. The rookie then mentions that, on top of all that, there is also the active gate at the Forgotten Temple located in Wakayama Prefecture. The Necromancer's eyes widen as he repeats the name of the Forgotten Temple in shock, asking if that place still has not been cleared yet. Yuma explains that the Horizon Guild has failed to clear it for nearly a year, and everyone is saying a full-blown mana overflow is right around the corner. The system explains that static gates remain safe as long as hunters routinely clear out the monsters that spawn inside. In fluid gates, however, an overflow occurs once mana density surpasses 100%, causing monsters to break out into the real world. The MC reflects on the massive hazard of dealing with a fluid gate that is on the verge of collapsing soon. Yuma reveals that, given the dire situation, the Horizon Guild has opened entry to the public, allowing access even to independent solo hunters. Ryoga asks if other top guilds will participate, and Yuma mentions that Phoenix, ranked number 2, and Daybreak, ranked number 3, are both interested. The MC remembers that before his regression, the Phoenix Guild obtained the epic dragon scale armor right inside that very temple. He flashes a grin upon realizing that the gate remains uncleared and unclaimed, seeing the perfect window of opportunity to make his move. He figures that learning the spear and securing the scale armor would be the ultimate combo, while Yuma notices that he is cooking up a scheme. Ryoga gets up and tells Yuma to notify the rest of the crew to meet by the gate tomorrow with full camping gear. The following day, they arrive before the Forgotten Temple, where a glowing blue portal is flanked by 2 stone dragon statues. The system reveals that the site is a large fluid gate, ranked from 1 to 2 stars, and the mana density has already reached 93%. Looking around the base camp, packed with hunter tents, Yuma is blown away by the massive crowd gathered at the location. Another hunter nearby remarks that folks from across the entire country have been flocking in ever since the Horizon Guild lifted entry restrictions. Yuma asks if they should pitch a tent as well, but Ryoga replies that they will be spending all their time inside the gate training. A nearby hunter warns that bringing only 5 days' worth of supplies is pure madness for a brutal gate that Horizon could not even clear. With a calm and confident look, the Necromancer assures them that he will wrap up the entire raid in 5 days without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, Yuma points ahead with excitement and tells the MC to take a close look at who is approaching the camp. It is none other than the Phoenix Guild's next sword saint, Asaka Mirai, striding forward imposingly in sleek black armor and a flowing red scarf. Ryoga observes her and recalls that Asaka was the exact person who figured out the correct strategy to clear the gate and claim the epic armor. He remembers that she possessed the raw talent to surpass the Phoenix Guild master before his regression, but ended up a tragic prodigy due to an accident. Yuma points in surprise toward another direction and asks his partner what is going on over there as even more top hunters arrive. He notices that the powerhouse brawler Gouda is also taking part in the raid as the head representative sent by the Daybreak Guild. That is Gouda Gaishin, who will later become feared throughout the nation as the Iron Fist, one of the greatest powerhouses in all of Japan. Ryoga watches the bustling scene and thinks to himself that all the future VIPs of the hunter world are gathered in the exact same spot. Yuma glances around nervously and asks his partner if they will actually be able to clear the gate before the top squads beat them to it. The MC turns around and calmly tells his friend not to sweat it, as they just need to handle business their own way. He smirks and declares with absolute confidence that he is going to conquer the temple and claim the dragon scale armor, no matter what. Yuma shouts for his partner to hold up as he sprints after him toward the glowing blue gate illuminating the camp. The system panel announces that the party has entered the Forgotten Temple, unveiling an ancient structure of crumbling stone ruins. Ryoga extends his hand as his magic ring glows, whispering the command to summon his dragonkin minion into battle. Fafnir materializes beside the MC amid a cloud of dark green smoke, ready to carry out his master's orders. Yuma comments in pure shock that turning spirits into undead to control them is terrifying, admitting he will never get used to seeing it. The girl in the party whispers in fright, asking if the kid plans on turning them into undead too, noting that his minions look pretty weak. Ryoga turns around with a cold glare, flatly telling her not to flatter herself into thinking he would turn just anyone into a servant. He walks ahead chuckling, adding that they are far too weak and the best they could ever become is a basic zombie, making Yuma instantly freeze up in terror. The Necromancer tells them to quit stressing over nonsense and start watching the path ahead, but is cut off by a sudden roar. Without warning, a massive tremor rocks the entire ruin, and massive stone pillars begin to shift on their own. Huge stone blocks and ancient structures begin to rotate and rearrange themselves, completely altering the layout of the ancient temple. Fafnir warns his master that the terrain is shifting, and asks with concern if everything is really going to be fine in this place. The party's female hunter warns that, despite the low entry requirement, the true difficulty here is considered 3 stars in practice. She nervously explains that the internal layout shifts once every single day, completely randomizing the surrounding environment and the monsters within. The MC remains composed, quietly reflecting that the gate's mechanics are identical to how they were before his regression. Ryoga orders Fafnir to take point on the front line and buffs his ally directly with Unholy Blessing and Wedge of Retribution. The minion grins, stating that protecting his frail master is the duty of his right-hand man, and the MC challenges him to back up that talk with results. They advance on guard through the mysterious ruined temple, while the sound of shifting stone echoes all around them. Fafnir turns serious and alerts the group that something dangerous is creeping up through the darkness of the corridor ahead. Suddenly, shadowy figures in dark cloaks with glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness through rifts of purple smoke. The Necromancer instantly recognizes the monsters and calls out to his companions, identifying the creatures as fallen cultists. One of the cultists lets out a bizarre screech and dashes toward the dragonkin, lunging forward with razor-sharp claws. Fafnir effortlessly deflects the strike with his forearm, holding a solid defensive stance against the hooded fiend's rush. Yuma shouts that fallen cultists are tough opponents and yells that the squad should provide backup, but gets cut off mid-sentence. With effortless ease, the towering dragonkin grabs the attacking monster's face with his left hand. He lifts the creature off the ground without breaking a sweat, putting his overwhelming physical strength on display before the stunned party. The fallen cultist thrashes wildly upon realizing it has been completely immobilized by the dragonkin's iron grip. Fafnir slams the monster's head into the cracked stone floor of the temple, breaking its resistance in a single strike. He finishes the job by crushing the opponent's skull with a heavy fist to ensure the threat is permanently taken off the board. Yuma's jaw drops at the sheer power of their allied monster, letting out a speechless gasp at the display of force. Dusting off his hands, Fafnir arrogantly remarks that the fight was child's play compared to his true capabilities. Ryoga scolds him, warning that if he smashes their heads in, he will not be able to raise them as servants, prompting the dragonkin to apologize. More horned, hooded fiends pour out of the ruin's shadows in a swarm, marching aggressively straight toward the party. Seeing the incoming horde, Ryoga's minion squares up for battle and remarks with excitement that they just keep on coming. The MC grips his staff of spite as his eyes glow vibrant blue, telling his ally that he will be joining the fray this time around. The system notifies that the Staff of Spite's special effect has been applied to the MC, cutting his mana consumption by 12%. Ryoga casts Bone Control, causing sharp bone spikes to erupt from the stone floor directly toward the fallen cultists. The spikes impale the front line of hooded monsters, blasting the entire group of enemies backward from the sheer impact. Under the force of the bone barrier, the impaled cultists begin releasing a mysterious green mist from their wounded bodies. Ryoga explains that fallen cultists have low elemental resistance, and that hitting them with dark or holy attributes will deal devastating damage. Under the effects of Ryoga's debuff, the attack speed of every cultist plummets drastically, leaving them severely slowed. Fafnir celebrates upon noticing the sluggish foes, while the system alerts that all of the Dragonkin's attributes have surged by 100%. He tears through the monsters with ease, noting that his training against Aragiri helped him get comfortable breaching enemy lines as a vanguard. Spinning his spear in a swift, lethal arc, he sweeps away the remaining enemies all at once with a sweeping strike. The fallen cultists end up completely wiped out, lying flat at the Dragonkin's feet and clearing the path forward for the expedition. Ryoga mutters under his breath that he forgot to cast Life Drain to harvest the fallen creature's energy. Fafnir brags that his master would not even have the chance to use the skill if he were not carrying the squad, leaving the MC rolling his eyes. The Dragonkin crosses his arms and asks if his master has even a single word of appreciation or gratitude for his hard work. The MC lets out an annoyed sigh at his ego, thinking to himself that he really misses how quiet Kashiwagi was before the regression. A blue system panel pops up on screen, announcing that the MC has reached level 20 and that new knowledge has been etched into his soul. He unlocks the spells Dark Wisdom and Dark Dominion, reducing the mana cost required to sustain undead minions by 20%. The Necromancer reviews his new toolkit and reflects that these skills are tailor-made for surviving the long 5-day grind in the temple. He stretches out his hand, crackling with green energy over the cultist's remains, and whispers the incantation to answer his reanimation call. The system reveals that the completion rate for the armored zombies is exceptionally high, raising 2 powerful new dark constructs. A new prompt confirms that all attributes of the newly raised minions have been boosted by 100% thanks to the high completion rate. Yuma asks if they will turn into stronger zombies since their base stats are higher than the orcs, but Ryoga clarifies that the engraving formulas matter far more. The rookie gets completely lost in the magic theory and asks him to dumb down what he actually means by that. Ryoga kneels down to inspect the raw materials and explains that the stat difference is negligible, choosing to focus on the key factors of minion crafting. He stands up and orders the crew to pick up the pace, warning that the temple runs deep, which is met with an energized cheer from the party. As they push deeper into the ruins, the sound of grinding stone begins to echo, shaking the entire area once again. Fafnir stays locked in on the vanguard of the raid group, landing a brutal punch that punches straight through a fallen cultist's chest. Yuma the warrior raises his iron shield, successfully bracing against the razor-sharp claw swipes of a hooded foe on their path. The party's archer releases a clean shot with an arrow of light, piercing right through another enemy's chest in the heat of combat. The 2 new cultists raised by Ryoga turn on their former comrades, helping spearhead the expedition's rapid advance. Seeing the endless wave of enemies pouring in from every corner, the Necromancer grumbles in his thoughts that there is no end to them. The ground suddenly shakes violently again, and loose dust begins raining down from the ceiling of the collapsing ancient hall. Yuma shouts that the layout is shifting once more, urging everyone to move quickly toward the temple's safe room. Ryoga tells him to hold up for a second as he tries to recall a crucial detail from his memories before his regression. He remembers a televised interview with Hunter Asaka Mirai, the very first person in the country who managed to conquer this temple gate. In the broadcast, the host asks Asaka to share with the audience the specific method she used to clear the gate. The swordswoman explains that the Forgotten Temple requires a unique trick distinct from standard dungeons just to reach the boss chamber. She details that 3 types of monsters spawn in the dungeon, each dropping a distinct type of medallion upon defeat. Asaka concludes that one must collect 49 of these medallions and slot them into a specific pillar to unlock the proper path forward. Remembering the eye insignia, the MC wonders if the corresponding creature is about to spawn, just as a crimson rift tears across the ceiling. A massive fissure of dark, crimson energy begins expanding along the hall's ceiling right before the entire raid team. The rift widens to reveal the glowing red pupil of a massive monster that slowly floats down toward the party. It is a demon eye, a giant floating monstrosity covered in pitch-black tentacles with a single massive, glowing crimson eye. The MC watches the monster materialize and thinks to himself that the demon eye matches the exact depiction carved into the pillar. The floating fiend's pupil begins glowing with an intense red light, charging up a heavy blast. The demon eye fires a massive crimson beam toward the expedition, slicing through the air at blinding speed. Ryoga's eyes flash blue, keeping his cool in the face of the devastating energy blast coming straight at him. He raises his arm to conjure several floating bone shields, remarking that he has already broken down all of this creature's attack patterns. The crimson laser crashes directly into the bone barrier erected by the Necromancer right in front of the squad. A massive flash of light and energy erupts at the impact point, but Ryoga's bone barrier holds firm against the destructive blast. The bone shields rattle under the intense pressure, but they stay locked in place, holding off the continuous stream of the crimson ray. The MC keeps his hand outstretched, channeling dark mana to stabilize and reinforce the barrier's structural integrity. He thinks to himself that a shield forged with his bone control will not break easily, especially with Shinya's engraved formulas holding its form together. Giving the expedition zero breathing room, the massive floating eye quickly begins charging another concentrated scarlet beam. The demon eye unleashes a second, far more focused crimson ray directed straight at the MC's exact position. The beam rips forward through the air toward Ryoga, who simply watches without showing a single shred of fear. Suddenly, Fafnir leaps in front of him, crossing his scaled arms to absorb the full brunt of the energy blast. The dragonkin takes point, confidently telling his master to stay put behind him because he will tank everything that comes their way. He soaks up and disperses the laser's destructive energy through sheer physical power, keeping his master completely shielded from harm. The dragonkin shakes off his arm to clear the lingering red smoke from the blast, gearing up to deliver an immediate counterattack. He bends his knees and locks his sights on the aerial creature, gathering mana to launch an offensive against the demon eye. Fafnir looks at himself in surprise, realizing he did not sustain a single scratch on his body after taking that heavy hit. Ryoga crosses his arms with a smirk, saying it took a ton of effort to forge him, so a measly 2-star attack would never pierce his scales. The dragonkin nods in agreement with his master, realizing that things really are as solid as he says. Fafnir realizes he has nothing to fear, and the demon eye begins trembling before their overwhelming presence. Wasting no more time, the dragonkin charges forward with everything he has got toward the floating fiend. Fafnir connects with a strike infused with blue energy, slamming hard into the demon eye. Fafnir asks if Ryoga is going to turn this monster into an undead as well, but he replies that doing so would ruin the main eye. Fafnir finds that gross and asks if he really needs the eyeball, but the MC explains that it is the exact quest item required to clear the gate. Suddenly, an ominous presence begins to manifest in the area, sending a chill through the air. The party looks up and spots a sleek, slender black creature scaling one of the ancient temple's stone pillars. They notice that one of the stone columns features an engraving of a mask with a creepy, smiling face. The masked mimic drops down from the pillar and lands on all fours, glaring right at the squad. Yuma calls out that it is a masked mimic this time, while their female ally nervously mentions that the mask gives her the total creeps. The monster activates its skill known as Curse of Decay, releasing a wave of toxic purple mist. The dark fog surges forward and wraps around the dragonkin, who braces himself for whatever is thrown his way. Fafnir is startled to see red blemishes forming across his scales, wondering what this strange smoke is doing to him. A system alert reveals that the masked mimic's Curse of Decay has temporarily lowered Fafnir's combat attributes. Fafnir asks if he should pop Unholy Blessing, while Ryoga ponders whether curses share the same dark alignment as spirit power. A flicker of blue flame begins to ignite at the tip of the dragonkin's claw, reacting directly to his spirit energy. Ryoga explains that if the curse carries a dark alignment, a stronger spirit power can neutralize it, and Fafnir shatters the debuff on his own. Ryoga reflects that an undead spirit power represents the pinnacle of dark magic, capable of absorbing virtually any curse. The MC is impressed to see that Fafnir figured out how to do that purely on instinct, showing some serious raw talent. The masked mimic refuses to back down and fires a jet of purple energy from its maw, attempting to cast Curse of Decay once again. Ryoga extends his hand toward his minion, deciding that he also wants to test out something new on the fly. The system alerts that Unholy Blessing has been cast, and Fafnir realizes that his master's blessing and the curse have linked using him as a medium. The masked mimic's eyes widen in shock as it senses something bizarre happening to its own energy flow. The monster realizes that Ryoga's plan is to reverse the flow of holy power through the very curse it placed on the dragonkin. The creature begins writhing in pain as a jolt of blue electricity surges backward, engulfing its body. Ryoga notes that holy attributes are super effective against the dark, announcing that the test is over as he bids the monster farewell. Blades of green energy slice cleanly through the air, piercing the masked enemy's body from one side to the other. With that strike delivered, the enemy collapses defeated onto the stone floor right at Ryoga's feet. The MC reaches down to pick up the mask dropped by the defeated monster. Ryoga jokes that Fafnir has terrible taste for wanting the mask, but the spirit chimes in that it is the key to the temple's secrets. He explains that by collecting 49 of these special monster drops and slotting them into the correct pillars throughout the ruins, it will finally be possible to unlock access to the secret chamber where the dungeon's main boss is lurking. She points out that the trickiest part of the challenge is making sure not to destroy these fragile items during combat. Ryoga grumbles about it being a massive pain of a requirement, and the floating little spirit agrees that this is why the gate has gone uncleared for nearly a year. The MC remains in deep thought, quietly wondering how exactly Asaka managed to figure out this hidden clear condition back in the day. Right then, Yuma sprints over to report that the Phoenix Guild seems to be locked in a battle just nearby within the ruins. With a smirk, the MC playfully remarks that you speak of the devil, and they show right up. A short distance ahead, the guild squad is grouped up on guard, surrounded by glowing red eyes peering through the darkness. Asaka Mirai leads her team's front line, gripping her blade with laser focus on the enemies lurking in the shadows. One of the masked mimics lunges from atop a pillar straight toward the swordswoman, claws bared for a strike. In a flash, Asaka unleashes a sword/glowing bright red, slicing clean through her opponent. The spirit is stunned to see her cut through the curse itself, and Ryoga explains that it is the effect of Gale Blade, praising Asaka's swordplay. The MC tells his team they are going to pick up the pace, and both the Dragonkin and the rest of the crew readily follow his lead. As they move through the ruins, Ryoga and his squad are closely watched from afar by Hunter Asaka's sharp gaze. A squadmate asks Asaka if she is curious about that group, noticing that they use an undead minion and navigate without hesitation, as if they know the secret. The guy doubts they actually solved the dungeon's puzzle, assuming the squad is probably just wiping out monsters recklessly. Unbothered by the other hunters' chatter, the young necromancer keeps marching toward the temple's central pillars. Asaka watches Ryoga from a distance and thinks that it is impossible to navigate a mystery dungeon without hesitating, concluding he must know something. Ryoga pushes forward with a focused look, keeping his blueprint in mind as he ventures deeper into the depths of the temple. The MC casts a confident glance back over his shoulder, fully aware of what lies ahead on the road in front of him. Asaka gets the feeling that this encounter will not be a one-time thing, sensing they are bound to cross paths again down the line. 5 days pass inside the Forgotten Temple, and Ryoga's squad keeps scouring the stone ruins hunting down monsters. Ryoga sighs and thinks that it has already been 5 full days of clearing the temple, yet enemies keep swarming from every direction. Yuma complains to his partner, remarking that things here feel even crazier than near the border, with monsters spawning non-stop. Suddenly, an eerie clatter and a chuckle echo through the hall, startling the other hunter half to death. 2 skeletal monsters draped in white robes emerge, laughing right in front of the entire team. Fafnir does not waste a second, charging mana into his fist and lunging forward, shouting for the enemy to eat this heavy blow. The dragonkin descends like a lightning bolt, throwing a devastating punch straight at the skeletal creatures. The impact of the punch is so massive that it shatters the monsters into pieces, scattering debris and dust across the floor. Shinya's floating little spirit praises Fafnir, calling him brave with the poise of a true hero, unlike his master. Ryoga snaps back that he is also putting his life on the line here, but the little spirit just tells the MC to get back to supporting the team. Ignoring the spirit's banter, Ryoga dashes forward to strike down another skeletal foe attempting to ambush them. The monster lets out a bizarre shriek of agony as it gets blasted by the necromancer's dark magic. The MC extends his hand, and the system confirms he is channeling life drain to siphon the fallen opponent's energy. Satisfied with the haul, Ryoga smiles as the system notification confirms he has officially reached level 27. Ryoga cheerfully remarks that it was like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, but Shinya tells him to laugh with a bit more class. The kid tells the spirit not to lecture people on how to laugh, but Shinya counters that he expects standard from someone he personally chose. Ryoga sarcastically apologizes for lacking class as he scoops up the loot dropped by the monsters he just took down. Next, he walks over to the base of the massive stone column and begins placing the collected quest items on the floor beside it. The MC realizes that this is the final pillar required, having already set 48 medallions across the entire temple. Ryoga notices that the folks from Phoenix and Daybreak have already cleared out, thinking it is the perfect chance to wrap up the gate for good. He tells Yuma and the others to head out first to sell off the gathered magic stones, but his partner asks what he plans to do next. Ryoga explains that he is going to hang back a bit longer to grind some more levels, and Yuma goes along with his leader's call. Yuma's crew heads out hauling the loot, leaving Ryoga, Fafnir, and the undead forces set to push deeper into the temple. The very moment Ryoga takes his first step forward, the ground beneath his feet cracks with a loud, ominous snap. Fafnir notes that the dungeon's terrain shifts are different this time and suggests leaving immediately, since even Phoenix is no longer around. Ryoga shoots down the suggestion, giving the dragonkin a scare as he worries they might end up getting flattened. The MC smiles and announces that they are going to clear this gate right here and now, prompting a confused Fafnir to ask if there are extra conditions. Ryoga explains that they need to slot the medallions into the pillars with the matching designs, and Fafnir finally gets why he hoarded all of them. He chuckles, remarking that the zombies are not smart enough to do this on their own, meaning they have to slot the items themselves. Ryoga looks seriously at his dragonkin minion and bluntly tells him that he will need all of them to sprint as fast as they can from this point on. Suddenly, the entire temple begins shaking violently, sending massive stone boulders plummeting from the ancient ceiling. One of Ryoga's armored zombies gets crushed flat under a collapsing pillar inside the hall. Ryoga kicks into a sprint upon realizing the gate is transforming and caving in way faster than usual. He knows they are finished if they do not locate and activate the next pillar fast enough to stabilize the dungeon's collapse. The MC scans his surroundings through the thick dust and darkness, looking for any trace of the next stone column. Ryoga gets tense, wondering where the final pillar needed to complete the activation ritual could possibly be. Fafnir roars out that he finally spotted the pillar they need, giving the MC a huge wave of relief. Ryoga starts to celebrate Fafnir's discovery, but is cut short by a deafening crash right next to them. A massive section of the ceiling caves in right before his eyes, throwing up a huge cloud of dust and blocking the path entirely. Ryoga curses under his breath and keeps sprinting through the falling rubble, fully aware that every second counts for their survival. He spots Fafnir ahead amid the wreckage and yells for the dragonkin to toss him the final quest item he is holding. The dragonkin hurls the pouch containing the last required medallion through the air toward his master with all his strength. Showing off quick reflexes, Ryoga leaps up and snatches the bag mid-air before it can hit the rubble. Without a second of hesitation, the MC rushes forward and slams the medallion firmly into the matching slot on the stone pillar. Seeing that he managed to slot the item just in time, Ryoga calls out in relief to his minion, letting him know the task is finally done. Instantly, the pillar ignites, and a massive beam of golden light shoots straight into the ceiling, making the entire dungeon rumble. Ryoga yells out, wondering why they cannot move forward, dreading the worst if things stay like this. Suddenly, a massive stone wall collapses right behind him with a thunderous roar, sending dust and debris everywhere. A massive stalactite drops from the ceiling, stopping mere inches from Ryoga's face, making him swear at the near miss. With the final medallion finally locked into place, the stone pillar activates a glowing magic circle covered in ancient runes. Relieved to have narrowly escaped, Ryoga takes a deep breath upon noticing that the tremors and cave-ins have finally come to a stop. Fafnir points out that a hidden underground staircase has opened up right in the center of the magic circle, and the MC decides it is time to head down. The party begins descending the stone steps one by one, heading straight into the darkness of the lower level. Ryoga wipes the sweat from his forehead and admits he genuinely thought they were done for amid all those cave-ins. Ryoga realizes they have stumbled upon a secret boss room and remarks on how far they have come, but warns that the real fight starts now. The MC rallies the squad to go take down the temple's boss monster, and Fafnir pumps his fist with excitement, totally backing his master. The two hunters come to a stop before a massive iron gate engraved with ancient runes across its upper frame. Right above the massive entrance hangs a stone plaque with the words "Masked Man, Guardian of Death" etched into it. Ryoga confirms that this is the boss room, while the dragonkin notes with a serious look that he senses a deeply sinister aura inside. The MC steps forward and pushes the heavy door open to unlock it, initiating the showdown against the dungeon guardian. The heavy iron door slowly creaks open, gradually unveiling the darkness of the boss's main sanctum. In the center of the hall stands the Guardian of Death, a creature woven from shadowy tentacles and covered in several smiling masks. Fafnir remarks with disgust that the monster is one creepy, repulsive freak, and his master wholeheartedly agrees with the description. Skipping the introductions entirely, the Guardian of Death unleashes a roar and begins gathering crackling purple magic. The monster fires a high-speed purple beam directly at the MC and his dragonkin vanguard. Fafnir blocks the ray with his arms cloaked in a dark aura, barking at the monster that there is no way in hell it is getting past him. While deflecting the incoming purple blast, the loyal minion vows that he will not let a single soul lay a finger on his master. But the Guardian of Death remains unfazed, casting a massive purple magic circle to unleash its next spell. Suddenly, Ryoga's heart begins to race, and his eyes snap wide from a sharp pain as he gets struck by a bizarre pressure. The young necromancer clutches his head tightly as dizziness sets in, wondering if he just got hit by a curse. Several shadowy silhouettes and wailing souls begin emerging from the darkness, swarming around the MC's psyche to torment him. These illusions twist into serpents of dark energy that writhe through the air, trying to devour the hunter's mind. Seeing his master suddenly freeze up and stand paralyzed, Fafnir turns around in a panic and yells to ask what is wrong. The MC remains in dead silence, prompting the dragonkin to shout his name again in an attempt to snap him out of the trance. With a cruel grin spreading across its masks, the dreaded boss speaks, calling them foolish mortals and vowing to finish them off. The massive, grotesque eye in the creature's center glows deep purple, charging up what looks to be the final blow against them. But to the Guardian's surprise, Ryoga breaks the silence, sarcastically remarking that the monster seems to be having way too much fun. Thanks to the activation of Clear Mind, the MC shrugs off the mental assault and suggests with a smirk that he would like to join in on the fun. The Guardian's masks warp into shock and begin trembling upon realizing the mental illusion had zero effect on the kid. The system announces that Unholy Blessing has been cast directly on the boss itself, explaining that the skill buffs the undead while crippling the living. The monster tries to retaliate, but begins writhing under the debilitating debuff that just spread across its entire shadowy form. Ryoga watches his opponent struggle with a cold stare, teasing that the boss's fun seems to have wrapped up a little early. The Necromancer takes a slow step forward and repeats that he does not want to leave the Guardian playing alone, keeping his mind fully shielded. Feeling the crushing weight of the debuff gutting its stats, the monster lets out a guttural snarl of pure rage at the kid. The system alert confirms that all of the Guardian of Death's attributes have been slashed by 20%. Fafnir asks his lord if he pulled some kind of trick on the enemy, and the MC playfully replies that he just channeled a little holy power its way. With a confident smirk across his face, Ryoga gives the command and orders Fafnir to show off his full dragonkin might. The Guardian of Death roars with fury, its central eye glowing blood red with sheer rage at the kid's arrogance. It condenses a massive sphere of floating purple energy right above its head, getting ready to discharge a devastating attack. The boss fires a concentrated purple laser straight at Fafnir, aiming to obliterate the opponent standing in its path. In the same breath, a dark aura wraps around Fafnir's legs, triggering a muscle enhancement buff across his lower limbs. Leveraging his boosted speed, the dragonkin blitzes forward, cutting through the wind toward the massive monstrosity. He unleashes a claw swipe that fires a crescent blade of green energy, slicing the enemy's purple beam clean in half. The Guardian of Death panics upon seeing the rapid blitz and screeches in a distorted voice for its target to hold still. But Fafnir brushes off the shrieks, vaults right over the energy beam, and lands a devastating claw strike on the creature. At that moment, the system confirms the activation of Iron Fist infused with Dark Aura, drastically multiplying Fafnir's punch power. Fafnir lands the ironclad strike straight into the Guardian of Death's massive eye, unleashing a powerful explosion of force. The monster stumbles backward, screeching in agony from the devastating blow it just took. The boss's body begins bubbling and forming purple blisters, signaling that its physical structure is collapsing from within. Fafnir watches the creature squirm while letting out a chuckle, but soon pauses with a puzzled grunt. Fafnir wonders what is going on, while the system reveals that the Guardian's body is breaking down due to the foul skin and ectoplasm traits. Ryoga smirks, noting that things played out exactly as he predicted, as the system logs his continuous use of Unholy Blessing. Right then, the system indicates that the dragonkin's damaged form is regenerating as a wave of green energy completely coats him. Desperate and severely weakened, the Guardian of Death flails with its tentacles in a last-ditch effort to shove the two intruders back. The dragonkin channels Kennek combat arts, pulling off a rapid 10-hit combo directly against the boss. Fafnir condenses his dark energy into his left fist, gearing up to deliver the decisive blow against the flailing creature. He unleashes a thunderous punch that shatters the enemy's defensive barrier, blasting right through its core with overwhelming power. The Guardian of Death's massive central eye explodes into fragments under the brutal force of the strike. The boss lets out a final wail of agony as its grotesque body begins dissolving into dark smoke. In its final moments, the creature writhes in pain, unable to comprehend why its curse failed against the kid. The monster roars one last hollow threat before vanishing for good, thoroughly bested by the duo in the secret chamber. Fafnir taunts the defeated foe, remarking that it was far too slow and completely paralyzed by fatigue. The dragonkin leaps back and lands cleanly beside Ryoga, wrapping up his shift in the fight. All that remains in the room is a pile of black ash and scattered bone fragments where the Guardian once stood. Fafnir comments that the boss's healing factor was super annoying and asks his master what their next move should be. Ryoga uses bone control and answers that there is nothing to overthink, since all they needed was a single clean hit to end it. The Guardian yells for them to quit hitting the exact same spot and tries to fire a dark shockwave, but gets ignored as Fafnir keeps chaining hits. The Dragonkin crosses his arms to tank the dark blast, grunting under the strain as he weathers the attack. Ryoga stays composed and commands his armored zombies to form an immediate defensive line to provide backup in the chamber. The boss's dark wave detonates hard against the shield wall erected by Ryoga's frontline undead. One of the armored zombies lets out a deep groan as it absorbs the brunt of the boss's destructive skill through its heavy shield. Exploiting the opening created by the defense, Ryoga sprints in a straight line directly toward the Guardian of Death. He reaches out and tags the boss's primary mask, preparing to trigger his secret spell. The system confirms the execution of Wedge of Retribution, locking the Guardian of Death's movements completely in place. The young Necromancer roars for Fafnir, calling out that this is their golden window to deliver the finisher. The Dragonkin launches high toward the ceiling of the hall, cocking his fist back to dive bomb the immobilized enemy. With his blue eyes blazing and fist clenched tight, he channels all his output onto the stationary target below. Channeling Kinect combat arts, the minion executes the one-hit shatter technique, dropping all his power onto the boss. The Guardian of Death's head completely splinters from the brutal impact, releasing a blinding burst of light through the cracks. As the dust settles, Ryoga and Fafnir look down with satisfaction at the dungeon boss lying flat on the stone floor. Ryoga smiles upon seeing his level go up, remarking that the clear rewards were incredible, granting him 2 full levels thanks to the bonus. Fafnir asks what the main event is if that fight was just the opening act, and Ryoga responds by pointing toward the altar right behind them. A stone altar comes into view at the back of the chamber, bathed in shafts of light that reveal a glowing red suit of armor. Fafnir remarks with admiration that it looks like top-tier gear, and the MC agrees while keeping his eyes glued to the relic. It is the Transcendent-grade dragon-scale armor, a growth-type artifact forged from ancient dragon bones that can repair itself over time. With a grin, the young Necromancer excitedly declares that he is taking that rare armor for himself. The moment Ryoga touches the crimson relic, sparks of green electricity begin crackling around his left hand. The MC wonders to himself if it is possible to equip the armor simply by making direct physical contact with the dragon scales. Suddenly, Ryoga's regular jacket begins to magically transform, encasing itself in sleek plates of dark armor. The MC smiles upon realizing that the armor's base stats, like bonus resistances and extra agility, are way better than expected. He lets out an impressed breath, seeing that the armor reshapes itself according to his exact mental image. Equipped with the Dark Dragon scale gear, the MC gains massive bonus resistances against high-tier physical and magical attacks. Fafnir crosses his arms, pleased that he will no longer have to hold back during their spear drills, prompting his master to ask why. The minion admits he was worried about breaking him, but the kid shoots back, asking if anyone else notices how happy Fafnir looks about being able to hit him freely. Fafnir lets out an awkward laugh and claims he only wants to help his master get stronger, while the MC shoots him a suspicious glare. Ryoga holds out his hand glowing with green mana and decides that since they have gathered everything they came for, it is time to head home. Suddenly, an item drops from the masked monster's dissolved remains, landing with a crisp metallic clink on the stone floor. Ryoga looks down at the freshly dropped boss loot in surprise, wondering aloud what kind of reward it could be. Meanwhile, outside the Forgotten Temple, the massive blue portal opens wide between the 2 stone dragon statues. The system alerts that the dungeon boss has been defeated, and the gate will permanently close in 3 minutes. The hunters waiting outside are left in total disbelief, buzzing about how the temple was suddenly cleared and the boss wiped out. People wonder whether Phoenix or Daybreak pulled it off, noting that if it were Phoenix, they would already be running a press conference. Yuma spots Ryoga stepping out of the portal and sprints over, shouting in relief that his raid partner made it out safe and sound. Yuma brings up that word is spreading that someone cleared the gate, and the MC casually admits that he was the one who did it. The warrior laughs along, saying everyone is scrambling to track down the identity of whoever conquered the temple. Yuma abruptly stops mid-sentence with a blank look, asking Ryoga to repeat what he just said. Yuma repeats that everyone is looking for the mystery hunter who swept the temple, still trying to process the young necromancer's reveal. The warrior lets out a stunned gasp and stands completely frozen, unable to wrap his head around what he just heard from Ryoga. In total shock, Yuma begins stammering with his mouth wide open as he pieces together the clues in his head. The hunter yells out, pointing his finger and realizing that the one responsible for clearing the Forgotten Temple is the MC standing right in front of him. Ryoga slaps a hand over Yuma's mouth and tells him to keep it down so he does not draw attention from the massive crowd around them. Yuma whispers in awe that he is the first person to clear the temple and would blow up overnight if he went public, but Ryoga prefers keeping it low-key. Ryoga offers to split the boss rewards as part of the group's cut, but Yuma turns it down, saying they would feel guilty taking it without fighting. The MC wonders to himself how they do not even have the curiosity to ask what kind of loot the boss actually dropped. The haul includes the Shadow Grimoire and the Shadow Mask, items the Necromancer cannot hand over, so he opts for a fat payout instead. Ryoga warns that he will not offer the payout twice, but Yuma stands firm with his arms crossed, insisting his answer will not change. Watching the statues begin to crumble away, Ryoga thinks he has already gotten everything he wanted from the temple and that it is time to leave. Suddenly, Gura from the rival guild approaches the squad and asks if they were the ones responsible for clearing the Forgotten Temple. Asaka appears right behind the brawler and answers with a serious look that they would love to know which squad pulled it off as well. Gura asks if it was not her squad, but the girl clarifies that if Phoenix had cleared the gate, they would have announced the clear immediately. Gura lets out a frustrated sigh, complaining that they had just wrapped up all their preparations and that it makes no sense for the gate to be cleared already. Asaka narrows her eyes, wondering to herself who on earth could have pulled this off if it was not the Daybreak Guild. The swordswoman suddenly recalls Ryoga's silhouette and suspects him for a brief second, but quickly brushes it off as an impossibility. A bright, sunny morning breaks over alchemist Shinya's lab, while peace settles over the outside of the old workshop. Stepping into the messy workshop, the squad remarks in shock that the place looks like it got hit by a tornado due to all the clutter. Shinya comes sprinting frantically from the back of the room in his white lab coat, yelling furiously to find out what on earth the MC has been up to. Keeping his usual cool, Ryoga simply asks in a calm tone if hunters from the Aragiri Guild happen to drop by. Shinya screams that he knew Ryoga was behind it, but the MC calmly replies that he only wanted to lend a hand with promoting his potions. The alchemist breaks down in dramatic tears, yelling that Ryoga has no clue what kind of chaos he had to endure in the shop. He explains that even beyond Aragiri, people from all over keep blowing up his phone demanding to buy his potions in bulk. Shinya recalls in horror getting buried under mountains of patent paperwork and endless calls, admitting he felt like he was losing his mind. Wearing a deadpan look, the Necromancer simply asks if all of that was really such a massive headache for the alchemist's daily routine. Flustered, Shinya stammers that it was actually fantastic publicity thanks to the MC, but tries to explain that the situation totally spiraled out of control. Ryoga counters that great results are all that matter, arguing that despite the extra legwork, everything worked out in the end. The MC asks about business progress, and Shinya reports that the mid-tier potion patent is locked in and mass production will start shortly. The alchemist hands over a dark case, mentioning that the custom order arrived, and Ryoga thanks him, noting it must have been tough to track down a rare orb. It is a rare orb of darkness that amplifies magnetic forces, and the MC tells Fafnir to stand completely still, right there. Fafnir glares suspiciously with narrowed eyes, cautiously asking if his master is planning to pull off some crazy experiment again. Ryoga presses the dark orb against the minion's chest, telling him to stop making it look like he is about to run some sketchy experiment. Fafnir lets out an uncomfortable grunt as he feels the orb's power sink into his chest, while a dense wave of dark mana begins radiating outward. Ryoga explains seriously that he is using the orb's output to boost the synchronization rate between the warrior's soul and the dragonkin's vessel. The system announces that the mysterious dragon's completion rate has increased by 7%, but notes that the body remains in an incomplete state. Fafnir inspects his glowing claws and questions the young necromancer as to why his synchronization is still stuck in an unfinished phase. With a teasing smirk, Ryoga admits it is because if the orb shatters, he is a goner, tossing the item up and making Fafnir scramble to catch it. Ryoga laughs, praising his reflexes and asking if his speed jumped because of the orb, while Fafnir fumes over the massive hazard to his life. Fafnir clutches the orb defensively and angrily, while his young master playfully counters that he needed to test whether the item was a dud. Fafnir calls the young necromancer a total fiend for being so reckless with his life, and Shinya completely agrees with the dragonkin's complaint. Ryoga pivots the conversation and asks if Yuma's crew can farm magic stones for him again, and the warrior takes the job on the spot. Yuma asks if he should extract the stones normally from the defeated boss, and Ryoga says yes, but requests that he keep the corpse intact. The hunter asks if he plans on raising those bodies into undead as well, but Ryoga reveals that his actual plan is to craft a golem next. Yuma's jaw drops upon hearing that, wondering in amazement if the necromancer can truly forge a giant golem out of monster remains. The MC explains that his level is still too low to raise high-tier undead, which is why he wants to try a golem, requiring an alchemist and raw materials. Ryoga looks at Shinya with a confident grin and mentions that he already secured a top-tier alchemist, sending a bad chill down the assistant's spine. The Necromancer smiles and concludes that the only piece left to begin the process is gathering the necessary materials. The scene shifts to the Saitama Neutral Zone, a lawless sector born after the Great Calamity where anything can be bought with cash. Fafnir looks up at the neon sign of a rundown bar and asks his master if this is the right spot, and the young Necromancer casually confirms it. The Dragonkin remarks that his master has quirky tastes for hanging around old dives, but Ryoga says he only has business with the manager. That would be Madame Shuri, who manages the joint on the surface, but secretly operates as a major underworld broker. The MC steps over broken glass on the floor and figures that, while he does not know the current scale of her business, she should have what he needs. Taking a closer look inside the bar, the two hunters are greeted by a chaotic mess of flipped tables and shattered neon fixtures. Ryoga figures a brawl broke out very recently and suggests they question an injured guy slumped over in the corner of the room. The MC stops in front of the guy in the gray suit, who groans in pain upon being approached directly without any warning. Without wasting time on pleasantries, the young Necromancer gets straight to the point and flatly asks the injured man where the bar manager is. The furious man snaps back, asking who he is, but Ryoga ignores him and demands to know where the madame is, getting an angry refusal in return. The suited guy tries shouting for the hunter to introduce himself first, but gets shut down by a swift blow from Ryoga. The man drops to his knees, crying in pain, and desperately confesses that the madam ran off 30 minutes ago, swearing his crew is already tracking her down. Fafnir thoughtfully notes that tracking her down after a 30-minute head start will be tough, but the Necromancer confidently says it is no problem. Ryoga activates Soul Hunt through his shadow mask and calmly tells his Dragonkin partner that it is time to move. The system confirms that the soul trail for Madame Shuri has been locked on, revealing a trail of purple mist showing the exact route. The chase quickly leads them through the tight, dark alleys of the city's dangerous, lawless district. A short distance ahead, Madame Shuri sprints through the narrow streets out of breath, doing everything she can to shake her pursuers. Several armed men in suits chase right behind her through the stone alleys, shouting for no one to let her get away. Shuri frantically wonders why the Red Spider Gang is after her, regretting having crossed such a ruthless crime syndicate. With sweat running down her face, the woman knows all too well that she is completely done for if those goons get their hands on her. With nowhere left to run, the madam ends up cornered in a dead-end alley by dozens of heavily armed thugs blocking the entire exit. She turns to face the threat with a look of pure anger and frustration, knowing her escape options have run out in this dead end. One of the rival leaders casually walks up, pointing a metal pipe toward Shuri and letting out a bored sigh at the whole situation. The purple-haired leader with scarred arms flashes a smirk and sarcastically remarks that she really gave them a run for their money. Standing her ground, Shuri draws her combat dagger and firmly warns them not to underestimate her unless they want to get hurt. The leader mocks her words and tells her to drop the tough act, pointing out that Shuri has completely run out of mana. Holding a combat stance, the woman dares the leader to step up and find out for himself whether she is bluffing or not. The gang's enforcers begin closing in slowly and menacingly, surrounding Shuri on all sides to leave zero room for a counter. The madame bites her lip out of sheer nerves, realizing she is overwhelmingly outnumbered and cornered against the syndicate thugs. However, a sarcastic voice rings out through the alley, drawing everyone's attention with a comment about what an interesting crowd is gathered there. Ryoga appears at the alley entrance wearing a confident grin, playfully asking if they are putting on some kind of fun show. The purple-haired criminal turns around surprised by the intruder, noticing that the kid does not look the least bit intimidated by them. The MC keeps up the taunts with a mocking smirk, staying completely relaxed while sizing up the gangsters with his gaze. Both Shuri and the syndicate goons stare at Ryoga in disbelief, shocked that a random stranger would dare crash the party like that. With his arms relaxed and a grin on his face, Ryoga remains unbothered by the clear danger the gang poses. The gang leader loses his patience with the disruption and harshly orders the young outsider to mind his own business if he does not want to get hurt. Ryoga taunts him, saying the gangster is super considerate for the warning, just as Fafnir materializes behind him with glowing eyes. The leader grinds his teeth in fury, warning the MC not to get cocky just because he brought a summoned monster along for backup. Infuriated by Ryoga's attitude, the syndicate leader points his weapon toward the duo and gives his men the green light to swarm them. giving them zero time to react, Fafnir moves like a blue flash and begins dropping the syndicate thugs one by one with heavy punches. The dragonkin delivers a lightning-fast, bone-crushing claw strike against the next goon trying to get near Ryoga. With effortless ease and sharp reflexes, Fafnir catches an attacker's iron pipe mid-air before it can even get close. Fafnir throws a powerful, pinpoint knee strike directly into the thug's chest, sending him flying from the impact. Another gangster is hurled straight into a concrete wall, which completely cracks from the sheer force of Fafnir's throw. Seeing his men get taken down so easily, the gang leader loses his cool and casts his magic, setting his hands ablaze with intense fire. Shuri yells out in a panic, warning them to watch out, just as the opponent gets completely engulfed in a massive blaze. The fire mage unleashes a massive pillar of flames toward Fafnir, roaring that he will turn him to ashes right there. Thinking they wiped out the target with that massive blast, the thugs flash sadistic grins through the rising smoke. However, the flames clear to reveal Fafnir standing completely unharmed thanks to his dark aura, catching the gangster off guard. The leader enters full panic mode upon seeing his flames had zero effect, terrified of how the dragonkin walked out without a scratch. Before he can finish his sentence, Fafnir appears before him like a bolt of lightning and lands a crushing punch right on the leader's face. The blow is so overwhelming that it breaks the opponent's nose and slams him violently into the alley floor, ending the fight instantly. Fafnir claps his hands to brush off the dust, remarking that the world is too big for them to be acting so full of themselves. Ryoga strolls casually through the alley littered with downed thugs, asking in a relaxed tone if they are finally all done here. Ryoga looks at Shuri and remembers that, before his regression, this gang leader was the one who left her with a severe burn scar. Madame Shuri looks around in absolute disbelief, seeing every single dangerous red spider enforcer flattened on the pavement. The young necromancer checks the woman's unblemished face and thinks to himself that, thankfully, she made it out completely safe this time. Suddenly, the bar's elderly manager comes rushing over to help the madame, apologizing for the delay, and Shuri breathes a sigh of relief. The old man asks in shock what happened here, and Shuri explains in confusion that the Red Spider Syndicate jumped them out of nowhere. The MC silently observes their conversation with a calculating gaze, staying on guard while mapping out his next moves. The manager notices Fafnir's massive, imposing physical build and whispers to the madam, asking if the powerhouse is the kid's bodyguard. The gentleman wonders who these mysterious people could be, and Shuri admits she has no idea, but points out they do not seem like bad people. Shuri sincerely thanks him for the rescue, and Ryoga makes up an excuse, saying he just wanted a drink and followed them after seeing the bar empty. Skipping any drawn-out thanks, Ryoga taps Shuri's shoulder out of the blue and calmly tells her to hold completely still for a second. The MC holds out a hand glowing with magic and begins casting his healing skill directly over the woman, generating glowing rings of light. The system confirms the use of Life Drain to restore Shuri's vitality, instantly patching up every single one of her injuries. Shuri watches her wounds vanish and asks in amazement if he is a priest, to which the MC modestly replies that he is something like that. Shinya's little spirit pops up laughing loudly, celebrating that the kid used his magic, but Ryoga tells him to pipe down and read the room. Sometime later, peace finally returns to the venue, lit up by the colorful neon glow of its large entrance sign. Back at the tidy bar counter, the lovely Madame Shuri attends to the MC with a warm smile, asking what he would like to drink. Sitting comfortably on one of the bar stools, the young necromancer makes an unusual request, ordering a glass of milk on the rocks. Shuri lets out a soft chuckle, assuming it is some kind of joke, and politely offers to brew some coffee if the young man does not drink alcohol. She slides the chilled glass over to her customer and asks with curiosity what the real reason behind his visit to her bar is. The MC places a fancy golden invitation on the counter, plainly stating that he is looking for an entry pass to the famous black market auction. Instead of handing over a standard ticket, Madame Shuri reaches out and presents her own official bar business card to the young necromancer. She explains that by flashing that card at the entrance, no one in the neutral zone will dare mess with him, save for the Red Spider crew. While Fafnir sips a glass of wine with class, Shuri changes the topic and asks the MC what exactly he is hunting for at the auction. Ryoga reveals that he is after a 3-star or higher mana engine, explaining that he needs the specialized generator for his experiments. The woman rests a hand on her hip, voicing her doubts that he will be able to track down such a rare item at that black market auction. He grumbles to himself that if he cannot find it there, he will have to grind a tough gate hoping for a drop, which would be a massive pain. The madame suggests he take on a request of hers, and a system prompt pops up outlining a mission to clear the C-rank ant cave gate. Ryoga thinks Shuri is a terrifying woman for aiming to wipe out a rival gang right after getting jumped, while she mentions with a grin that she has the engine. Wearing a sarcastic grin, the young necromancer chuckles and asks if she is essentially hiring him for a revenge hit against the gang. He points out that the gang has heavy numbers and could be troublesome, but the madame coldly replies that there will be no trouble if he just clears them all out. Shuri rests her cheek on her hand with a charming smile, highlighting that since he needs the generator and she wants the gang gone, it is a win-win. The panel displays the powerful mana engine sporting a max cap of 5 stars, leading the MC to conclude that the deal is solid. To sweeten the pot, the madam generously throws in 10 kilograms of rare arachne silk as an added bonus for the hunter. Ryoga firmly grips his glass of ice on the counter and officially accepts the madame's job offer, sealing their mutual cooperation pact. He takes a big sip of his cold drink and confirms with complete confidence that he will take on the dangerous gate-clearing gig. Shuri remarks that she assumed he would be at least 3 stars or higher, but the kid casually drops that he is actually sitting at 1 star. The madame crosses her arms, wearing a look of pure disbelief and shock at the reveal of the necromancer's low ranking. Meanwhile, deep inside an isolated forest, a massive stone monolith marks the official entrance to the perilous ant cave gate. At the new gate's entrance, 2 armed guards patrol the perimeter to maintain security and keep trespassers from crossing the line. Suddenly, the snap of dry twigs echoes nearby, signaling that someone is quietly sneaking up toward the gate through the brush. Madame Shuri emerges hidden in the foliage, gripping her combat dagger tight as she carefully tracks the guard's movements. She dips the tip of her blade into a small puddle of mana-infused water, casting a lunar spell right in the thick of the woods. 3 glowing blades begin hovering in the air over small green magic circles, answering Shuri's command. The woman casts the lunar spell Butterfly Dream, blanketing the gate's entrance zone in an expanding green magical haze. Gorgeous blue butterflies flutter out from the spell, and the system logs that all communication and movement skills in the area have been jammed. One of the patrol guards tries checking in over the radio to report the west perimeter clear, asking for a status update on the east sector. The guard finds the dead silence on the radio odd, completely oblivious that Fafnir has already stepped out of the shadows behind him, eyes glowing blue. Frantic shouts about an enemy raid and orders to call headquarters echo through the chaos of a violent ambush. The patrolman desperately tries to pop his skills, but realizes in horror that he cannot cast a thing before getting brutally slashed by Fafnir's claws. Completely knocked out and unable to fight back, the guard collapses limp onto the dirt right by the base's barbed wire fence. Shuri praises their raw power upon seeing the goons dropped in the blink of an eye, but asks with concern if Ryoga really plans on going in solo. The madame gives him a serious look before his departure, sincerely telling the young necromancer to stay sharp in there. Flashing a confident smile, Ryoga promises he will be back in a flash and takes the decisive step through the glowing blue portal of the ant cave. The system confirms a successful entry, and Ryoga materializes beside his minion Fafnir amid the pitch-black rocky terrain of the new zone. The necromancer raises his hand and activates his magic ring to begin calling forth his standard undead vanguard. 2 sturdy skeleton warriors equipped with heavy shields rise from the ground as Ryoga orders them to give it their all in combat. Fafnir ponders hunting down the local spiders and asks if the game plan is just to wipe out everything in their path, which Ryoga confirms. The young necromancer flashes a wicked smirk and coldly states that it makes no difference whether their targets are monsters or rival hunters. Suddenly, Fafnir pauses upon spotting a tiny, squishy red creature wiggling around right in front of his massive claws. The system identifies the monster as a red slime with a 3-star threat rating, pointing out that its main gimmick is corrosive acid. Ryoga comments that the slime looks pretty cute, but Fafnir sternly warns that looks are deceiving, as its acid can easily melt through iron. Ryoga explains via an info prompt that the slime overextends while hunting, creating the perfect opening to strike and shatter the core exposed in its center. Fafnir cracks his knuckles with a smirk, remarking that the strategy for taking down this red blob sounds nice and straightforward. The red slime stretches upward in a bizarre shape, getting ready to launch its corrosive acid at the massive dragonkin warrior. Opening up completely during its attack windup, the monster exposes its glowing red core right in the center of its gelatinous body. Fafnir wastes no time, infusing his left fist with potent blue mana as he lines up a single decisive blow against the target. He lands a heavy punch on the slime's core, triggering a massive burst of red goo that splatters across the cave floor. Ryoga praises the strike for breaking the core on the first try, but Fafnir notices in shock that, being a slime, it melted without leaving a single corpse behind. The dragonkin gets nervous upon realizing this detail, asking his master if that means his resurrection skills are totally useless here. Fafnir starts celebrating with a goofy grin, boasting that he will be the star of the show today as the only minion capable of actually throwing down. Ryoga instantly rains on his minion's parade with his arms crossed, telling him no way, leaving the dragon pouting in disappointment at his boss's response. The necromancer calmly clarifies that if there is no physical corpse left behind by the slime, he can simply harvest the creature's soul instead. He reaches out and begins pulling a small, glowing red orb of energy straight from the remains of the defeated mob. Ryoga commands the essence to manifest, as the red soul hovers gently above his palm in the dark. A small, eerie puff of green smoke with a mischievous grin forms from the essence, and the system confirms the MC has successfully crafted a wisp. Fafnir grumbles, questioning how useful the little guy can be, but Ryoga explains that the creature exists to apply stat debuffs and continuous damage. With his eyes glowing a sharp blue, the necromancer wears a confident smirk and tells his partner he is about to show him how it works in action. Several red slimes begin sliding quickly across the cave rocks toward Ryoga's squad, making squishy noises along the ground. The necromancer sends his little floating green wisps dashing forward, flying straight into the pack of red slimes ahead. The wisps wrap around the slimes, and the system confirms that their strength and agility have been slashed, triggering the exhaustion debuff. Fafnir thinks the stat drop looks minor at first, but Ryoga explains that the effect stacks and becomes devastating when a whole swarm attacks together. Ryoga tells him to hang tight until they gather enough wisps, prompting the dragon to let out an over-the-top sigh, mourning his exhausting workload. In another part of the cave, Red Spider Syndicate thugs celebrate scoring a big haul of bloodstones, warning everyone to stay sharp against intruders. The ringleader, Kotetsu Osabe, fumes over the botch job with the madame that cost them big money, strictly ordering no one to mess up this time. Kotetsu asks about the base's comms status, and a lackey nervously admits they lost contact with the perimeter guards a short while ago. With a dark, suspicious scowl, the gang leader realizes things have gone south and orders them to take down anyone who shows their face. The lackey quickly nods, just as the sound of clattering bones begins echoing from the cave's shadows. Out of nowhere, one of Ryoga's armored skeleton warriors steps forward with an iron shield, leaving the criminals completely dumbfounded. The towering skeleton looms ahead, making eerie clicking noises with its bones in the middle of the cavern. Kotetsu is caught completely off guard, wondering if skeletons are even supposed to spawn in a dungeon like this. The other gang thugs are just as clueless, pointing nervously at the bizarre creature before them. Right behind the bone warrior, several small green wisps float gently, making the thugs wonder if the place is haunted. The goons prep their fire spells, with one of them shouting to burn the monster until nothing is left but ash. The squad of mages unleashes intense streams of crimson flames straight at the skeleton standing before them. The skeleton raises its heavy iron shield to brace against the massive wave of fire slamming into its guard. Despite the blazing heat and roaring flames surrounding it, the undead warrior holds its ground without taking a scratch. Suddenly, Fafnir comes charging through the thick smoke to catch the enemies completely off guard. Kotetsu spots the charge and yells in disbelief, asking if a giant lizard is seriously fighting alongside a skeleton. One of the mages screams for him to eat this, conjuring a massive, concentrated fireball in the palm of his right hand. The thug hurls the fiery sphere hard toward the big blue powerhouse, lighting up the dark passage. However, a sharp bone spear comes ripping through the air, detonating the fire blast before it can even reach the dragon. The mage stumbles back in panic, watching his own explosive spell get completely shut down mid-flight. Fafnir steps forward with a smirk, remarking that his master did a pretty solid job saving him from that blast. The dragonkin warrior gets all hyped up, announcing that it is finally time to take things into close quarters combat. Flaring his dark aura, he unleashes a flurry of rapid punches, ruthlessly dropping the mages holding the front line. Fafnir looks over the knocked-out bodies on the ground and dusts off his hand with an arrogant grin, showing off his physical dominance. The gang leader watches his crew get wiped out as the bone construct and the lizard calmly march his way. Ryoga steps out right behind them with a teasing grin, asking what is wrong and wondering if their master plan fell apart. Kotetsu instantly recognizes the kid and snarls in rage, naming him as the punk who ruined their deal with Madame Shuri. He notices the enemy relies on summoned minions to fight, concluding that all they have to do is take out the summoner to end the battle. Kotetsu orders the shield-bearing goon to tie up the lizard while the rest of the squad focuses all their firepower on the Necromancer. The armored lackey charges forward, sprinting straight toward the imposing dragonkin warrior. Fafnir cocks back his massive left fist, mockingly asking if the guy really thinks that stunt is going to work on him. The dragonkin connects with a heavy punch against the man's shield, yelling out to ask if he honestly thought that was enough to halt him. While they clash, Kotetsu exploits the distraction to rapidly cast a crimson binding spell. The leader declares it to be his sealing magic, wrapping Fafnir up completely with glowing red ribbons of energy. The big blue brawler freezes stiff in an awkward pose, grumbling in surprise that he actually cannot move an inch. Kotetsu shouts for an immediate all-out charge as his goons rush full throttle toward the young necromancer. Renya Shinya's spirit floats up beside his master, curiously asking what he plans to do now. Ryoga watches the incoming rush and thinks that, even though they switched up their tactics, everything is still playing out according to script. Suddenly, the attackers get swallowed by the slime wisp's haze and grow sluggish, feeling their bodies become incredibly heavy. With a confident smirk, the necromancer holds out his hand and conjures several floating bone spears around him to counter. The tougher thugs show some skill, batting away and dodging the incoming bone projectiles with relative ease. Ryoga crosses his arms and realizes 3-star hunters are no pushovers, meaning basic bone spears will not cut it for the win. One of the enemy fighters charges forward with everything he has got, heading straight for the skeleton guard holding the line. With a single crushing strike, the thug shatters the undead warrior to pieces, with the system confirming the skeleton's defeat. The mace-wielding hunter keeps charging toward the MC, while Ryoga uses bone control to forge a far deadlier weapon. A skeletal spear wrapped in green energy materializes, hovering and spinning in the air right before the young necromancer. He reaches out and grabs the shaft of the new bone weapon in the heat of combat. Activating his Verdian-style basic spear handling, Ryoga moves in for a frontal clash with total focus. He charges in and slams his bone spear directly against the opponent's heavy iron mace coming straight for him. The syndicate fighter grinds his teeth in fury upon realizing his heavy physical swing got completely blocked by the kid's weapon. Ryoga smirks with total confidence, points the tip of his weapon, and tells the enemy he is about to show him the fruits of his training. The opponent gets even more ticked off, tightening his grip on his weapon in pure rage at the necromancer's cheek. The MC spins his spear, confidently repeating that he will now show off the true results of his daily combat drills. The suited thug grumbles in irritation, seeing the firm and intimidating stance of the kid standing right before him. He raises his massive spiked mace and yells, asking if the punk really thought a caster could take a brawler in close combat. Ryoga reacts instantly, executing a spear pommel strike to deliver a clean counter straight to the enemy's face. Ryoga lands the pommel strike squarely into the opponent's chest, sending the thug flying backward from the impact. The enemy coughs up blood and curses in frustration, unable to accept that he is getting pushed around by a summoner. Ryoga's eyes flash with a golden glow as he mocks his opponent, coldly remarking that taking on a guy like him is a walk in the park. Enraged by the taunt, the goon screams at the kid to quit mocking him and charges back in, swinging his heavy mace. The young necromancer simply activates bone control to lay down another trap for his attacker. Multiple sharp bone spikes erupt from the ground, forcing the criminal to scramble and desperately block the incoming strikes. Managing to slip past the spikes, the thug leaps up for a heavy downward smash, screaming that Ryoga left his guard wide open. The heavy spiked mace crashes down hard, sending a deafening metallic clang echoing throughout the cavern. However, a purple haze billows out as the dragon scale armor shifts its shape, leaving the attacker wondering in shock what this transformation is. With his body fully shielded by the sleek dark armor, Ryoga catches the enemy's mace midair with just one hand. The thug lets out a pained gasp, realizing his heavy weapon was stopped without breaking a sweat. Shielded behind his dark helm, the necromancer coldly reveals that he actually baited him into that trap on purpose. Ryoga yells for Fafnir to pick up the pace and clean up the rest of the goons on his side. Fafnir says those punks were stalling him with childish tricks, flaring his dark aura while Kotetsu begs for a quick timeout. The dragon winds up his massive fist and angrily replies that there is no way he is sitting around waiting for excuses. The dragonkin drops a devastating punch right into the gang leader's gut, leaving him zero time to even put up a guard. Kotetsu is sent flying violently, skidding across the stone floor battered and bruised right in front of his crew. With his eyes glowing a predatory blue, Fafnir glares down the rest of the gang with a menacing look. Desperate, Kotetsu shouts from the ground for his men to stand their ground and fight, while trying to weave a magic seal in the air. But the lackeys begin screaming in sheer panic as the blue juggernaut crushes them without showing an ounce of mercy. Slumped against the cracked rocks, Kotetsu bitterly laments taking such a humiliating loss to a simple lizard. Fafnir steps forward toward the fallen boss, making the ground rumble with every heavy step in the dark. Without a moment's hesitation, the Dragonkin powerhouse delivers a heavy kick that knocks the criminal out cold for good. The Red Spider boss slumps over completely unconscious, sealing the fate of his crew on this raid. Fafnir dusts off his hands and arrogantly remarks that the guy had no business acting so tough when he was this weak. The minion asks if his master is all right, and Ryoga casually replies that it is obvious he is perfectly fine. The MC reflects that Kotetsu was pretty decent for managing to bind Fafnir even for a second, admitting the guy had some skill. Ryoga decides it would be a total waste to discard that soul, choosing to use his dark ring to harvest the man's essence. Smirking, the Necromancer channels the red energy in his right hand and commands the new wisp to manifest before him. The kid looks at the ground and decides he might as well stash the enemy's physical corpse in his inventory, just in case. He turns around satisfied, remarking that their next objective is pushing forward to clear the cavern's boss chamber. Fafnir taps into his raw physical power to shove open the heavy iron gates leading into the dreaded boss room. Peering into the dark chamber, Ryoga spots a massive red glow and asks if that thing over there is already the dungeon boss. The system identifies the monster as the Great Red Slime, which lets out a bizarre hiss while its gelatinous body quivers on the floor. The hunter duo stares down the giant creature without showing a hint of worry or fear before making their move. Fafnir strikes with overwhelming force, popping the massive red slime with a single devastating punch. Hours later, under the glow of a half moon, the crew returns safely to their fortified base in the black market. Shuri praises the MC for clearing the whole place solo, but he modestly brushes it off, saying Red Spider was way softer than he expected. Ryoga crosses his arms and recalls the fight, humorously adding that even the cavern's boss monster was a total breeze. The kid asks if he can hold on to the drops left by the boss, and the madam instantly agrees with a friendly smile. Ryoga asks about the rest of the rival syndicate, and she explains they will likely make a move soon once they notice their base went dark. He points out that they should not just sit around, but she tells him not to sell her short, promising she has already mapped out an escape route. Shuri compliments the kid for reading her so well and confidently suggests they get moving to dodge any extra headaches. The three head back inside the Milky Way bar, which still has its neon lights glowing bright into the dark night. Shuri leads them into the back room where a massive mechanical engine sits, announcing that this is the promised payout for the job. The broker types away on the terminal and hits a key to kick off the startup sequence for the heavy machine. The massive engine begins humming loudly, radiating a vibrant blue glow while drawing in a massive amount of mana. The young hunter checks out the generator's output and admits, impressed, that the machine has incredible energy efficiency. The system panel tags the gear as the legendary next-gen mana engine, crafted exclusively by Meats Corporation. Shuri warns that she offers zero warranty if the engine breaks down later, leading Ryoga to grumble about how rude that policy is. Shuri explains seriously that the engine is just a prototype, warning that if anything goes sideways, they will both be on the hook. Ryoga realizes she does not leave any loose ends, as his initial play was to get her on the hook for a favor if the machine glitched out. He promises not to complain if issues pop up and asks if she can deliver the machine to the workshop, to which Shuri warmly agrees. Later on, under the starry night sky, the scene transitions directly to the quiet exterior of Renya Shinya's workshop. Suddenly, Renya comes running toward the MC with his arms raised, yelling about how relieved he is to see him safe and sound after the raid. Ryoga strolls forward calmly and casually replies that of course he is fine, asking what all the fuss is about. Renya brings up that the destination was Ground Zero, joking that even if the kid had returned as a ghost, he would have bought the story instantly. The MC flashes a sly smirk and mentions that while he did not turn into a spook, he did manage to capture one of them. Right in front of everyone in the workshop, Ryoga summons Kotetsu Osabe's creepy wisp to rise from the dark shadows. The scientist loses his mind in pure terror, screaming as he pictures a whole squad of spooky phantoms swirling around his head. Ryoga tells him he is being dramatic, but Renya screams that it is totally justified, while the master tells them to get along since they will be seeing a lot of each other. The scientist tearfully begs for mercy, claiming he cannot even handle horror movies, but the MC impatiently brushes it off, saying he gets the point. Yawning from sheer exhaustion, Ryoga casually announces that he is completely wiped out and is heading straight to bed for some sleep. The door slams shut, leaving Renya crying frantically outside as he begs not to be left alone with the monsters. Lying down on the soft mattress, the young necromancer finds it strange how absurdly sleepy he feels all of a sudden. Ryoga slowly closes his eyes and drifts into a deep slumber right away, feeling his mind completely disconnect from reality. The system announces that his constellation divinity has increased, unlocking access to the astral sanctuary of the giant who defies the heavens. The MC wakes up on his feet, inside a massive mystical temple surrounded by shining stars, wondering where on earth he is right now. A massive divine figure materializes before him, welcoming his contractor, which makes Ryoga instantly recognize the voice of Kronos. Crossing his arms, the kid complains that crashing someone's dream without asking for permission is seriously bad manners. Kronos explains that this is not a dream, but rather the astral sanctuary, revealing that he can now summon him here thanks to his boosted divinity. Ryoga takes in the grand scale of the space filled with celestial pillars, thinking the astral sanctuary looks a lot like the famous Pantheon. The space serves as the unique domain for each individual constellation, allowing entities to bestow blessings upon their contracted hunters. Ryoga gets straight to the point and asks why he was summoned, demanding that he cough up some divine protection or a high-tier spell already. The deity awkwardly admits he has nothing to offer yet due to a lack of achievements, revealing that he needs his contractor to get to work. The system confirms that to earn the blessings and boons of the giant who defies the heavens, the MC needs to raise his patron's divinity. Ryoga reviews the requirements on the blue screen and realizes it would be impossible to secure a rare sacred relic right off the bat like this. With few options on the table, the young necromancer decides the best move to score the unofficial achievement is to build a temple himself. The following morning, with the sun shining bright over the workshop, a loud voice echoes through the room, telling everyone to get up. Yuma and the other recruits bolt upright in bed while Renya weeps in the corner, whining that he never gave permission for his shop to be used as a hotel. Ryoga appears at the door with his arms crossed and a serious look, firmly letting the rookies know that he needs to have a talk with them right now. The MC sits down across from the trio of newly arrived youths, who stay seated on the bed, giving their leader their undivided attention. They whisper nervously about the heavy vibe that suddenly took over, but the necromancer tells them to hush so he can get started. Ryoga looks at the three coldly and asks point-blank what their real motivation was for becoming gate hunters in the first place. Yuma feels a bit put on the spot by the sudden question and honestly answers that his main goal is simply to make a ton of money. The master smiles with satisfaction, saying that works out perfectly, admitting he is relieved not to hear any unrealistic nonsense about being a hero. The other recruit jokes that if they wanted to play hero, they never would have followed someone so money-hungry, earning a solid elbow from Yuma. With a resolute gaze, Ryoga lays out his official proposal, formally inviting the entire squad to form an official hunter party with him. Yuma and his buddy are totally caught off guard and confused by the invite, claiming they assumed they were already part of an official crew. The MC clarifies that it was not official up until now, as he was simply paying them cash to take care of his day-to-day chores. Ryoga proposes that from here on out, instead of just running random errands, they will work together as true partners, waiting on their answer. A huge, genuine grin spreads across Yuma's face as he accepts the offer on the spot, happily confirming that he is all in. The other buddy enthusiastically agrees, playfully remarking that he will follow the leader anywhere, so long as it does not end up getting him killed. The girl in the trio also beams with a wide smile, telling the young necromancer he can count on her through thick and thin in this new partnership. Satisfied with all the recruits' answers, Ryoga rises from his chair and firmly orders them to get their bags packed immediately. He walks toward the exit and informs the squad that they will be spending the entire upcoming month running hardcore training out in the dangerous border zone. The MC thinks that out in that remote region, he will finally be able to summon his full undead army out in the open without raising any eyebrows. Flashing a confident smirk, the kid mutters that he is counting heavily on their help to pull off his secret plans in the border. Sometime later, the squad arrives before the massive iron gates marking the official entrance to the dreaded and mysterious border zone. As they hike through the dense forest, Fafnir marches alongside them and gives a brief rundown of the area, telling them to hold their questions. Ryoga smiles and reveals that he is actually a sort of saint who levels up by leveraging necromancer skills. The three rookies are left completely baffled with their jaws on the floor, unable to fathom how someone can be a necromancer and a saint at the same time. Their shock grows even wilder when the MC summons a skeleton cloaked in a veil of golden light that looks just like a holy entity. The recruits remark in amazement that they had no idea such a class existed, wondering if their boss might be the first person in the world with that power. Ryoga explains that, as the saint representing a god, he needs to build a dedicated temple called a necropolis, essentially a city of the dead. The kid wears a confident look, explaining that this massive stronghold will serve as the central base for all of his necromancy spells. The location near the border is ideal, as it is saturated with death energy built up from the daily clashes between hunters and monsters. He notes that the first step of the mission is tracking down a solid plot of land in the area, preferably a spot that is easy to defend. The brown-haired recruit scratches his cheek and asks if they are going to start building the fortress as soon as they find any random open lot. Ryoga instantly shoots that down, clarifying seriously that a necropolis must be constructed directly on top of an underground spirit vein. The MC orders Kotetsu to keep watch over the perimeter and begins channeling spirit power into his eyes to scan for the energy flow of the veins. With the targets locked in, Ryoga waves his hand to signal the crew, plainly ordering everyone to begin marching through the forest. Fafnir senses something rustling in the bushes, and suddenly a small green wisp pops up, floating and giggling in a super eerie way. The little soul keeps snickering wickedly in the air, instantly tipping off the necromancer that dangerous enemies are waiting right ahead. Right after, a pack of dreaded lizardmen warriors armed with blades and shields leaps out from the dense brush to attack. Yuma tries to warn the squad, shouting that lizardmen are physically weaker than typical orcs, but they are exceptionally fast. Ryoga cuts him off and brushes it off, saying they are just weak little lizards, sending Fafnir to wipe out the monsters that very second. Yuma tries to shout a warning, explaining that their scales are oily and that standard physical impact attacks will not work against the pack. However, Fafnir crushes a lizard easily on the first swing and sarcastically asks what he was saying about physical attacks. Seeing the blue minion's overwhelming power, Yuma gets a sweat drop on his head and awkwardly stammers that it was actually nothing. Another lizard monster lunges aggressively toward Fafnir, claws ready to tear into the big guy, but the minion shuts down the leap and lands a heavy punch right in the lizard's face, a menacing gleam flashing in his blue eyes. With brutal efficiency, Fafnir slams the monster's body straight into the rocky ground, shattering the creature's defenses instantly. Within a few short minutes of intense combat, every single lizardman that attempted to ambush them lies dead and defeated on the damp forest floor. With a simple snap of his fingers, Ryoga casts his Raise Undead spell with the Twisted Flesh variation over the fallen lizards. The system confirms the successful soul harvest, crafting new armored zombies from the remains of the fallen warriors. The Necromancer strolls forward, thinking that beasts tend to gather around potent spirit veins, proving his search theory correct. Ryoga tells everyone to stay on high alert and orders them to keep moving through the forest, met with an energetic cheer from the rookies. Further down the trail, Fafnir keeps paving the way, knocking down and clearing out dozens of other monsters that cross paths with the squad. Ryoga marches forward, flanked by his new army of lizard zombies, moving in lockstep right behind his command orders. The rookies take advantage of the cleared trail to harvest valuable mana stones straight from the corpses, stuffing their bags with easy profits. The Necromancer halts in a mountain valley and says this spot will do, but Fafnir wonders if the location will end up standing out way too much. Fafnir points out that the locals do not seem friendly, but Ryoga confirms that this exact spot is the perfect convergence point for all the spirit veins. The MC says the rookies can set up camp, but Yuma asks if they shouldn't help fight given the massive horde of beasts closing in. With a sly, utterly confident smirk, the young Necromancer chuckles and declares that numbers mean nothing before his power. Ryoga raises his staff cloaked in green mana flames and tells the recruits in an intimidating tone that he is about to show them why. The MC activates his advanced bone control, conjuring massive skeletal spikes that erupt violently from the forest floor. He turns his back on the chaotic forest action as his constructs go to work, crushing and hunting down the incoming foes. The spikes impale and drop the massive local beasts on the spot, creating a massive pile of monster remains around the new clearing. Time flies in the valley, and a stunning crimson sunset begins painting the horizon between the dark mountains of the border. Ryoga looks over the massive pile of fallen monster carcasses atop the hill, getting ready to perform his grand ritual. The MC uses his special Twisted Flesh skill to cleanly separate all the bones and meat from the bodies stacked on the hill. Next, using bone control, he begins fusing and raising that massive pile of bone into a single towering structure in the center of the valley. Renya pops up floating in his spirit form beside his master, remarking that he really is building a genuine necropolis out here. The spirit asks if an obelisk wouldn't be a temple for the sun god Ra, but Ryoga confirms he is making a bone obelisk to serve as the ultimate landmark. A massive bone structure shaped like a spiraling tower begins rising majestically toward the sky, radiating a powerful crimson light. Renya quietly agrees with his master, remembering that the legendary sacred desert obelisk truly represents the power of the ancient sun god Ra. The necromancer dubs the towering monument the Black Obelisk, explaining that using the inverse of the sun, which represents life, makes it the ultimate symbol. The little spirit nervously remarks that defying the natural order of the world is classic necromancer behavior, but the MC takes it as a compliment. Ryoga looks over the completed outer structure and commands his undead army to kick off the internal construction work. The system pops multiple alerts warning that the nearby souls have reacted to the dense energy, conjuring a magical fog around the necropolis. A red warning flashes on Ryoga's screen, alerting him that raising the tower is burning through a massive chunk of spirit power. A massive spiral of crimson flesh and bone begins spinning rapidly in midair, sculpting the interior layout of the MC's dreaded stronghold. Sweating heavily under the extreme strain, the necromancer grits his teeth and thinks he just needs to hold on for a little longer. The system alerts that the consumption rate has spiked, draining half of his spirit power just to maintain the summon. Ryoga plants his feet where the spirit vein is strongest, focusing all his mana to channel the energy straight toward the sky. With his eyes glowing a deep, ominous red, the necromancer commands with authority for the undead to rise all at once. A colossal Gothic-style black tower rises tall in the valley, and the system confirms that construction of the Black Obelisk is officially complete. The panel shows that the MC pulled off an insane feat, granting a 50% boost to his spell potency thanks to the high completion rate. Inside the structure, the rookies panic in the dark fog, shouting to ask if Mr. Chinen is okay and if the plan succeeded. The system confirms that the undead minion's stats have jumped by 30%, making Fafnir grin with excitement as crazy power surges through him. Ryoga lets out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he celebrates pulling off the ritual. The MC tries to joke that it was light work, but suddenly coughs up a bit of blood from the extreme strain on his body. Red warning screens flash before his eyes, warning that 86% of his mana has been drained and his spirit power is completely tapped. Fafnir panics and roars upon seeing his master collapse unconscious onto the tower's cold floor right before Yuma's terrified eyes. The minion's desperate shout echoes through the chamber as the screen fades to black, cutting to the campsite pitched outside. Ryoga wakes up lying on the cot inside the tent the next day, rubbing his temples and complaining about a pounding headache. Renya Shinya's spirit floats nearby, laughing hysterically, finding it hilarious that his master actually built a full-blown temple out here. Renya finds it comical to use an obelisk, the symbol of life, to forge a temple of death, but Ryoga tells him to lower his voice because of the headache. The spirit keeps going, saying he defied all logic, and that the MC's link with the giant who defies the heavens has finally taken solid form. Yuma appears at the tent entrance with the rest of the crew, asking with concern if Chinen has bounced back from the exhaustion. The rookies mention that he looks a little pale, but the MC replies that they are overreacting and that he just pushed himself slightly too hard. Yuma agrees, but complains about the thick, dark fog blanketing the entire valley, noting how terrible it is to be completely blind out there. Ryoga mulls over the rookie's complaint and agrees that it is a serious issue for normal humans to fight without being able to see the path. The MC casually snaps his fingers, getting ready to tweak the magical security settings of his new fortress. The system confirms that Ryoga's squad mates have been registered to the Black Obelisk, granting them complete immunity to the area's blinding fog. Suddenly, the mist clears up for the three of them, and they cheer with joy upon realizing they can now see everything with total clarity. Ryoga walks with his hands in his pockets, pleased to see his raid buddies hyped over the fortress's new defenses. System screens show that his spell radius has expanded, and the necropolis can now hold up to 100 undead minions. He notes that Kronos' divinity went up, thinking he will now be able to store other monsters inside his summoning ring besides the big guy Fafnir. Looking at the squad gathered under the sunset, Ryoga decides that the next crucial step in his blueprint is buffing the rookie's combat strength. The three recruits are left totally confused with big question marks over their heads when the leader bluntly announces that it is their turn to train. He asks why they look so shocked, explaining that they are going to fight side by side and he does not want them just looting magic stones forever. Wasting no time, the necromancer points to his minion and plainly states that he is handing over all of Yuma's training to Fafnir. Fafnir grins, and Ryoga suggests he can make it even more brutal and punishing than the drills he usually receives himself. Yuka and her buddy swallow hard at the terrifying turn of events, while Ryoga turns around with a stern look, stating he will personally handle them. With a dark gaze and a mischievous grin that freaks both of them out, the necromancer firmly reasserts that he will personally train them from here on out. Fafnir brings Yuma out to a clearing and plainly asks what his special attribute or innate combat magic trait is. Yuma presents his glowing green shield and nervously confesses that he has 0 offensive skills, only defense paired with a heavy recoil upon impact. Fafnir uses his martial analysis eye skill and corrects the rookie seriously, revealing that the force is actually repulsion. Yuma is left confused by the reveal, while the system displays his innate trait Mobile Fortress, which scales defense and impact using force. Fafnir breaks down the technical concept of repulsion and asks the kid to let him borrow the heavy shield for a few minutes. The Dragonkin warrior takes the iron gear and locks his sharp blue gaze onto the trunk of a massive tree in the clearing. The minion explains that this means the kid can redirect the full force of an incoming attack right back at enemies as a shockwave. Flaring his dark aura, the massive Dragonkin brawler squares up and loads the shield with a crazy amount of green mana. He blitzes forward and slams the edge of the shield directly against the thick bark of the tree, releasing all the stored energy. The impact sets off a devastating shockwave that blows the giant tree to splinters, leaving Yuma watching in total shock. The rookie's eyes sparkle with pure admiration as he excitedly yells, asking how the monster pulled off such an insane feat. Fafnir explains that the trick is not just defending, but channeling mana into the shield at the exact split second of impact, as if attacking the target. The lizard extends his hand, passing the iron shield back to the recruit, and plainly orders him to run his first practical trial. Yuma squares up in front of a large tree under the sunset glow, prepping to test out his defensive technique. The rookie focuses hard and begins infusing his iron shield with a potent surge of green mana. Yuma steps in and delivers a heavy shield bash straight into the tree trunk to unleash the repulsion force. The shield crashes hard against the wooden bark, instantly releasing a massive burst of kinetic energy. However, the excess force triggers a massive blast that sends Yuma flying backward through a cloud of dust. Fafnir helps him back to his feet and explains that he dumped way too much magic into it, advising him to infuse just enough to avoid getting blown back. Time passes in the valley, and under a warm orange sunrise over the forest, the rookie keeps running his repetitive drills day after day. Ryoga gathers with Yuka and Haibara at the camp, asking them straight up to reveal their innate traits and skills. Yuka explains that she runs a crossbow as her main weapon, and that her trait is resonance, allowing her to infuse mana into connected objects. Kronos floats by laughing, calling the skill useless, while Yuka awkwardly admits that her power is definitely not top tier. The Necromancer disagrees, stating that while it looks weak on paper, it is an incredible skill once you learn how to use it properly. Ryoga hands her a telekinesis grimoire and warns that he will bill her for it later, leaving the girl shocked by such a pricey item. Yuka absorbs the spellbook and playfully grumbles about wasting energy stressing over a standard telekinesis spell. The leader instructs the girl to cast her resonance trait directly onto the crossbow and then try guiding it mid-air using telekinesis. Yuka locks in, and her eyes glow green as she channels a heavy flow of purple mana straight into the stock of her heavy crossbow. She raises her arm and makes the weapon hover above her hand, wrapped in an intense aura of purple spirit energy. The girl notices the sensation feels different from her standard magic, and Ryoga explains that it is because she is stacking both skills together. The MC points toward a mid-sized tree up ahead and firmly orders her to try firing a shot at the target. Yuka guides the crossbow mid-air with finesse, gathering a crazy amount of glowing energy at the tip of her bolt. With a focused look and eyes blazing with green mana, she opens her palm and unleashes a devastating shot toward the chosen mark. The empowered bolt slams into the tree, triggering a massive blast that sends dirt and wood splinters flying everywhere. Yuka is left panting and completely blown away by the output, while Haibara watches from the side with wide-eyed shock. Wiping a drop of sweat, the girl acknowledges the insane power, but wonders in confusion why the shot's output spiked so dramatically. Ryoga breaks down the mechanics, explaining that the jump happened because she loaded extra magic into the weapon by combining resonance with direct telekinesis. She wonders where he learned that trick, while the MC remembers that it was actually Yuka herself who mastered that technique in his past life. The leader orders her to keep running drills until her mana runs dry, telling her to swap weapons to a build that will perform way better in training. Ryoga turns calmly toward his other teammate, asking the shy Haibara what his innate combat trait is. Haibara scratches his head, feeling pretty sheepish, timidly confessing that his power is honestly a bit underwhelming for a hunter. The recruit extends his arm, opening a blue rift in the air, and explains that he can summon a personal dimensional inventory, but with heavy limits. He reveals with frustration that his pocket dimension is super weak, only capable of holding items weighing up to 1 kilogram at a time. Kronos mocks him, saying he was born to be a pack mule, but Ryoga smirks slyly, knowing full well the kid is going to turn into an absolute powerhouse. The MC remembers that the legendary number 2 of the mighty Romanov clan possessed this exact spatial weapon stashing skill. That elite powerhouse fought by pulling dozens of blades and spears out of thin air at any second, dominating battlefields with ease. Ryoga figures the only hurdle to developing the kid is that expanding his inventory requires rare elixirs that will cost a pretty penny. Flashing a wicked smirk, the master announces that he will rebuild the kid's fighting style from scratch, plainly ordering him to trust him completely. 2 weeks later, after tons of sweat and grueling drills, a massive horde of wild monsters comes barreling toward the campsite. Several massive boars with razor-sharp tusks and heavy plating charge furiously through the forest toward the squad's fortified line. Yuma takes point on the front line, raising his glowing green shield beside 2 skeleton warriors summoned by the young Necromancer. Bracing for the beast's heavy charge, the kid activates Mobile Fortress and tanks the hit with rock-solid footing. The giant boar is hurled backward violently due to the massive rebound from the repulsion force unleashed straight from the kid's shield. The rest of the pack tries to swarm the perimeter, but Hybera leverages his upgraded inventory to rain heavy weapons down on the beasts from thin air. Yuka holds the backline, guiding her heavy crossbows midair with telekinesis as she tracks the charge of the surviving monsters. With resonance pushed to the max, the girl loads her hovering weapons with a massive charge of purple mana before letting fly. The bolts rain down like glowing meteors, punching clean through the wild boar's tough plating without leaving any room for survival. The last monster is torn apart by the explosive bolts and drops defeated onto the blood-stained ground, closing out the fight in style. A dense, dark energy begins rising from the fallen beast's remains, mystically funneling toward the top of the valley. The black obelisk glows at the peak as it draws every single fallen beast's soul straight into the core of its structure. The system confirms the necropolis has absorbed the essences, with the site now officially operating as a place of worship and domain. Ryoga praises the two for taking down the high-tier armored boar without Fafnir's help, celebrating that the special drills truly paid off. With a winning smile, he celebrates that the zone has finally been recognized as his official domain, with the system confirming his level jumped to 50. A new prompt flashes across the system screen, confirming that the MC has successfully broken past his limits to step into a whole new tier of power. A massive pillar of golden light blazes into the sky above the necropolis, marking the young necromancer's massive leap in strength. The system confirms he has reached 2-star status, boosting all his attributes by 20%, though experience costs are now 4 times higher. Ryoga notes that he can now summon fresh variants of high-tier undead, thinking it might be a solid move to forge a golem instead of basic zombies. He tells the dragon he is heading over to Renya Shinya's workshop, leaving Fafnir puzzled by his master's sudden departure. Fafnir complains about being treated like a guard dog, but Ryoga teases that he is a quick learner, asking Yuma to hold down the fort while he is away. The Necromancer pauses for a second before leaving, asking the rookies what their current power levels are sitting at. Yuma feels a bit awkward and plainly answers his master that his hunter level is currently sitting at 48. Yuka chimes in right after, letting the boss know that her current combat level has hit the mark of 47. Hybara also cracks an excited smirk, proudly announcing that his current power level is sitting at 45. Hearing the numbers, Ryoga orders the 3 to set out on a mission to the region known as Furujuku, leaving Yuma super confused. He explains that there is a hidden zone inside the ancient garden, a mid-sized dungeon with its entry requirement locked at 1 star. The MC reveals that the trick is splashing goblin shaman blood onto a frogman's heart to enter the trial arena and defeat the dragonkin to prove their worth. The 3 rookies widen their eyes in sheer horror upon hearing they will have to go head-to-head against a terrifying dragonkin warrior. Ryoga crosses his arms and stresses that the duel is strictly solo, sternly warning that none of them will be able to rely on their squad mates. He reassures them that they will not be eliminated even if they lose, but warns that it will hurt a ton, promising a sweet reward if they clear the trial. The 3 young hunters stare at each other in silence for a second, feeling the heavy pressure and weight of the tough task given by the boss. The group's expressions instantly flip from terror to pure determination, locked in to give it everything they have got for this new trial. Yuma states they are going to clear it, Hybara promises to get the job done, and Yuka vows to give the fight her absolute best. Before heading out, Yuma stops and asks Mr. Chinen if he really does not want any help sorting through all those farmed mana stones. The kid points out that there is a mountain of ore piled up in the corner and that it would be an exhausting, tedious chore for the boss to tackle alone. Ryoga wears an enigmatic smirk and calmly tells the rookie not to worry about that task one bit. The Necromancer thinks to himself that he already has the perfect person in mind for the job, just as Shuri gets a new ping from the kid on her phone. The screen displays Ryoga's direct text, bluntly demanding that she sort and organize all the collected mana stones for him. Shuri lets out a long, dramatic sigh of pure exhaustion and tosses her phone onto the wooden counter of her bar. The redhead complains in frustration, mentally questioning since when her front business turned into a mana stone processing plant. The day wraps up under the warm, golden glow of dusk at Renya Shinya's workshop, where the scientist stays locked into his alchemy research. Shinya handles test tubes and highly volatile chemicals in the lab, with various magical flames crackling all around him. Suddenly, Ryoga pops up right behind the scientist, remarking with a dark look that he sees he is working hard today. Shinya jumps out of his skin in pure terror from the jump scare, nearly dropping the precious potion vial he was brewing on the table. The alchemist yells in frustration, asking what is wrong with him, and demanding the kid quit popping out of nowhere to scare him like that. The MC sarcastically shoots back that Shinya was so absorbed in his work that he did not even notice him standing in the middle of the room. Brushing off his partner's scolding, Ryoga asks if mass production of the mid-tier potions he ordered is running smoothly. Shinya lets out a tired sigh and replies that everything else is fine, but quickly catches something off in the young necromancer's tone. The scientist notes in surprise that the boss dropped the honorifics, and the kid simply replies that they are pretty tight by now anyway. Shinya looks away, claiming he does not really care either way, casually telling the MC to talk however he wants from here on out. Suddenly, the necromancer drops a hand onto the alchemist's shoulder, making his partner's eyes widen in total surprise. Ryoga orders him to drop what he is doing for a second and come with him, leaving Shinya super curious about what is going down. With a sly glance and a confident grin, the MC plainly drops the news that he is building his very own elite golem. The alchemist freezes in total shock mid-sentence, standing paralyzed in the lab before his master's wild claim. Shinya jumps up, hyped, shouting to ask if he really means the legendary golem that can move practically forever as long as it has a live power source. He brings up that even Megacore hit walls with golem research, but Ryoga confirms he is building one and needs him to handle the heavy lifting. With his eyes glowing with hype, Shinya agrees on the spot and tells the kid to name what he needs, making Ryoga murmur that it is perfect. The system confirms the retrieval of the masked boss's corpse stored in the ring, and the scientist asks in shock if he plans to build the golem from that massive body. Shinya wonders with a sweat drop on his head if it wouldn't be way more practical and efficient to just raise a monster that big as a standard undead. Ryoga says standard golems are made of stone or iron, but his plan is to forge a terrifying hybrid of undead and golem known as a blood golem. The alchemist repeats the words wide-eyed in the room, trying to process the concept of building a true golem forged entirely from blood fluids. Ryoga tells him to begin etching the circuits into the body, and Shinya answers with massive hype that he will follow orders to the letter. Channeling his blue mana flow across the lab, the scientist begins the intricate task of stitching and engraving runes onto the massive corpse. The system logs the start of the mana circuit engraving, noting that this delicate step serves as the absolute most critical foundation in crafting a golem. Shinya wipes the sweat from his brow with a tired sigh, finally wrapping up the physical side of the exhausting surgery work. The system confirms this was the most tedious, detail-heavy phase of the process, laying down the core foundation for the golem's creation. The scientist turns to the MC and reports his part is done, asking with curiosity what their next step is. Ryoga walks over to the massive machine beside a skeleton helper, prepping the mana engine Shuri delivered as a payout. He holds the glowing red power core and explains that the MIS-4 mana engine can generate its own magical energy independently. The MC says that once they seat the core into the corpse's chest, mana will flow naturally and jumpstart the lifeless heart to beat again. Ryoga begins slotting the glowing orb into the open chest of the massive, motionless frame, revealing his plan to use it as the golem's heart. The necromancer calls for the circuit hookup, and Shinya follows up instantly with a focused gaze, kicking off the most volatile phase of the fusion ritual. Suddenly, a pulse of red light shoots through the channels carved into the giant's skin, and the golem's heart lets out its very first heavy beat. Shinya panics, thinking the rune is burning up from the extreme heat, but Ryoga keeps his cool and tells him to take a closer look. The MC points out the energy didn't scorch the skin, but rather the red mana seeped cleanly through the corpse's veins. The alchemist celebrates upon seeing the energy flow lock in, finding it mind-blowing that such a brilliant fusion method actually existed. Ryoga wears a playful smirk and teasingly tells his partner that the next move is tuning the creature's final look. 3 days later, the system logs the successful creation of a 3-star blood golem boasting insane regeneration traits. The MC extends his hand toward the red-skinned monster, plainly commanding it to respond if it possesses its own consciousness. The golem opens its massive, glowing red eye, dutifully answering the call that it will obey every single command from its master moving forward. The creature lets out a thunderous roar of power, sending a shockwave of red mana across the clearing before Shinya's terrified eyes. The scientist cheers goofily with sparkling eyes, screaming about how the complex experiment was an absolute runaway success. Kronos pops up floating and mentions he has something to hand over, while the alchemist screams in shock seeing the monster genuinely has a brain of its own. Ryoga waves off the divine spirit hovering beside him, casually mentioning that he is heading out for a meeting in the Pantheon. The deity yanks him by the hair, telling him to hurry up and quit messing with dangerous things, while the MC just grumbles along impatiently. Moments later, Ryoga's consciousness is whisked straight into the grand celestial temple known as the Pantheon. The towering figure of Kronos looks down on him, curiously asking why he was in such a rush for this stellar gathering. The entity smiles with pride, remarking on how wild it is that the kid pulls off logic-defying feats in such a short training window. The giant says his divinity leveled up thanks to him and offers to grant him new strength, but Ryoga roasts him, saying he only called him over to brag. A radiant golden aura cloaks the young necromancer's frame, marking the transfer of the mysterious celestial boon offered by the deity. The giant lets out a booming laugh, asking if he saw that, while the system confirms the addition of a new sacred spell to his arsenal. The god flexes that the new spell proves how cracked he really is, but the kid just holds an absolute deadpan silence. Looking over the details of the new power on his blue screen, the young necromancer wears an expression of pure annoyance and disappointment. The screen unveils the spell Giant's Might, capable of trading a target's vitality to boost or replenish the physical stamina of a living human ally. Ryoga remarks with disgust that it is a super sketchy, useless spell, leaving the massive celestial god fuming at the kid's audacity. The MC logically points out that his core minions are undead, and since they have 0 life force, the skill will never work on them. The system backs up the kid's point by simulating the spell on an undead test dummy, resulting in a total flop due to the lack of life force. Ryoga sighs, repeating that the magic was tailored strictly for living humans, clashing completely with his dark combat setup. The MC locks a stern glare onto the giant god, starting to piece together the real motivation behind crafting such a useless skill. He calls out Kronos for cooking up a spell that only fits his own style as a giant, without caring about what a necromancer actually needs. The deity begins sweating bullets and stammers in embarrassment, loudly asking what the big deal is with designing the magic that way. The kid says it is not really a big deal, just the simple fact that he will literally never have a real chance to use the skill. Ryoga turns to leave, playfully remarking that at the end of the day, he is still just an incompetent, useless constellation. The god loses his temper and begins screaming his head off at the kid, who just plugs his ears to block out the entity's loud shouting. Back in reality the following morning, Ryoga strolls casually through the busy shopping district of downtown. Out of nowhere, his phone starts buzzing with an incoming call straight from his business partner, Madame Shuri. The MC picks up the call in a calm voice, asking the broker what is going on. Shuri reveals that she landed a super lucrative job offer for him, a matter completely separate from the Red Spider drama. Ryoga smirks and smugly remarks that he is an elite saint now, warning that he would never get off the couch for chump change. The redhead reveals the payout is a 100 million worth humanoid ginseng, noting they specifically asked for his healing spells, asking if he wants in. The client is the massive Saiten Corporation, a global corporate powerhouse with huge sway in mana mining and tech. The catch is that the youngest daughter of the company's chairman has caught a bizarre, incurable condition known as mummy disease. The family desperately burned through every medical treatment and alchemy potion on the planet, but every attempt ended in complete failure. With 0 viable cures left on the table for the young girl, the Megacorp's plea for help finally landed in Ryoga's hands. Ryoga asks if he will receive the humanoid ginseng if his healing treatment is a success. That item is a top-tier elixir, packing dark mana refined to its absolute limit, Shuri confirms. Iden asks if he can pull it off, and Ryoga confidently replies that he definitely can. Mummy disease is considered untreatable right now, but that is all going to change in the future. He knows that it is actually just mana poisoning, which makes the treatment simple. Shinya is impressed as he looks around, commenting that he has never been in such an impressive house before. Shuri turns to him and asks if his name is Shinya, remarking that this is the first time they have met. The alchemist awkwardly replies that it is. Shuri praises Shinya for being a potion expert, and he accepts the compliment, looking proud yet totally flustered. Ryoga watches his partner out of the corner of his eye, noticing just how happy he gets when he receives praise. Suddenly, Ryoga's attention shifts to the door upon hearing it swing open. The person walking in is Fumiki Hoshino, the influential chairman of the massive Seitan Corporation. Shinya grows nervous, feeling an intimidating aura radiating from the man. He remembers that the chairman is a 7-star mage and senses that this man's power is on an entirely different level. The chairman greets Shuri with a serious tone, mentioning that it has been quite a while since they last saw each other. The broker replies politely, asking the chairman if he has been doing well during that time. Hoshino tells her that she can simply call him by his first name and suggests saving the friendly catch-up for later. He then looks directly at the young men and asks if they are the ones taking on the healing quest. Ryoga introduces himself as Chinen and starts to introduce his partner, who quickly and nervously introduces himself as Shinya. The businessman reveals that countless people have approached him before, claiming they could cure his daughter. However, he lets out an annoyed sigh as he recalls that all the others were just smooth talkers who ended up failing. With a confident smirk, Ryoga comments that in that case, he will be the first real professional in the room. Hoshino states that he cannot bear to watch his daughter suffer any longer and asks bluntly if he can truly cure her. The young man calmly replies that he will just have to trust him, thinking to himself that there is no other way to prove it without getting started. After a brief silence, the chairman clenches his fist and decides to place his daughter's life in their hands. Ryoga realizes that the man is clinging to any shred of hope, but is met with a stern warning to brace himself. The businessman threatens that if they fail, not only will they walk away empty-handed, but they will not make it out of there alive. Ryoga casually tells him not to worry, while Shinya nearly faints from sheer terror in the background. The alchemist is having a full-blown panic attack over dealing with such a high-tier mage who could eliminate them on the spot if they mess up. Right after, the patient's bedroom door slowly opens so they can finally head inside. Upon stepping in, Ryoga is greeted by several active magic recovery panels surrounding the young girl's bed. The young man turns seriously to the chairman and politely asks him to shut down every single magic circle. Hoshino asks for the reason, and Ryoga explains that the mummy disease is a condition where mana constricts the muscles. He goes on to say that while the vitality circles look beneficial at first glance, they are only feeding the root of the problem. Ryoga concludes bluntly that using these conventional healing methods is completely useless for treating the girl. Given the sound logic behind the explanation, the chairman immediately channels his own energy to deactivate the active spells. The blue panels vanish, revealing the black-haired young girl lying in the home hospital bed. Struggling and frail, the young girl weakly opens her eyes and stammers, calling out for her father. Hoshino gently holds Sarah's hand, while she asks in confusion who the visitors in the room are. The father tries to soothe her by saying that those people are going to cure her illness, pleading with her to hold on just a little longer. The young necromancer steps forward with a serious look and announces that it is time to begin the treatment process. Ryoga orders Shinya to set up the transmutation circle and place the mana stones, getting a prompt response. Shinya focuses, picking up a glowing blue crystal to start assembling the alchemy array. The alchemist carefully places the blue crystal onto the floor to channel the necessary energy. He kneels down and rests both hands on the ground, instantly igniting a vibrant blue glow at his fingertips. Shinya uses the mana stones and the transmutation circle to seize full control over the room's energy. The surge of power begins to swirl intensely around Shinya as he maintains sharp focus on the ritual. The alchemist reports that he has wiped out all ambient mana in the room, while the system initiates the mana extraction from Sarah. Ryoga gears up for the first stage of the treatment, which involves drawing out every trace of mana from the patient's body. Hoshino notices that his daughter is gradually stabilizing and is stunned to see that the mana removal is actually working. Ryoga tells Kronos that he takes back calling him useless, explaining that the girl suffers from severe muscle damage on top of the poisoning. He places his hand on Sarah's forehead, thinking that luckily, he possesses the exact physical restoration spell granted by the giant. Ryoga promptly activates the sacred spell giant's power, enveloping the girl in a bright green aura. The system alerts that her life force has dropped, but her physical strength has surged, leaving her father terrified by the sudden reaction. Shinya grows anxious, wondering if the treatment somehow ended up going wrong. Sarah lets out a cry of pain from the bed, while her father calls out her name in absolute despair. The girl's body continues to tremble violently as the magic courses through her entire system. Suddenly, she coughs up a thick, dark liquid as a direct result of the intense purification. The father panics, asking what on earth is happening, but Ryoga orders him to step back immediately. The young man gives a stern warning that the consequences will be irreversible if he touches her at this critical moment. He knows he cannot disclose that he used a spell that drains her vitality, as explaining that right now would only trigger more chaos. The giant's spell is a double-edged sword, but the young man has a solid plan to offset the girl's loss of vitality. He drinks a potion to spike his own life energy, intending to transfer the surplus over to her using a life drain technique. With that, the replenished life energy will be converted directly into physical strength, thanks to the giant's power. It would be much simpler to have her drink the potion directly, but her weakened body could never digest the fluid right now. Ryoga tosses the empty vial to the floor, thinking that he is the only one capable of pulling off such an intricate procedure. A massive wave of magical energy engulfs Sarah's body as Ryoga wraps up the vitality transfer. The chairman watches the scene completely wide-eyed and speechless at the sight of such raw power. Slowly, the girl opens her clear eyes and softly tries to call out for her father. Sarah calls out to her father, looking noticeably healthier, and he rushes over with tears welling up in his eyes. The man weeps with relief and pulls his beloved daughter into a tight hug, deeply moved to see her fully recovered. Hoshino bows deeply before Ryoga, thanking him from the bottom of his heart for this true miracle. Ryoga smiles, saying the girl was a tough fighter, and recommends that she have a hearty meal to build her strength back up. Overwhelmed with emotion, the businessman bows once more, stating that he does not even know how to express such immense gratitude. The young man replies that he was simply fulfilling his end of the bargain, thinking to himself that he will never get used to people reacting so dramatically. Ryoga then asks if he can now receive his agreed-upon reward, and the man instantly tells him that he will handle it right away. The chairman walks over to a table and unlocks a heavy-duty black briefcase that had been kept stored away. Inside the case rests the glowing humanoid ginseng, an exceptionally unique, high-tier treasure of the utmost rarity. The man hands the case with the promised prize directly to Ryoga, who accepts it with a satisfied grin. Before taking his leave, the young necromancer decides to pose an important question to the executive. He asks whether this treatment could be applied to other patients, to which Ryoga points out that doing so would be extremely difficult. The young man explains that he cannot go around curing people one by one, and the businessman completely agrees with his point. Ryoga then suggests that the Citan Corporation could build its very own specialized treatment facility for this exact purpose. Kronos praises the kid while patting him on the head, but Ryoga grumbles at him to quit it since he is completely wiped out. The young man states that mass production is entirely feasible once they understand the underlying logic, offering to teach them the fundamentals. Hoshino asks in disbelief if he is truly certain about this, and the young man confirms it, leaving the optimization in their hands. The chairman is left utterly stunned upon realizing the sheer generosity behind such an invaluable offer. After taking in the proposal with complete seriousness, he nods firmly, confirming that he understands the whole plan. Hoshino promises to pay a 10% royalty cut if they pull it off, but the young man feels that figure is almost too generous. The businessman gives him a firm handshake, stating that this project is monumental for the entire company. The young man accepts the deal with a bright smile, quietly celebrating having locked down a top-tier business contract with the corporation. Sometime later, the scene shifts back to the young necromancer's massive stone stronghold within the necropolis. Ryoga steps inside carrying the briefcase and greets Fafnir, asking if any trouble came up while he was away. The minion jumps in surprise at how quickly he returned, and the master notes that he fully expected him to complain about him taking too long. The young man tosses the prize right over to him, announcing that he brought back an expensive elixir as a reward for his hard work. The dragonkin snatches the item, trembling with excitement, and lets out a roar of pure joy over receiving something so precious. Ryoga stares at him with a deadpan expression, asking what is with the completely over-the-top reaction. The master quietly steps closer and pokes the minion's belly, picking up on something very off about his physique. Ryoga points in annoyance at the dragon's massive, bloated round belly, demanding to know what on earth happened to him. The minion's only response is a thunderous belch, leaving his master utterly speechless and thoroughly irritated. Fafnir sheepishly confesses that he got ravenously hungry from all the fighting and ended up eating a few mana stones because they were just too tasty. Ryoga sharply questions what he means by just a few, and the minion tries to talk his way out of it, claiming he only meant to have a tiny snack. Ryoga glares at him furiously, prompting the dragon to beg for mercy and swear that he will head out immediately to hunt and restock the supply. The young man places his hand on his partner's stomach to analyze the energy shifts triggered by his little feast. Surprisingly, Ryoga breaks into a wide smile and praises him, leaving the minion thoroughly perplexed. He opens his partner's status screen and happily confirms that his mana pool has received a massive boost. The system indicates that the total mana capacity expanded because the dragon finally managed to pool energy into his once empty core. Ryoga deduces that the creature was specifically designed to recover and fuel his missing power by consuming mana stones. He instructs Fafnir to store the prized briefcase away for now, since standard mana stones are clearly more than enough. The dragon admits he thought his master would blow a fuse over the expenses, but Ryoga counters that the profit margin on those stones is drop-in-the-bucket money to him. Turning his back, the young necromancer remarks that having his minion grow continually stronger is far better for his long-term agenda. Fafnir gets overwhelmed with emotion and wraps him in a bone-crushing bear hug, affectionately calling him his beloved master. Ryoga begins to choke, frantically yelling that he cannot breathe under that suffocating grip. The minion sheepishly apologizes and lets go at once, while the young man starts coughing as he tries to catch his breath. As Kronos bursts out laughing at the whole spectacle in the background, Ryoga regains his composure and asks his partner where the minion Osabe is. Ryoga points toward Osabe's glowing green ghost, who is floating around, giggling foolishly just up ahead. The young necromancer extends his hand, channeling his dark power, and directly commands the spirit to come forward. Multiple bones begin to levitate through the air, snapping into place to piece together a complete skeleton. Kronos asks what he intends to do with Osabe's remains, and the young man replies that this was the game plan right from the start. Ryoga firmly grabs Osabe's spirit and tells the giant to simply sit back and watch as he drives the soul directly into the skeletal frame. Wearing a sinister grin while enveloped in a radiant blue aura, he announces that this is the real fusion process at work. The system confirms that the body and soul have successfully fused, adding the brand new fusion spell to the young man's skill roster. The three recruits return victorious from the ancient garden, striking celebratory victory poses while expressing endless gratitude for Ryoga's guidance. The young man commends the trio on their solid performance, but quietly wonders what is up with that bizarre over-the-top pose they just struck. Yuma gulps nervously, pointing a trembling finger at the intimidating skeletal figure standing silently right behind them. Ryoga casually crosses his arms and fires back, asking if they seriously do not recognize that skeleton standing there. Osabe's skeleton summons blue flames into his hands and erupts into a booming laugh, celebrating being brought back to life once again. He begins screaming like a maniac about unleashing pure chaos, destruction, and absolute ruin across the entire globe with his newfound powers. With glowing eyes, Ryoga coldly orders him to shut his mouth, causing the skeleton to freeze dead in his tracks instantly. The young man formally introduces him as Osabe, while the system screen reveals that he is now ranked as a 2-star skeleton mage. The recruits are terrified, asking in a panic if they are going to get turned into skeletons as well, but the master tells them to cut the chatter. The young necromancer calls for everyone's undivided attention throughout the stronghold to deliver an important and serious announcement. He informs his recruits directly that the group's next destination will be heading straight down south. Yuma asks in sheer shock if heading south means stepping directly into the lawless badlands of Ground Zero. The young man lets out a subtle smirk, confidently confirming that is precisely where they are heading. Standing tall, he announces that the primary objective of this expedition is to expand the group's dominion and territory. Ryoga begins to recall that in his past life, before regressing through time, he was always completely on his own. Back in those days, he went by formidable titles like the One-Man Army and the King of the Undead. However, he remembers all too well that he lacked the raw firepower to take down the mighty Romanov family and the 7 major factions by himself. That is the exact reason why he chose to play his cards differently this time, building up an army of reliable allies in this second run. He knows full well that having strong allies to watch his back is essential, and that a single stronghold in the necropolis is merely step 1. Ryoga jokes that he also has to help Kronos ascend to supreme godhood, earning himself high praise from the floating giant. A short while later, the party approaches a dense forest running along a riverbank, when Fafnir suddenly halts his advance. The minion carefully sniffs the air and alerts his master that troll-type monsters are lurking in the shadows just ahead. Ryoga asks if they can just skirt around them, but Fafnir explains that their sense of smell is top tier and that 4 targets are blocking the path. Yuka grows tense, nervously pointing out that trolls are high-threat monsters native to 4-star gates. Ryoga calmly agrees, adding that they are an absolute pain to deal with due to their hyper-regeneration abilities. The blue dragon turns to his master and directly asks what combat strategy they are going to run with now. While Yuka frantically suggests pulling a complete U-turn, the young man smiles and points out that the group is already boxed in. The young necromancer crosses his arms with supreme confidence, deciding that the only viable option is to brute force their way through. All of a sudden, heavy footsteps begin thundering through the woods, making the entire ground shake violently. A massive hulking troll bursts into the clearing, roaring with fury and screaming about its ravenous hunger right in front of the party. Ryoga decides that this will serve as the perfect debut battle for his blood golem to showcase its true combat capabilities. The crimson-skinned monster rises imposingly from a pool of blood, and the young man commands it to unleash its full potential. The blood golem squares up with clenched fists and aggressively charges straight at the towering brute before it. The monster winds up a thunderous right hook, packing concentrated destructive power into its massive fist. The enemy takes the devastating punch directly on the chin, absorbing a brutal blow that rattles its entire frame. The sheer force of the golem's strike sends the troll skidding backward violently, kicking up thick dust and debris across the battlefield. The wounded monster quickly retaliates, and the two trade direct blows, triggering a massive clash of raw physical power at the center of the clearing. The golem's arm ends up getting completely pulverized by the sheer force of the blow, scattering dark, energy-infused blood through the air. The troll starts celebrating wildly, boasting at the top of its lungs that it managed to crush the foul-smelling opponent. Ryoga merely watches with a smug smirk on his face and gives the direct green light for the blood golem to go all out from here on. The golem's body is not made of regular flesh, but of solidified blood supercharged with a massive density of mana. As long as its mana engine remains untouched, it can reconstruct its physical form in seconds, which explains why Ryoga wanted this unit so badly. Fafnir questions whether this brawl will just drag out forever if it keeps getting stuck in an endless loop of self-regeneration. Ryoga confidently shoots back that his unit is far from just a defensive wall with high-speed recovery. The system announces that the creature activated body morphing, reshaping the blood from its own severed arm into a razor-sharp blade. The golem delivers a swift, lethal slash across the enemy, catching the troll completely off guard with the lightning-fast offensive shift. The troll howls in agony upon taking critical damage from the blade, while the golem capitalizes on the opening to chain further attacks. With its blood drain skill fully active, the golem siphons the enemy's vital fluids, visibly increasing its own physical size. The golem executes a brutal finishing move, clean-cutting the troll's head off with a single, surgical strike of its blood blade. Thanks to the dominant combat victory, the golem's rank officially levels up from 3 stars to the prestigious 4-star category. The towering, newly promoted 4-star golem stands tall beside the vanquished corpse as Ryoga strolls up alongside his crew. The remaining trolls emerge in a bloodthirsty rage, shouting that they will tear them apart to avenge their fallen kin, and commanding everyone to be wiped out. The young necromancer simply smirks with pure contempt, sarcastically commenting that the next wave of targets just checked in. Fafnir drops into a combat stance with absolute excitement, proudly declaring that the brute right in the middle is his personal prize. Ryoga signs off on the plan and instructs the blood golem to take full responsibility for handling another one of those opponents. The young man turns around to his recruits, informing them that they will be working as a cohesive unit to bring down the final remaining troll. The master looks at them with a piercing glare, asking if they have what it takes to finish the job, which leaves the trio visibly on edge. Despite their initial wave of nerves, the recruits lock in with sheer determination, shouting in perfect unison that they understand the order. The young man flashes a confident grin, enthusiastically announcing that open season on trolls has officially begun. One of the monsters charges recklessly toward the party, winding up a devastating heavy attack aimed straight at the vanguard recruit. Yuma maintains razor-sharp focus in the face of imminent danger, bracing his stance to absorb the incoming shockwave with his heavy shield. He pops his signature skill Mobile Fortress, cleanly absorbing the enemy's crushing strike behind his glowing shield. Immediately after, Yuka takes the rearguard position with her heavy mechanical crossbow, channeling her potent purple energy. She synchronizes resonance and telekinesis to unleash a rapid barrage of enchanted magic arrows directly at the target. The purple energy projectiles rip through the air at blinding speeds, homing straight for the exposed troll's head. The arrows strike the target dead-on with surgical precision, ripping straight through its thick, tough hide. The beast lets out an ear-splitting howl of agony as it takes the full brunt of the group's concentrated magic burst. With sharp eyes locked onto the wounded monster, Yuka sternly warns that she is not about to let it slip away that easily. The surviving troll desperately attempts to break into a sprint through the woods, while the adventurer trio tracks its retreat from behind. Ryoga calmly surveys the battlefield and points out to his allies that the battered enemy is clearly trying to bail out of the fight. Haibara wastes no time and triggers his spatial skill, snapping open a brilliant blue portal directly in the path of the fleeing monster. The troll is completely blindsided by the sudden portal, tripping hard over its own momentum and eating the dirt face first. Ryoga gives Osabe the execution order, and the skeleton steps up, muttering under his breath that he is going to obliterate the target. The skeleton mage extends his bony hand, conjuring a massive, intensely glowing fireball of raw, magical energy. He hurls the heavy attack straight at the grounded opponent, who can only watch the incoming flame bear down on him without any way to react. A massive, roaring explosion of flames engulfs the entire area where the troll lay, lighting up the dark canopy of the forest. The charred, lifeless husk of the monster collapses onto the dirt right before the awestruck and relieved eyes of the three young recruits. Haibara asks in disbelief how a 2-star skeleton can pack such absurd firepower, and Ryoga explains that it comes down to the perfect balance of the fusion. Ryoga points out that the soul retains its combat techniques from life, while the vessel channels them cleanly, creating a synergy that even impresses Kronos. The young necromancer turns around upon noticing that the battles against the other monsters have also wrapped up with total success. Fafnir asks for permission to feast on the defeated troll, while the blood golem simply reports that the engagement is complete and awaits further orders. Ryoga casually gives the green light for the feast, leaving the dragon thrilled and eager to dig in. The system alerts that Fafnir is absorbing the monster's mana, expanding the maximum capacity of his dragon heart and boosting his core stats. Ryoga recalls that in his previous life, his partner constantly had to swap out his skeletal frame for superior bones just to rank up. He smiles at the thought of how much easier things are now, given that all the minion needs to do is consume mana stones to grow progressively stronger. Ryoga then tosses a handful of red mana stones toward the dragon, casually telling him to polish off the whole batch. Fafnir opens his maw in pure delight as he watches the valuable glowing gems drop straight into his reach. The dragon swallows down all the mana stones effortlessly in a single, colossal chomp. A massive shockwave of wind and arcane energy erupts all around the dragon the moment he finishes consuming the items. The dragon heart hits its maximum mana threshold and levels up, granting a substantial boost to Fafnir's overall physical strength. Now standing proud with 4-star power, the dragonkin flexes his muscles and roars at the top of his lungs, daring any challenger to step up. Ryoga and Osabe simply watch him in silence, with the young man wondering if his dragon used to have a lot more common sense back in his past life. Sometime later, the 5th Necropolis Tower is finally erected with complete success, wrapping up the full connection grid across the entire territory. The young necromancer looks at the massive structure from afar, remarking with relief that he has finally wrapped up setting up the 5th tower. The system confirms that the entire linked perimeter has become his sovereign territory, granting a 30% stat buff to all of his undead units. Fafnir asks if the master plans on building any more of those bizarre spires, but the young man replies that 5 is more than enough for now. Ryoga logically explains that even if he put up more, he would never be able to hold down and defend every single structure on his own. He knows that the connected territory functions as a single living network, meaning that if even one tower goes down, the entire system collapses. In his past life, the enemies from the Romanov family shattered his black obelisk, shutting down his entire domain in a single blow. The young man clenches his fists with grit, swearing to himself that he will never let that kind of disaster happen ever again. Ryoga announces that they have hit their target and orders everyone to head back, leaving Yuka thrilled at the prospect of going home to a hot meal. The young master flashes an easygoing smile, letting the crew know that they are getting 2 full weeks off to kick back and recover. Haibara is blown away, celebrating with pure joy while asking if he is totally sure about granting such a massive vacation. Ryoga dryly asks if he would prefer having his time off canceled instead, prompting the whole crew to sweat bullets over dropping such a silly question. Yuma waves goodbye, stating they will catch up at the Saitama workshop in 2 weeks and wishing the boss a productive time. Fafnir begins floating around his master, playfully whining about whether he is going to get any paid time off from the grind as well. Ryoga cryptically replies that there is actually a very important spot the dragonkin needs to tag along with him to visit. Shortly after, the young necromancer pushes open the door and casually strolls into a commercial establishment downtown. Greeting him from behind the counter is Madame Shuri, who smiles and playfully remarks on his speedy return. She flirts, saying that if he keeps rushing back to see her like this all the time, she might just end up catching feelings for him. Ryoga playfully fires back, questioning if she even possesses such emotions, and the red-haired broker jokes that she is still human deep down. The bartender offers a warm welcome, and the young man orders the exact same drink as last time, making it crystal clear that coffee is totally off the table. The bartender accommodates the unusual order, gently setting down a crisp, refreshing glass of iced milk right in front of Ryoga. Shuri remarks that he clearly does not care about keeping up appearances by drinking milk at a bar, to which the young man replies that he sees zero appeal in alcohol. Ryoga sternly adds that he makes it a strict personal rule never to touch alcoholic beverages whenever he is about to sit down for business talks. Shuri locks eyes with Ryoga's glowing gaze, attempting to read the true intentions driving her partner's moves. She finds his bold attitude intriguing, and the young necromancer lets her know that he is always locked in and ready to talk shop. Shuri mentions that the Red Spider Syndicate has been aggressively crawling all over the district, asking if he is truly going to be fine dealing with that. Calmly and directly, Ryoga states that he will take care of that nuisance personally on her behalf. Surprised, Shuri asks if he is genuinely serious, and the young man assures her that he would not travel all this way just to mess around. Reading the clear direction of the conversation, the broker leans in close and directly asks what he expects to get in return. The young man sets his sights squarely on the top leadership position that will be left wide open once the Red Spider Syndicate is completely wiped off the board. He explains that the local balance hinges on 3 key forces, and he wants her full backing to step into the power vacuum that will be left behind. Shuri quietly sizes him up, wondering if the young man truly has the raw muscle and the nerve to bring down an entire syndicate by himself. She cautions that claiming the throne requires taking out every single rival, which is a mission on a vastly larger scale than anything they have pulled off before. Ryoga answers with supreme confidence that it will be zero issue, and Shuri agrees to back him as long as he actually delivers on his end of the bargain. When asked what she stands to gain from the partnership, the necromancer tosses a pouch of gold coins on the table, promising that she will make an absolute fortune. Highly pleased with the lucrative financial terms laid out by Ryoga, Shuri flashes a gorgeous smile and declares the deal officially sealed. Ryoga asks whether the human hunters operating out of the Hokuto province are still pulling their usual dirty tricks. Shuri confirms they are, stating with pure disdain that they still look down on ordinary folks as if they are total second-class citizens. The young man says the timing could not be better and asks her to leak a rumor that the Hokuto hunters are mobilizing a full-scale assault against the Red Spider. He plans to make the scattered Red Spider units pull back directly into their main base the moment they catch wind of the rumor, setting up the perfect ambush. That way, he can box in all his targets in one single spot and wipe out the entire criminal enterprise in one clean sweep. A short while later, the focus shifts to the decaying, wrecked concrete skyline at the core of the lawless Ground Zero district. At the pinnacle of a sleek, modern skyscraper in the area, a frantic subordinate bursts through the doors, screaming at the top of his lungs for the boss. He barges into the boardroom, battered, bruised, and covered in blood, shouting in a total panic that they are facing a massive crisis. The boss coldly checks him, stating that he should be addressed as chairman, forcing the wounded lackey to bow down and apologize profusely. This is Red Kamishiro, the ruthless kingpin of the Red Spider, who arrogantly demands to know what could possibly be so urgent. The lackey reports that the notorious human hunters from the Hokuto province are mobilizing in massive numbers right inside Ground Zero. Kamishiro demands to know their angle, and the lackey explains that their game plan is to take out the executives and hijack the Black Herb Farm. Infuriated by his rival's sheer audacity, the chairman slams his fist onto the wooden table with devastating force, splintering the entire surface to pieces. He recalls that the crew already dropped the ball when dealing with the Milky Way bar, and that the ant cave raid turned out to be an utter disaster. Kamishiro angrily grumbles that those scumbags picked the exact moment his faction is on the back foot to make a move on the Black Herb Farm. The leader immediately orders them to triple the security detail around the farm, but the lackey points out that they cannot afford to ease up surveillance on the madame. A furious Kamishiro strikes the lackey across the face, roaring that losing the herbs means the end of the entire faction, demanding to know where his priorities lie. The black herbs are the syndicate's crown jewel, being the sole internally produced narcotic circulating throughout the entire criminal underworld. They only grow in soil deeply saturated with high-density mana in the Hokuto territory, pulling in profits that vastly outshine the ant cave haul. Thoroughly terrified, the subordinate nods frantically and bolts out of the room, leaving the Red Spider boss deep in thought in his executive chair. Kamishiro then looks up with a cold, piercing glare, sternly calling for his top-tier elite enforcer named Sho. The warrior states that he will take point leading the vanguard and personally take out every single one of those meddling trespassers. Kamishiro gives Shojoin, the number 2 of the Red Spider, the direct command to completely exterminate the flies buzzing around their farm. Meanwhile, along the border perimeter, the thick necropolis mist rolls in, shrouding and masking the towering black spires. An official armed patrol squad from the Red Spider moves cautiously and deliberately through the dark, overgrown brush of the region. The patrol captain expresses his surprise at seeing so many forces grouped up, bringing up the rumors about the hunters looking to steal the crops. The subordinate snaps back that this is why they are out here running patrols under direct orders, prompting the captain to tell him to drop the attitude. A third sentry steps into the argument with a cold tone, telling them to cut the useless chatter and keep their eyes peeled on their surroundings. One of the scouts watches the mist engulf the landscape and nervously notes that he feels an overwhelmingly bad vibe hanging in the air. He finds it very strange to see such a heavy fog rolling into the border zone, commenting that it feels like bad news is right around the corner. The squad leader lays down a strict order to fire a signal flare immediately the second they spot any sign of hostile activity. The 3-star guard grumbles in frustration about being stuck running a basic boring patrol sweep through the woods. He then orders his teammate to pop his sensory skills to double-check if anyone is hiding out in the nearby tree line. The tracker triggers his signature skill, Falcon Eye, making his irises light up with an intense, piercing yellow glow. He is instantly paralyzed with shock upon spotting Fafnir's towering, imposing figure in his original dragonkin form through the trees. His squadmate scoffs, telling him to chill out and arguing that it is completely impossible for a member of the dragon race to be roaming around these parts. The tracker frantically pushes back, swearing that there is zero mistake and that the target is definitely a high-tier dragonkin. He adds in a sheer panic that there is also a blood-drenched giant and a young human just chilling casually right next to them. The patrol captain flashes a wicked, confident grin upon asking if there are really only 3 targets in the entire hostile squad. He declares that they will not even need the signal flare and that they will wrap up this problem by themselves, ordering the squad to push forward and strike. The enemy mage extends his palm and unleashes a violent barrage of blue lightning bolts aimed straight at the young necromancer. Right after, he chains lightning shock and ice javelin, manifesting massive razor-sharp icicles that rip through the air at breakneck speeds. The combined magic attacks land a direct hit on the primary target, setting off a massive burst of blinding blue light and smoke across the zone. The squad leader tries to peer through the thick dust and heavy fog, anxiously wondering if they manage to take them off the board for good. The smoke clears to reveal both Fafnir and Ryoga completely unscathed, with the ice spikes lodged harmlessly against the dragon's chest scales. Ryoga flashes a mocking smirk, pointing out that the enemy captain's question was the classic definition of raising a massive death flag. Fafnir sarcastically jokes that the attacks felt like a light acupuncture massage, leaving the patrol captain fuming at the blatant disrespect. The dragonkin puffs out his chest and boasts that he is more than capable of wiping out an insignificant crew of this size all by himself. Ryoga accepts the offer with a subtle smirk, deciding that he will simply hang back and provide magic buffs so his partner can run wild. The young man snaps his fingers, triggering Giant's power and Wedge of Retribution, channeling bright green energy straight into his hands. The system registers the deployment of Unholy Blessing, wrapping Fafnir in an intimidating and heavy cloud of dark mana. His lower body physical strength receives a massive amplification through the Dark Aura body reinforcement buff. Fafnir launches forward at blinding speed, leaving a wide trail of dust and devastation in his wake. The tracker screams in terror that the beast is closing the gap fast, and the captain nervously barks back that he can see it plain as day. Fafnir winds up a heavy strike aimed straight at the leader, who scrambles to block the impact with his steel blade. The captain smirks with pure arrogance and claims he has him cornered, stating that surprise attacks do not work inside his domain. He triggers his innate sensory domain skill, expanding a massive dome of golden energy across the entire perimeter of the clash. With his reflexes cranked to the limit, the captain unleashes a lightning-fast sword slash against the oncoming dragonkin. He pops his full counter skill in a bid to redirect the full momentum of the dragon's physical strike straight back at him. The man screams in triumph, assuming his opponent is completely done for after taking that massive counter head-on. However, his celebration gets cut short when Fafnir lands a brutal, crushing fist directly across his face. Fafnir slams the opponent into the dirt without an ounce of mercy, grumbling that the human did way too much trash-talking before actually doing anything. A massive shockwave tears through the ground at the point of impact, leaving the surviving subordinates paralyzed with shock in the background. The remaining scouts stumble backward, sweating bullets, stammering in total disbelief at the sheer power of that absolute unit. The blue dragon cracks his neck out of pure boredom, arrogantly telling the survivors to step up and jump him all at once. Roaring with pure rage, the enemies charge straight at Fafnir in a desperate bid to overwhelm him with numbers. The dragonkin swats them down effortlessly with a few swings, thinking to himself that this is a total joke for 3-star opponents. Ryoga tells his minion to keep clearing out anyone who shows up, and the dragon asks what the master plans on doing in the meantime. With an easygoing smile on his face, the young necromancer grabs his shovel and casually replies that he is going to bury these guys. Fafnir finds the merciful gesture of burying the fallen enemies rather odd, but Ryoga sarcastically asks what kind of monster he takes him for. The young man keeps digging, coldly pointing out that even the most wicked people in life end up looking exactly the same once they are gone. Ryoga jokes that he will throw a proper funeral for the dragon if he ever goes down, eliciting an awkward, touched reaction from the big guy. Shortly after, more syndicate enforcers begin swarming into the pitch-black forest. A subordinate approaches Sho Join with a dead serious look, reporting that they have completely lost radio contact with the patrol squad. Fuming over the news of the failure, Sho crushes the radio communicator in his grip, calling them a bunch of useless deadbeats. He demands to know if they fired the flare, and the lackey stammers nervously, saying there is zero indication a signal ever went up. The syndicate's number 2 grimly ponders whether they were taken out before they even had a split second to call for backup. He looks up with a cold stare, demanding to know what intel they have gathered on this mysterious new target. The lackey reports that according to a lone survivor, there was just a single enemy commander running 2 massive monsters in the forest. Sho rests his chin on his hand, thoughtfully processing the fact that a lone monster tamer managed to dismantle his entire patrol unit single-handedly. Remembering the chairman's strict orders, he realizes that if he fails to eliminate this intruder, he will be the one facing the chopping block. Sho gives the order to rally all available troops to crush anyone approaching the farm, fully focused on executing his leader's demands. He turns to his fellow executive, ordering her to stay concealed in the woods to the right and wait patiently for his attack signal. This is Mana Mido, an elite executive of the Red Spider, who grips her magic staff and acknowledges the plan with a sarcastic smirk. Back in the woods, Ryoga sits back patiently alongside Fafnir, while several of his scout spirits patrol the perimeter under the heavy fog. All of a sudden, a glowing blue flare flickers right before Ryoga, instantly catching the young necromancer's full attention. The system alerts that a scout ghost was wiped out, and the young man realizes this is the first time an enemy hunter detected and purged his minion instantly. Fafnir notes that these guys just do not know when to quit, and Ryoga calmly figures that a high-ranking executive must be heading up the charge. The dragon asks if they are jumping straight into the action, but the young necromancer stands up and mentions they have business to wrap up before moving out. He says he is going to put the bodies he just buried to excellent tactical use, leaving his dragon completely baffled by the strategy. The young man places his palm against the ground, channeling his dark energy straight into the fresh graves of the fallen patrol squad. He explains that he linked every single buried body with an invisible mana thread, fully primed to channel devastating, destructive force through them. As the enemy syndicate soldiers march through the woods, one of them suddenly points out that the color of the dirt beneath their boots looks off. The sentry brings it up to Sho Join, mentioning that he spotted the exact same soil irregularity up ahead, instantly raising red flags for the group. In that very instant, a massive, violent explosion of green energy erupts straight from the earth beneath them thanks to the corpse detonation spell. A chaotic chain reaction of blast waves tears through the red spider forces in the clearing, triggering instant panic and screams in every direction. Wearing a cold, wicked grin, Ryoga mocks that the enemies burn exceptionally well, leaving even his dragon visibly unnerved by the ruthlessness. Towering pillars of emerald fire continue to shoot into the sky, reducing everything and everyone caught in the necromancer's trap to ash. The thick black smoke from the blast begins to drift slowly through the trees, laying bare the sheer carnage wrought by the surprise attack. Amidst the burning wreckage, Sho Join emerges with a face full of sheer fury and shock over the near-total wipeout of his entire strike force. Sho Join pops his iron body skill, realizing with sinking dread that his squad's tactical situation is as bad as it gets. One of the critically wounded grunts begs for help from the dirt, but the captain sees that not a single one of his men is in any shape to keep fighting. Sho Join decides that he will have to handle this entire mess solo, swearing to track down the mastermind behind this massacre face to face. He activates mana tracking, locking onto the red trails of residual energy left behind on the scorched battlefield. He pursues the mana signature through the dark woods, cracking a menacing smirk the moment he finally pinpoints his target's exact coordinates. Screaming at the top of his lungs that it is time to exterminate the meddling pest, Join sprints forward at breakneck speed toward the enemy. Out of nowhere, Fafnir's massive, terrifying silhouette steps out from the shadows to block his path, warning that moving forward is going to be a real issue. The dragon winds up a heavy punch, claiming the real issue would be letting him reach his master, catching the criminal completely off guard. Join digs deep into his defensive reserves to block Fafnir's massive, blue energy-charged fist head-on. The criminal grits his teeth, straining with every muscle to hold his ground against the crushing weight of the minion's strike. He glares at his opponent with raw fury, sternly demanding to know if he was the one responsible for slaughtering his entire strike force. The dragon smirks and replies that maybe he was, giving him props for being the very first person to actually block a direct punch from him. Pivoting with a lightning-fast counter, the dragonkin unloads another heavy strike that sends the warrior flying across the clearing. Recovers from the impact and asks in disbelief who he is, arguing that no standard gate undead could ever pack this kind of firepower. Fafnir proudly introduces himself as Ryoga Chinnen's guardian warrior, leaving the criminal wondering who on earth this summoner is supposed to be. Fafnir brushes it off, saying that none of that matters now and giving an intimidating guarantee that the warrior is not making it out of here anyway. Join erupts into a maniacal laugh, swearing that he will crush him first and then hunt down and eliminate this Chinen guy next. The enforcer channels vibrant blue energy into his hands and launches into a blazing frontal sprint straight at the towering dragon. Fafnir leaps aggressively toward his opponent, winding up his own fist loaded with dark, heavy energy. A short while later, Ryoga surveys the distant tree line alongside his blood golem, noting that Fafnir has officially engaged in his battle. The young necromancer's eyes flash with a sharp blue radiance as he decides that it is time for him to make his move as well. He pops his ghost eye skill to link up with and tap into the visual feed of his scouting spirits. Ryoga spots Manamido's location and notes with mild surprise that a lone 5-star warrior managed to survive his explosive trap. With a smooth and confident snap of his fingers, the young master issues the command for his vanguard minions to advance on the target. The system confirms the successful summoning of 50 skeleton soldiers deployed directly from his necropolis stronghold. Ryoga watches his undead army march forward, remarking that he wants to see just how long the opposition can hold out in this war of attrition. A massive explosion of fire tears through the forest floor, launching his skeleton soldiers flying through the air in violent arcs. Manamido watches the smoke from a distance with wide eyes, wondering out loud if someone went ahead and rigged the zone with landmines. She angrily grumbles about being assigned to a separate solo flank, realizing with rising panic that every single one of her allies has been wiped out. The executive screams in frustration over the terrible corner she has been backed into, completely at a loss for what move to make next. Suddenly, one of the surviving skeleton soldiers steps toward her, letting out an ominous bone-cracking rattle from the shadows. She whips around in terror upon seeing an entire legion of armed undead emerging through the fog, frantically demanding to know what this is. Manamido ignites flames along her metal staff, remarking that wiping out a low-tier army like this after those blasts will be a walk in the park. Screaming at them to quit messing with her, the mage unleashes a devastating wave of destructive flames straight at the undead vanguard. The fire easily burns through the skeletal warriors, and the woman flashes a wicked grin, mocking how weak and useless they are. Turning her back, she remarks that sending this kind of low-level backup is completely pointless, totally oblivious to the bones already reassembling behind her. The mage twirls her staff with pure arrogance, claiming that this weakling army should just get lost and stay out of her way. In that exact instant, the undead leap at her from behind, forcing the executive to quickly bring up her staff to block the incoming claws. She shrieks in irritation, ordering them to get away from her while using her magic to form a protective barrier against the enemy strikes. Immediately after, she casts Wall of Fire, erecting a massive wall of blazing flames to incinerate the attackers. She chains the assault with Wind Blast, triggering a heavy shockwave of scorching air that fans the flames across the entire zone. Panting heavily from the massive mana drain, the mage looks at the scattered ashes of her opponents blanketing the forest floor. She sighs in relief, claiming she finally put them down for good while complaining about how stubborn and persistent those undead creeps were. However, she panics when the piles of ash begin shifting once again, stammering in total disbelief as they continue pulling themselves back up. Manamido completely loses her cool at the sight, screaming in absolute rage at the endless persistence of the young man's undead army. She shrieks at the top of her lungs across the woods, demanding that the summoner stop sending disposable minions and face her like a real warrior. Ryoga simply watches his opponent's frantic breakdown from afar, casually laughing it off alongside his blood golem. Under the Necromancer's command, the skeleton soldiers continue to reassemble from the soil, pressing their relentless march toward the mage. Manamito sets her staff ablaze once more, yelling with fierce determination that she will stand her ground and smash every single undead that spawns. The battle mage delivers a heavy overhead strike with her blazing weapon, fully committed to fighting the enemy army down to the wire. Multiple massive fiery detonations go off back-to-back, wiping out the skeleton soldiers across the immediate clearing. Manamito laughs triumphantly, boasting that her condensed fireball packs serious heat and convinced that this is finally the end of the line. But out of nowhere, a glob of thick green slime flies in from the shadows and splashes directly across the mage's face. She begins shrieking in excruciating agony, completely hysterical, as the acidic substance burns straight through her eyes and melts her face. Manamito grits her teeth against the unbearable pain as the venomous fluid continues to eat away at her skin. Shielding her ruined face, she roars in pure rage for the enemy to step out of the shadows, swearing that she is going to end him. Overcome with blinding hatred, the executive swears with everything she has that she will rip whoever did this to shreds. Meanwhile, in another clearing of the forest, the Dragonkin Fafnir and the elite executive Shoujoin stand locked in a tense standoff. The two charge forward with everything they have, slamming their fists together and triggering a massive shockwave that rattles the ground. Sho realizes that the opponent is an absolute powerhouse matching him in raw strength, but remains confident that he holds the upper hand in speed. He seizes the opening to press the attack, asking if the Dragonkin is seriously going to zone out in the middle of a high-stakes brawl. With that, the executive plants his back foot firmly into the dirt to build up momentum, loading up a lightning-fast combination of strikes. Sho manages to grab the monster's arm with an iron grip, making sure he cannot slip away or throw up a guard against the incoming attack. He lands a heavy, punishing punch right into Fafnir's gut, taunting him by saying he was never going to let him get away. The Dragonkin absorbs the heavy impact and looks genuinely surprised by the human's impressive physical power. Sensing that this is his golden window to secure the win, Sho decides he needs to wrap up this fight right here and now. The red-haired brawler triggers his Vulcan punch technique, unleashing a rapid, relentless barrage of blazing fists. He channels all his strength into his knuckles, overwhelming his opponent without giving him a single second to counter. A massive explosion of crimson flames engulfs the area, and Sho confidently declares that the brawl is officially over. The executive drops back into his fighting stance as the smoke settles, fully convinced that he has clinched the win. Sho figures that took care of the problem for good, but a massive blue claw suddenly pushes through the gray smokescreen. He is left completely speechless upon realizing that the enemy is still standing tall after taking such a devastating strike. Fafnir steps out from the dust cloud with an easygoing grin, casually remarking that the little combo was pretty interesting. The beast brushes the dust off his shoulder, sarcastically dropping a line that the redhead's punch packed some decent heat. The Red Spider executive breaks down into a total panic, desperately trying to comprehend how his target walked away completely unharmed. Out of the blue, Fafnir hears Ryoga's voice calling out his name telepathically right in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. He thinks back to when his master handed him the protective gear as a safety measure, remembering how he thanked him for the upgrade. Fafnir reflects on how his master went out of his way to loan him the dragon scale armor, which spiked all his core stats by 20%. Sho forces a subtle smirk, remarking that he makes for quite an interesting monster to trade blows with. He figures that no matter how much dragonkin power the beast taps into, at the end of the day, he is still just an undead construct. Sho pushes forward once again, fully determined to take Fafnir's head off, knowing that crushing the weak spot guarantees victory. Right at that moment, Fafnir's glowing blue eye begins to shine brightly with an enigmatic surge of power. The Dragonkin leans back with effortless grace, cleanly dodging Sho's heavy punch and leaving the human completely stunned. Sho's fist slices clean through the air with brutal momentum, but catches nothing but wind and kicks up a trail of dust. Sho angrily grumbles that the beast just got lucky, managing to slip the strike despite having such a heavy build. Fafnir laughs at the remark and asks if he genuinely thinks that was just luck, making the redhead even more furious with the taunt. Sho throws another furious punch, but the monster effortlessly ducks under the strike just as smoothly as before. The executive realizes with rising panic that this is not luck at all, and that his opponent is reading every single move he makes like an open book. Refusing to accept reality, he throws another desperate punch, yelling to see how the beast will handle this incoming blow. However, Fafnir simply tracks the fist's path with his eyes, looking completely unbothered by the incoming attack. The dragonkin starts yawning out of sheer boredom as he casually sidesteps the opponent's rapid offensive charge. The redhead's fist crashes hard into the dirt, but Fafnir had already casually stepped aside without breaking a sweat. Sho screams in total confusion, demanding to know what kind of cheap trick he is running, while the monster just keeps on yawning. Fafnir points to his own eyes, explaining that he has incredible vision thanks to his special martial god's eye skill. He mocks him by saying he could win this fight with his eyes closed, asking if the guy wants him to go easy on him. Sho grits his teeth in pure, uncontrollable fury, telling the dragonkin to stop making a fool out of him. Calling Fafnir a pathetic reptile, the warrior flies off the handle, throwing a frantic flurry of rapid-fire strikes. The monster slips every single blow with ease, thinking to himself that attacking is useless since he has already memorized all of the guy's patterns. Sho screams at him to shut up and throws one last, desperate punch straight at his enemy. But Fafnir catches the opening to strike back, landing a heavy counterattack that completely shatters his opponent's guard. Fafnir watches the redhead slowly push himself back up and sarcastically asks if he is still alive down there. Sho Join is thoroughly disgusted at being laid out by a mere undead, warning with a lethal glare that playtime is officially over. The enemy wipes the blood dripping from his lips, feeling his rage boil over at the sheer humiliation of it all. His blood drips onto the dirt, unlocking the hidden power of his patron constellation known as Weasel, the Avenger of Blessing. A massive crimson aura erupts around Sho's frame as he channels his own fury to drastically amplify his speed and raw strength. He shoots forward like a red lightning bolt, challenging the dragonkin to try dodging his next attack. Fafnir senses the constellation's blessing and realizes with concern that he can no longer read his opponent's movement trajectory. In the blink of an eye, the redhead teleports directly behind him, catching the monster totally flat-footed. With a brutal follow-through, the executive unloads a heavy strike that tears through the air with a deafening boom. Fafnir is sent flying across the clearing by the sheer momentum of the blow, carving out a massive crater in the forest floor. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Manamito furiously screams for her target to drop dead, launching yet another wind bomb. The battle mage leans heavily against her staff, utterly exhausted from the prolonged brawl and grumbling about the terrible spot she is in. She wipes the sweat from her damaged face, beginning to wonder when these ridiculous explosions are finally going to let up. Out of nowhere, another skeleton soldier approaches and detonates right in front of her, triggered by the corpse bomb spell. The woman notices that this last blast was noticeably more destructive, concluding that the summoner is pumping higher mana into the spells. With that, she astutely deduces that this is definitely not a long-range artillery strike being launched from far away. She spots a silhouette through the curtain of smoke, becoming completely certain that the enemy is hiding out close by. Manamito screams at the top of her lungs, demanding that the coward show himself once and for all and stop hiding in the shadows. The wind howls, scattering the soot and smoke from the latest blast across the dry trees of the forest. The mage slams her staff into the dirt, warning that if he wants to play dirty, she is taking the gloves off. Surrounded by a massive vortex of flames, she yells that the target can keep hiding all he wants because she is about to level the whole area. The executive then channels every last drop of her remaining energy to cast a massive high-tier explosion spell. A devastating chain of explosions tears through the entire forest, wiping out the trees and shattering the undead soldiers in its path. The fire spreads uncontrollably across the perimeter, turning the entire battlefield into a raging inferno. Manamito collapses to her knees, completely drained and gasping for air after expending every single ounce of her magical pool. She struggles to catch her breath amidst the scorched wasteland, lacking the strength to even hold her staff upright. Wearing a manic grin across her scarred face, the mage sighs in relief, remarking that she finally feels refreshed. But her smile vanishes the moment a calm voice behind her sarcastically agrees with her statement. She hears slow, steady footsteps approaching from right behind her back, leaving her completely frozen in pure panic. Ryoga steps out of the ashes alongside his blood golem, casually remarking with a smirk that all that destruction was pretty entertaining. The young necromancer thinks to himself that he would have been in real trouble too if his blood minion had not shielded him from the blast. He looks down at the helpless opponent on the dirt, coldly pointing out that her mana has completely run dry. Without wasting a second, the young man casts Bone Spear, causing a razor-sharp projectile to materialize instantly in midair. The sharp bone spear pierces clean through Manamito's chest without hesitation, bringing a permanent end to the executive's life. Ryoga watches the enemy's lifeless body drop to the ground, casually remarking that he is not really a fan of environmental destruction. In that very instant, a massive explosion thunders in the distance through the forest, catching the young necromancer's immediate attention. He and his blood golem quickly turn around to look toward the source of the alarming noise echoing from afar. Worried about what might be going down on the other side, the young man wonders if something went south in the fight. Ryoga whispers Fafnir's name with concern, worried that his strongest minion might be running into serious trouble. On the other side of the battlefield, the dragonkin Fafnir struggles to push himself up from the ground amidst a thick veil of smoke. He watches his opponent standing tall before him, thinking in shock that the enemy's speed has reached a ridiculous level. The monster realizes that the guy's power broke clean through his armor's defense, making it impossible to keep up with his rapid movements. Shojoin roars with fury under the active Avenger's blessing, yelling that he will take out his opponent to avenge his fallen squadmates. Fafnir recalls that the master told him to simply buy time, but realizes that holding the line is proving to be way harder than expected. The redhead leaps forward like a madman, claiming he is going to pulverize a bottom-tier constellation like him, using the full power granted by Weasel. Driven mad by the divine blessing, the executive lets out a savage roar like a wild predator about to tear into its prey. Shojoin dives from above with a lethal punch coated in crimson energy, leaving the dragonkin stunned by the sheer power behind it. The human's massive fist comes crashing down at high speed toward Fafnir's face, who scrambles to put up a guard. Suddenly, a shield of dark energy manifests and blocks the strike, while a voice asks who exactly he was calling bottom tier. The perfect block forcefully repels Shojoin's strike, sending the furious executive tumbling backward through the air. Ryoga uses his unholy blessing and foul skin spells to directly disrupt and weaken the power of the opponent's constellation. The young man smirks with confidence, warning Shojoin that he is not the only one around here packing constellation tier power. Fafnir breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing his master arrive, and the young man praises his partner for holding the line until now. Ryoga snaps his fingers with his eyes glowing a vibrant blue, imposingly declaring that he will take over the fight from here on out. The Necromancer drops unholy blessing onto the enemy, causing Shojoin to let out an agonizing scream of sheer pain and torment. The redhead clutches his skull, screaming in agony as if his head is about to split wide open down the middle. Knowing that the target's mental state has been shattered by the curses, Ryoga triggers Wedge of Retribution to quickly put him out of his misery. He channels ectoplasm into the ground, unleashing a heavy, glowing green finishing blow right through the center of the battlefield. With the threat eliminated, Fafnir walks up to Ryoga, curiously asking if he already managed to take care of all the other targets. The young man confirms it, stating that most of them have already been wiped out and assuring him that even the survivors will not be moving an inch. He uses his life drain spell to patch up his minion, who thanks him and admits he would have lost the fight if the master had not stepped in. Shinya's spirit floats up and asks Ryoga how it felt clashing against the Weasel constellation, which completely strips the host of their sanity. Thanks to his regression, Ryoga was well aware of the enemy's mental blind spot, but acknowledges that he needs to get much stronger to take down the upcoming rivals. Fafnir points down at Shojoin's motionless body on the ground, curiously asking what the master plans on doing with the remains. The Necromancer steps past the body, calmly replying that now that the guy's run is over, it is the perfect time to put him to good use. The minion jokes that he is basically going to work the guy down to the bone, but Ryoga plays dumb, pretending he has zero clue what he is talking about. Meanwhile, night falls silently over the city under the light of a crescent moon, blanketing the sprawling hideout of the Red Spider. Outside the Syndicate's massive headquarters, suited goons check their phones and realize that the clash in the forest is officially over. Watching everything unfold from a neighboring rooftop, Madame Shuri and her butler observe the high-stakes situation playing out below. The broker looks at the incoming text on her phone confirming the mission's success, letting her know she is clear to start her phase of the plan. Shuri flashes a cold smile and announces that it is time for them to make their move as well, getting an immediate nod from her butler. She grips her glowing dagger, remarking that it feels like just yesterday she was running from the Syndicate, but swearing that the hunt ends tonight. In that instant, a massive blue magic barrier begins to envelop the entire Red Spider headquarters. She activates the powerful lunar witchcraft known as the Phantasm Night Demon Mirror, cloaking the entire structure in her illusion magic. With her eyes shining blue, the woman coldly commands all the Syndicate members inside to start tearing each other apart. Under the mental illusion's grip, the goons' eyes light up inside as they begin glaring at one another with pure hostility. One of the criminals draws his weapon, furiously demanding to know which shady contact his squadmate was just talking to. Consumed by paranoid delusions of betrayal, the man aims his blade at his partner, accusing him of being the group's traitor. A massive internal bloodbath erupts throughout the building, while Shuri calmly listens to the agonizing screams of the traitors taking each other out. Through Ryoga and Shuri's coordinated plan, the syndicate was completely dismantled, and their boss, Red Kamishiro, only found out after fleeing Ground Zero too late. With the Red Spider's violent collapse, the decade-long power balance that once governed Ground Zero began to crumble. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight shine brightly over the front of the Milky Way bar, which is wide open for business. Madame Shuri smiles elegantly, warmly asking what brought such a busy man to visit her so early in the day. Sitting directly across from her is the underworld's most influential merchant boss, respectfully known by all as Mr. Black. The man mentions that since she took over the Red Spider's territory, he figured he should swing by to pay his respects and talk business. Shuri lets out a subtle laugh, calmly replying that hearing those words come from him is actually pretty terrifying. The broker gets serious, asking what the underworld merchants are really after, to which the man plainly replies that he simply wants balance. Mr. Black looks at her firmly, warning her against trying to monopolize all of the rival syndicate's operations exclusively for herself. He goes on to say that the merchants will pull their backing, and that without their support, she will never be able to keep the chaos in Ground Zero under control. The dealer points out that the businesses the former syndicate ran involve massive amounts of cash and high-value interests. The man highlights that even for someone of her caliber, trying to manage all of those moving pieces alone would be a nightmare. Shuri takes a sip from her glass and calmly replies that she agrees, but assures him that she has zero intention of keeping it all to herself. She rests her finger on the table, explaining that she decided to hand control of the operations over to someone she trusts completely, offering to introduce him. The merchant boss immediately puts two and two together, realizing that the madame definitely did not pull off that brutal takedown alone. He deduces in shock that she had a powerhouse ally, someone strong enough to wipe the entire syndicate off the board in one go. The dealer wonders to himself what kind of ruthless, terrifying monster she could have possibly teamed up with to get that done. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door to the private office swings open slowly, cutting right through the silence in the room. Young Ryoga strolls into the room with a calm and relaxed expression, keeping both hands tucked casually in his pockets. Mr. Black watches the young man walk in, thinking to himself that despite his youthful appearance, he is clearly far from an ordinary kid. Ryoga steps up to the table with total manners, casually stating that it is an absolute pleasure to meet Mr. Black. Mr. Black glares at him sternly, asking if he knows who he is while struggling to believe that a kid took down the Red Spider. Ryoga calmly replies that it is impossible to conduct any real business in Ground Zero without knowing its biggest underworld merchant. The man finds the confidence admirable, asking if the kid would mind sharing his name, to which the young man introduces himself as Ryoga Chinen. Mr. A. Black gives a friendly nod to the young man's name, suggesting they cut straight to the business that brought them together. He asks what Ryoga wants out of the Red Spider's operations, and the young man smiles, clarifying that he does not plan on taking everything. Ryoga says he wants the black herb farm and the smuggling routes, but the dealer scoffs, arguing that asking for those is basically asking for everything. The black herb is used to brew the Black Moon, a highly lucrative illegal concoction that pulls in massive profits on the market. Mr. Black warns that if he demands both the crops and the supply lines, the merchants will not back him because the numbers simply do not add up. Hearing the firm pushback, Ryoga maintains a mysterious, provocative smirk as he watches the dealer's tense reaction. The young man proposes that in exchange for those assets, he will blaze a brand new trade route linking directly to the Hokuto province. The dealer reminds him that even if he tries, that path is completely blocked off by the brutal Hokuto human hunters. Ever since the Great Cataclysm, maritime routes were made impassable by monsters, turning the northern land passage into pure gold. However, with the human hunters controlling the border, that crucial northern land corridor has remained completely gridlocked. Extending his hand, the Necromancer states with absolute confidence that he will handle those high-threat enemies himself. He flashes a self-assured grin, adding that he will reopen that vital route so commerce can flow freely once again. Mr. Black is stunned, knowing that the highway to Hokuto is the ultimate dream for every underworld merchant, asking how he even knows about it. Suspicious of the young man's deep intel, the businessman coldly asks who leaked that secret to him. Ryoga thinks to himself that it was the man himself in his past life, back when he built an acropolis nearby, and Mr. Black pitched the exact same partnership. He recalls that prior to his regression, the merchant boss personally came to him to propose opening that very trade corridor. Snapping back to the present, Ryoga brushes it off, saying the source does not matter and reiterating that he will clear the road the merchants desperately need. He tells his partner to just imagine the endless wealth, top-tier weapons, and high-end luxury that this trade network will bring them. The young man explains that the profits from hauling goods would dwarf the herb smuggling operation, and every bit of it would flow to the merchants. Weighing the tempting offer, Mr. Black seriously asks if the young man actually has what it takes to bring down the human hunters. Ryoga gestures with his fingers, admitting it would be tough right now, but guarantees he will have the route fully clear within 2 years. The man reflects on how he wiped out a rival syndicate in just a few days, making his claim shockingly credible. However, he brings up the massive financial risks involved, asking what would happen if the young man ends up failing the mission. The Necromancer replies with complete disregard that if it goes sideways, they will just have to write it off as a bad investment and move on. The veteran merchant boss is left wide-eyed and totally floored by how casually and boldly this kid answers. Ryoga laughs out loud, pointing out that this is just how investments work, asking how he expects to make big moves if he is terrified of taking losses. The man clears his throat to try and negotiate, but the young man stands up, letting him know that if he cannot trust him, he is totally fine walking away. The young man coldly threatens that he will take this exact same Hokuto route and shop it to rival black market dealers instead. He keeps walking, noting that foreign merchants would also jump at the chance to take control of such a lucrative route. Shuri spots Ryoga heading for the door and asks if he is leaving already, to which the young man replies that talks fell through and he is finding another investor. The madame apologizes, saying she did her best, and the young man playfully jokes that he will consider her fee already settled. Before the young man can push the door open, Mr. Black firmly grabs the handle, urgently telling him to hold on a second. The man thinks to himself in a panic that if the kid is willing to deal with the black market, he is dead serious about opening that route. He caves, announcing that the merchants will give Ryoga their full backing as the leader of Ground Zero, making the kid smile at his master plan coming together. Far from there, a towering luxury skyscraper stands tall under clear, sunny skies in another part of the region. Up in the top-floor penthouse office, a gray-haired executive thoughtfully looks over background files and photos of Ryoga's recent moves. He turns around and asks his secretary if it has already been over a month since he ordered that deep-dive background check. The assistant confirms it, and the man remarks that there is a ton of shocking and impressive data packed into that file. He reads that despite being a low-ranked hunter, the kid crossed into the border zone multiple times and has ties to the potion trade. On top of that, the report highlights that the young man recently cured the severe illness plaguing the Saiten chairman's daughter with flying colors. The man studies the pages with an intense stare, remarking out loud that all of this is incredibly hard to believe. The secretary agrees, stating she did not buy it at first either, and double-checked the data multiple times, but swears it is all legit. The businessman cracks a subtle smirk, remarking that while he already found the kid interesting, he turned out to be far more impressive. He asks if the scouting offer is ready, and the woman hands over the paperwork so he can set the plan in motion. The man grips the documents firmly, stating with a grin that he is genuinely excited to see how this plays out. He stares at Ryoga's photo in the file, thinking that if they can recruit a talent like that, their Aragiri organization will become unstoppable. A short while later, the scene cuts to the outside of an old abandoned factory in the industrial district of Saitama. Ryoga Chinen arrives back at his hideout in the abandoned factory in Saitama, casually looking around the place. His recruits Yuma, Yuka, and Haibara jump for joy, shouting at the top of their lungs to welcome back their master who just returned. The young man is confused by their presence, asking what they are doing here and reminding them that they should still be enjoying their vacation. The three strike celebratory victory poses, proudly revealing that they finally managed to rank up to 2 stars. Ryoga gives a short, unenthusiastic congratulations, causing the trio to comically faceplant onto the floor at their leader's totally deadpan reaction. The Necromancer smirks, thinking they are growing fast and are worth training, while the trio grumbles about showing up for nothing. Yuma collects himself and mentions they have another major update to share, catching Ryoga's attention as he asks what it is about. The recruit explains that they were approached by the renowned Aragiri Guild, which requested the group's help to clear a gate. Ryoga lets out a thoughtful sigh upon hearing the guild's name, already anticipating that bigger trouble is on the horizon. He immediately remembers when Madame Shuri pulled him aside to give him an important heads-up regarding that exact same outfit. Back then, the broker had quietly warned him that the massive Aragiri Guild was already starting to take a strong interest in him. Realizing that the Madame's warning hit the mark, the young man asks his teammate for the exact details of their request. Yuma explains that Aragiri took control of 3 gates that the government could not clear for quite some time. The recruit pulls up data on the Tochigi, Anagawa, and Gunma gates, explaining that the guild wants their support to clear one of those sites. Ryoga carefully analyzes the options on the holographic screen, thoughtfully wondering which of the 3 gates they should tackle. The young MC decides to take on all 3 at once, leaving his teammates in a total panic, knowing they will be worked to the bone. Shortly after, the group arrives at the gate entrance requested by Aragiri, where a massive blue portal shines brightly in the staging area. A large support crew dressed in black suits is already on site, accompanied by a fleet of luxury cars ready to provide assistance. Additionally, a guild medical team dressed in white hooded robes stands on standby right outside, fully prepped for action. Several crew members unload crates packed with heavy broadswords from a transport truck, showcasing their massive logistics setup. Yuka is blown away by the sheer volume of staff on deck, commenting that the country's top guild operates on a whole different level. Ryoga thinks it is totally over the top since only 10 people can enter the Iron Tomb, thinking to himself that he still hates rubbing shoulders with these folks. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind and drops a friendly greeting, making the young necromancer turn around to see who it is. The newcomer is sporting a sharp brown suit with his guild's shining silver crest prominently pinned to his lapel. A blond young man carrying a sword on his back introduces himself with a charming smile as Junshi Matsumoto, the hunter, clearing the gate with him. Ryoga locks eyes with the guy, his irises glowing with an amber hue as he sizes up the mysterious hunter standing before him. Yuka is completely starstruck, screaming in excitement upon recognizing the country's top guild's rising star standing right in front of her. Blushing, the archer begs for an autograph, saying it is an absolute honor to meet someone gifted with the legendary heavenly bone trait. Ryoga watches her in complete disbelief, wondering if the guy is an idol, and noticing he is so popular, he even has his own fan club. The necromancer is surprised, and Yuma explains that the guy is skilled enough to shatter hunter records while looking like a top model. Matsumoto flashes a charming wave to the press and cameras crowding around him, remarking that it is rare to find someone who does not know his name. Yuma asks in surprise if Ryoga seriously does not know the famous hunter, while the leader just wears an expression of pure boredom and irritation. Ryoga thinks to himself that he knows him all too well from his past life, lamenting that he just got paired up with such a troublesome individual. He recalls China's martial king, Zhang Wupei, who reached the legendary 9-star rank and possessed a unique innate ability. That trait is the heavenly bone, which maximizes the output of martial arts techniques and grants massive stat boosts upon ranking up. Matsumoto wields that exact same power, and in Ryoga's past life, he was a key figure in the 9-headed dragon, the continent's largest syndicate. He ran human trafficking rings, drug smuggling operations, and various other major crimes, making his name infamous everywhere in the worst possible way. Junshi Matsumoto was widely known as the most ruthless and cold-blooded enforcer in the entire East Asian underworld. The necromancer stares at the smiling young man, wondering what on earth a criminal like that is doing infiltrated inside the Aragiri guild. The young MC figures his past actions altered the timeline, as the twins who were supposed to be enemies became allies, and Matsumoto joined the guild. Shinya's little ghost pops up and explains that causality was warped because Ryoga traveled back in time, leaving the young man deep in thought. The alchemist says everything happens for a reason, and nobody escapes causality, not even the supreme deities who shape the stars. He concludes that the small butterfly effects triggered by his master are setting off massive shifts in the world's destiny. The system flashes an alert confirming that the 10-man raid party has officially entered the dark ruins of the Iron Tomb Gate. Walking through the pitch-black ruins with a serious look, young Matsumoto quietly grumbles under his breath about how much this situation annoys him. The blonde asks how the rare drops will be split, and a party member notes that each team gets to keep whatever loot they take down themselves. Ryoga smirks with pure contempt, asking if they are going to throw a fit if his squad claims all the drops, leaving his rival looking awkward. With his eyes glowing gold, he taunts his rival not to come crying later when he realizes he is walking away with zero loot at the end. Matsumoto grits his teeth in pure rage, thinking that if not for his boss's orders, he would shut that arrogant mouth by force with his blade. He recalls his superior's orders to put Aragiri's full power on display so they can scout the promising Ryoga Chinen. Matsumoto is furious about being dragged out here just to recruit some green rookie, proudly reminding himself that he is the guild's top supernova. He grips the hilt of his sword, arrogantly thinking that he is the hunter destined to sit at the absolute pinnacle of Japan's entire raiding scene. Suddenly, a terrifying living armor monster awakens from its slumber. The monster charges straight at Matsumoto, who thinks to himself that even his own Aragiri guild is merely a stepping stone for his ambitions. He was dead set on using everyone and everything as ladders to climb to even greater heights in his career. Enveloped in blue flames, Matsumoto sees this as the perfect stage to prove his worth and show everyone just how elite he truly is. He activates his powerful innate heavenly bone ability, unleashing waves of razor-sharp blue energy directly at the target. With a clean, devastating slash of his blade, the blonde warrior slices the iron monster to pieces in the blink of an eye. The Aragiri guild lackeys cheer wildly at the strike, shouting in awe that this is the real power of the legendary Matsumoto. Matsumoto sheathes his weapon with pure arrogance, claiming that was nothing, totally missing Ryoga quietly studying a small scrap of metal on the ground. The Necromancer sarcastically agrees with his rival's remark, leaving the blonde hunter confused and thrown off by such a calm reaction. Ryoga mocks him by saying he just smashed a useless pile of scrap metal, making Matsumoto grit his teeth in absolute fury at the provocation. In that instant, the lackeys scream in terror upon noticing that something bizarre is happening right before their eyes in the ruins. The shattered metal pieces begin floating and rapidly snapping back together, revealing that the living armor regenerates from an internal core. The blonde is left in disbelief at the regeneration, and Ryoga coldly explains that the monster will keep reviving non-stop unless the core is shattered. The Aragiri warrior angrily demands to know where this core is hidden, but the Necromancer merely shrugs, replying that he has no clue. Matsumoto yells at the nonchalant attitude, and Ryoga's mini-ghost sarcastically chips in that he just needs to keep looking until he finds it, since it is obvious. The blonde scoffs, concluding that his rival does not know where the weak spot is either, and gears up to take on the revived monster. He decides he will just keep slicing and dicing the opponent non-stop until he eventually hits the core through pure luck. Out of nowhere, Fafnir appears right behind him, cracking his knuckles, excitedly remarking that this looks like an interesting type of monster. In that very second, a massive strike slams violently into the creature's center, kicking up a huge cloud of dust across the area. The dragonkin lands a crushing punch right into the middle of the iron beast, casually pointing out that the core is sitting right there. Fafnir digs his claw into the creature and easily pulls out the glowing purple core, displaying the monosphere right in his palm. With a dismissive grunt, Ryoga's powerhouse minion clenches his fist tightly, crushing the creature's core without breaking a sweat. With its weak spot shattered, the iron monster falls apart into harmless scrap that drops heavily onto the stone floor. Matsumoto is left totally speechless by how easy it looked, asking in shock how the dragonkin managed to pinpoint the exact location. Fafnir bluffs, saying you just have to focus to spot the densest mana concentration, while secretly thinking he has zero idea what he is talking about. The beast mocks him, asking if he failed to see it despite having the great innate heavenly bone trait, thoroughly infuriating his rival. The Aragiri guild lackeys tremble in fear as they watch uncontrollable rage and hatred boil over on their young blonde leader's face. He glares at Ryoga's minion with pure hostility, as more animated armor pieces begin rising from the shadows all around them. Fafnir watches the incoming hostiles, and excitedly remarks that it looks like they have a solid batch of monsters to take down together. Ryoga flashes a wicked smirk, confidently announcing that it is finally time for his squad to get in on the action. The young MC orders Yuka to link her resonance skill to the dragonkin, and the archer immediately acknowledges her leader's command. The young girl triggers resonance right away, causing both her and Fafnir's eyes to light up with a vibrant, vivid green glow. Through the sensory link, Yuka is able to tap into and share the sharp, heightened combat instincts of the powerful blue dragonkin. The girl locks her crosshairs onto the slowly advancing iron construct, lining up a precision shot with her mechanical crossbow. Thanks to Fafnir's heightened senses, she cheers, stating she can clearly see the purple core glowing brightly inside the monster's chest. Smirking with confidence, the archer channels her mana into the magic arrow and pulls the trigger of her crossbow, letting loose the lethal shot. She fires a purple energy bolt that spins at high speed through the air, cutting through the wind and flying straight toward the target. The shot lands a direct hit, obliterating the creature's core, and the young girl cheers at the top of her lungs for taking down the target. Yuka jumps for joy, celebrating the huge success of her perfect shot, while the living armor crumbles into dust on the floor. Matsumoto boils with rage upon seeing her take down the target in a single hit, completely beside himself that she found the core he could not track. Paying zero attention to his rival, Ryoga orders the tank Yuma to channel all of his defensive mana straight into his heavy shield. The The young man activates his shield, which lights up with green barrier energy, asking if that looks good and receiving a nod from his master. Ryoga tells him he does not need to search for the core and just needs to smash everything, triggering Mobile Fortress paired with Heavy Smash. Yuma leaps forward with everything he has, delivering a crushing blow with his green energy shield that completely obliterates the living armor ahead. The tank happily cheers that he pulled it off too, and the leader calmly replies that if he has time to celebrate, he should keep on fighting. The support Haibara steps up with staff in hand, excitedly asking what his assignment is, which leaves Ryoga visibly at a loss for words. The master bluntly tells him he has zero role here, instructing the kid to just stay quiet in the corner and wait for the raid to wrap up. Meanwhile, Matsumoto tries to vent his rage on the remaining monsters, using his spectral blade technique with twin blades of blue light. Fresh living armors begin rapidly reassembling from the ruins floor, marching heavily toward Matsumoto. The blonde warrior grits his teeth in pure hatred, furious over being subjected to such humiliation and swearing to eliminate everyone. However, as he focuses his gaze intensely on the iron construct in front of him, Matsumoto notices something shocking in his field of vision. The young man realizes he can now clearly track the monster's mana flow, finally identifying the weak spot he needs to shatter. He inches closer with care, thinking that if he just gets a tiny bit closer, he will finally be able to strike the living armor's core. Matsumoto breaks into a wicked grin, celebrating that he will finally be able to take down the monster in a single blow as well. However, Fafnir rushes in and smashes the target before him, sarcastically remarking that he noticed the blonde was struggling in the fight. With total ease, the Dragonkin's powerful blue arm crushes the monster's purple core in a fraction of a second. Matsumoto lets out a scream of pure agony and despair over having his kill stolen, while the lackeys comically choke on their own spit in shock. Fafnir strikes a proud pose, telling him there is no need to thank him, and adding that shielding the weak is the true duty of the strong. The blonde warrior flies into an absolute rage, screaming at the top of his lungs for the wretched reptile to get out of his way once and for all. The monster simply scratches his head playing dumb, pretending he cannot comprehend why the hunter is so upset with him. Watching the spectacle from afar with crossed arms, Ryoga winces mockingly, sarcastically commenting that that burn really had to hurt. Consumed by a blind, lethal hatred, Matsumoto glares at the group with a dark gaze, swearing to himself that he will take out Ryoga and all of his minions. If you want the next part, like and comment.